Well, good afternoon from Amsterdam here in Netherlands for a very special occasion. We're here for the Edivisie Grand Finals. As you can see, we're in AFAS live, literally about 10 yards away from the Johan Cruyff Arena. Myself, Brandon Smith, and the man next to me, Richard Buckley. We're fresh off a plane from Manchester, but more importantly, we're here for some FIFA esports action, and this, for me, looks to be one of the best events that we could be at, Richard, this year.
I mean, just have a look behind you. It's an unbelievable surrounding here. Fans still filing in to the arena just opposite the Johan Cruyff Arena. What a day. We're going to have 50,000 euros prize pot. You also get the opportunity to get a head start on the Global Series rankings with how the point structure is going to go down here in the Edivisie. It's going to be 2 seasons, and then you sort of, the overall winner of the 2 seasons, each win that you get accumulates an amount of points. If you win this trophy here today with the Edivisie, you're going to have a huge gap between the rest of the competition, and the 850 Global Series ranking points could be coming home to your club. Yeah, they could be indeed. If you're joining us on the international live feed on the YouTube page of the Edivisie, thank you very much for joining us. We're going to be here for the next 8 hours or so, I'd like to say. We're going to be going through every single quarter-final matchup, every semi-final, and of course the grand final. As you said, one team will be picking up 25,000 euros, getting their name on the Edivisie trophy as well, which only a handful of players have in the past in a solo format. This year's different. It's obviously a game on PlayStation, a game on Xbox, and really I can't wait for this one, Rich. We've got some massive names in the tournament still, big names that have made FIFA World Cup finals if you do follow your FIFA esports, or if you're just a big fan of the Edivisie. Some of the biggest names in Netherlands. Yeah. The standouts, Danny Hakkeberg, Lev Vinken, looking at Tony Koch, Alariza Egon, some of these names, staples in the Dutch scene and in FIFA esports here in the Netherlands and worldwide. And I'm just excited. You know how these sort of international broadcasts can go, Brandon? It can be a little bit all over the place. You don't know who's going to be joining us. We have got a little microphone just here. So we will have a couple of guests on. In the past, George Hughes being one of them when we did the Danish E-Superliga. We've had fanatic fans coming in, fans of the biggest clubs in the world in these particular leagues, coming and joining us and telling us why they're so passionate. And I'm intrigued to see who we're going to get. Yeah, hopefully we'll have the likes of Danny, Lev, Levy, obviously Nick, 2 guys from FC Groningen. As you said, Tony Cox, some other big names involved in the Dutch FIFA esports scene. I was coming into this tournament today, Richard, thinking there's not many leagues that are one working with DreamHack, but also taking FIFA esports to where it is right now. You know, we've heard rumours of 2,000 tickets sold for this event in the middle of Amsterdam, as we said, and you look at case studies, you look at the E-Superliga, and obviously that's something that the Edivisie did. They looked and went, you know, we want to work with DreamHack, and what, 4 or 5 months down the line, Richard, this is your Season 1 Grand Finals, and it's just amazing to see so many people come out and to support FIFA esports. Yeah, it is a really great sight to see. I'm hearing some celebrations in my ears so far. We've not kicked off. Danny got going yet? We've not kicked off yet. Okay. Ajax will be playing a little bit later on. The first game of the day that we are going to be seeing is going to be Pec Zwolle versus FC Utrecht here in the quarterfinals. We're going to be giving you all of the games. Talk to me a little bit about the format, Brandon, because we do have away goals in action. We do. We have away goals in action, so strap yourselves in because we're probably going to get it wrong at one point today. The way it will work is there'll be a coin toss at the beginning of the game, and whoever wins that coin toss will choose Xbox or PlayStation to kick things off. Of course, if you choose your console, that is your home game. So you're on your home game, which could be Xbox, say if it's Danny up against, say, HERACLES later in the tournament, and it's Xbox and it's Brian Hessing against Danny. Danny will be on the home console. Then if it went over to the away leg with Lev Vinken against Paps, that would be Ajax's away leg. So away goals count. Away goals can be a problem, but it will be an aggregate scoreline, so keep that in mind. We'll explain it further in detail as it unfolds beneath our very eyes as well, how the away goals are affecting. I think we're just a few moments away. I'm just having a little look around as more people are cramming in to this arena. And it looks, Richard, as if we are going to be kicking off on PlayStation 4. As you can see in front of us, we've got a number of monitors with all the games involved. Richard's even had a little look to see potentially some prime icon moments that could be in action today. The first ever FIFA esports event, you are going to see prime icon moments in action. Of course, only a handful of them. Remember that at these tournaments,
Some leagues will go with a few players from a certain club, or all players from the Premier League, as we saw that all players from the Eredivisie. Here, it's the same teams you're going to see at Foot Champions Cups, major tournaments. So expect your team of the years, your R9s, your Hullets, all the big players. They're back in action today here in Amsterdam.
Yeah, no restrictions on a lot of these squads, and we are seeing the 97 prime icon moments. R9 Ronaldo in squads. I've got a squad in front of me right here. 94 Ruud Gullit as well. 95 shooting on that Ruud Gullit. The 94 rated prime icon moment, Carlos Alberto, also in at right back. Apart from that, just a full team of the year team. Matthijs de Ligt, Van Dijk, Robertson, Kante, Mbappe, Ronaldo and Messi. So it seems as though with the addition now of these prime icon moments, Trent seems to have been eliminated from a couple of the squads. I'll be keeping an eye on that throughout the rest of the day, how the prime icon moments are affecting squads.
And also on top of that, the whole team's just blue, really, isn't it? Just team of the year players, as you said, Richard, and the way they're all able to connect into the team with the power of the icons when you're linking up a team to get the best chemistry as possible. As we said, it will be PlayStation, it seems, that we're going to be kicking off with, which would be, of course, it'll be bundled Melvin against Tony Cock. Tony Cock, known for the famous, I would like to say, Tuurlijk. I might have said that wrong, but it basically means, of course, in Dutch. You guys probably know that more than me. So every time it's a penalty or a chance that he knows he's going to go in and scores it, he gives it a big roar, and the fans have already started roaring it down here today.
I'll be looking forward to hearing that then. I'll be looking forward to hearing that.
Well, the best thing is, with the Edivisie, all the players are mic'd up, so you get their first reactions. We'll try and bleep out if anything shouldn't be said, but there'll be passion, there'll be some incredible reactions, and I can't wait for it.
I might have to turn down the sound a little bit when Danny gets on the stage, because
the
we've
loudest
been doing the Edivisie highlights throughout the season, and Danny has been loud. Just look at the reaction to a lot of these players. Utrecht J there.
And this is the interesting point, though. Of course, you've got Jay there. Jay Del Husson used to play for Feyenoord, not just for 1 year, but for a number of years. Now moved to FC Utrecht, beat them in the playoffs. And this is really going to be exciting. And of course, we are going to be following the Dutch broadcast for this. Of course, two legends in their scene, Koen Wijnaldum and Frank Slotter, two huge YouTubers. And of course, they've been able to follow the FIFA scene in Netherlands for the last, 17 rounds of fixtures it was in the group. Oh, here we go. Now we're getting going.
Let's have a look at these entrances.
It's been the same entrance all tournament long. It will be FC Utrecht coming out first, being led by Melvin from Bundled. And of course, Jay also from Bundled, ex-Feyenoord player. The question is, Richard, who are they going to be up against? They're going to be up against Pec Zwolle, and it'll be Jonas and Tony Cock that will be leading them out.
The team captain, you've got to say, Tony Cock. Been at that club for a number of years now.
Both these teams, Richard, had to go via the playoffs to get themselves through. If you don't know how the format works, it was a top two finish in the groups to ensure that you would guarantee yourself into the grand finals. Then third, all the way down to 14th, Richard, would make the playoffs. And Pec Zwolle finished 14th.
Yeah, been a great turnaround, hasn't it, for Pec Zwolle. It always shows that with the new format as well, you're never out. You've always got a chance to turn it around in the group stage playoffs.
And what a story it was, Richard. They actually beat Vitesse, who were third in the table. They beat them in the playoffs 3-2. That's the team that finished 14th in Pec Zwolle. They beat Vitesse 3-2 in the playoffs. It really can go anywhere, this Edivisie, and we've seen that perfectly. On the other side of that, for FC Utrecht, they did beat, as you said, Feyenoord 3-1 in the playoffs. That was after they originally did finish 9th in the table, actually neck on neck to Feyenoord. Feyenoord did finish 8th. And now when you're in the grand finals, you can forget about how the league went. You're in the top 8.
That's all that matters.
Global Series points are being played for right now, and a lot of prize money too in front of this amazing live crowd that's going to continue to keep on filling up over the next few hours.
Not only the prize money as well, but also the pride and the prestige of playing for your club at a final. Final interviews here between the two players, hearing their final thoughts as they get into what could be regarded as some of these players' biggest matches of their FIFA career.
Let's be honest, we haven't really seen Tony Cock on the global stage for some time
Probably
now.
FIFA 18-ish.
FIFA 18, yeah. It was the last time we saw him, and of course Jonas, his partner. We saw him actually at the Ziggo E battle that was run by AJAX last year in the Johan Cruyff Arena, which, as I said, is not far away from where we are right now in AFAS Live in the centre of Amsterdam. As we said, a live venue and a fantastic opportunity for these guys to showcase not just their own skills, but how big Dutch FIFA esports really is, how big this Edivisie can honestly be. And it's always been a league that's looked to do things in the right way. Now they're following suit with the Nordic countries, the Allsvenskans, the E-Superligas.
Getting DreamHack on board as well. They've got a proven track record of providing good events and big live crowds, big atmospheres. The Edivisie was doing very well before, and now they're just taking it up to another level with the help of DreamHack. Looking at what's one player that you're looking out for, Brandon, that not one of the major players, not a Lev Vinken or a Danny, not a household name, but somebody who could be on the cusp for people watching at home. This might be their first ever time watching the Edivisie.
I mean, I think you have to say Brian Hessing for HERACLES. Brian Hessing, he's got a louder roar than Danny Hackerberg, believe it or not. It is actually a thing. He's been an absolute veteran in the FIFA esports scene. You can see the matches. We were right. It will be PlayStation to kick things off, Richard. That'll be the home console of FC Utrecht. So home goals will be massive. Tony Cock, if he can get himself an away goal, may help him even more. As we said, it'll be 2 legs of FIFA, one on PlayStation, one on Xbox, throughout the quarterfinals and the semi-finals. Then when we get to that grand final, it's a best of 3 and anyone can take it. But there's such a difference, Richard, playing in this kind of environment. They've been playing in the studio, don't get me wrong, for all of their league matches, 17 rounds in total on a Monday and a Tuesday, so I can't really do my maths, but it's a lot of weeks of FIFA, balancing between qualifiers, players that went to events. A lot of the AJAX guys were at events in Bucharest and flying straight back. Players were flying back from Atlanta and for Champions Cup #3 back to the Edivisie.
Not only that as well, but some of these players might be studying at university. They might be have important commitments outside of FIFA as well, and this is their opportunity to put all that to one side.
Well, officially, the Edivisie finals is underway. Coming to you live from Amsterdam. It will be Melvin kicking from left to right up against Tony Cock. PlayStation 4 to get going. As I said, just listen out for the magical words of Tony Cock. I'm going to try and pronounce it again.
Magical.
Tuluk. Here's Melvin, first chance of the game, R9, his first time to get on the ball, that prime icon moment. As you said, Richard, we're going to be watching out for it today. 97 overall it comes in. Of course, we're not really going to see it upgraded any more than that. A handful of icons have been kind of generously upgraded, though, haven't they?
Yeah, Cruyff going up 2 ratings as well. Quite poignant that he gets the first outing, potentially, here after the arena named after the legend of the game himself. Kaká up 3 ratings from a 91 to a 94. Some of the moments upgrades absolutely ludicrous and so healthy. And these items, Ronaldinho coming in as a cam now. Instead, they're going to be so expensive on the market.
It must be worth mentioning as well, Richard, that when AJAX are in action later on, surely they're going to be the home favourites. We're literally next door to their stadium. It's going to be full of AJAX fans.
I also think that prime icon moments Hully's got a different hairstyle.
It's a little bit of a trim.
I think it is.
It's not much of a trim, but he's certainly a little bit off, hasn't he?
There's a little bit off that hair.
Moves around a little bit more as well, doesn't it? Maybe he got a...
More a perm.
He did. He got a perm. My mum's a hairdresser. I know what a perm looks like, and that looks spot on.
That looks very perm-esque.
We won't get carried away with hairstyles for too long. 15 minutes into this game. Remember, this is our first quarter-final of the day. Other quarter-finals to come up. Of course, HERACLES up against WILLEM. FC Groningen against PSV Eindhoven. And an AJAX against ADO Den Haag. Those will be your quarter-final matches. We'll be broadcasting you every single one of them, and then into our semi-finals and the grand final.
And straight away, Melvin, I'm seeing Neymar in use for him. No CR7 in his squad. Very interesting.
Into R9. Look out for that left foot of Messi. Just a little bit came too textbook. It's not over yet, though. Works it very well to Neymar. He said, watch out for him. Schmeichel with a big save. And Carlos Alberto. Let's pick up the ball. If you're listening closely as well, we are able to hear into all the players. They're all mic'd up, coaches included. The difference is they will be speaking in Dutch. So
I think the only team that will be speaking English probably Ajax, with Paps.
Oh, Coach Bass is going to be here.
Coach Bass will be giving insight as well. That's the sort of insight that I dream of.
Okay.
He actually offered to coach you, didn't he, Brandon, throughout a weekend league?
He did. And I mean, back then I thought he was joking about it. About 6 months later, he went on to coach Danny at multiple tournaments, grand finals. I mean, if he coached me,
it can get you to go one.
Who knows where I would have been. Hopefully we'll be seeing the likes of Bob van Uden as well. He will be supporting the guys of Ajax. Really has been. All bundled Melvin so far. Melvin in possession. Where's he going to go, Ruud Gullit? He's enjoyed keeping the ball like this in and around the box. He's trying to find that killer pass, but again, doesn't want to make it too obvious. Into R9 now. That prime icon moment, the first time we've really been able to see him on the FIFA esports circuit. And it's Laurent Blanc cleaning up the danger. Tony Cock needs to get something going because we haven't seen much from him.
It seems a little bit hit and hope at the minute.
Messi from distance.
And it's actually a change coming in straight away here from Tony Cock. I'm intrigued to see what he is doing right now with his team. The only difference is in team. You got Neymar for Melvin. Tony Cock deciding to use Cristiano Ronaldo as an out-and-out striker. Also, Laurent Blanc, the 92 Laurent Blanc moments, Laurent Blanc in use for Tony Cock and Matthijs de Ligt at the right centre-back for FC Utrecht. I think that was more of a breather for Tony Cock.
I mean, in the nicest possible way, Rich. He's had his goal rattled the first 30 minutes of this game.
You see some shots there of the crowd, friends and family of the players.
They will be out in full force, Richard. Also, as it's a one-legged game on your console, of course, we do go and play Xbox afterwards. You have to start well. It's so important that you do get an early start, and 30 minutes into it, Tony Cox certainly has struggled to get going. Melvin has been superb defensively going forward. The only thing he's struggled with is just trying to find that killer pass.
The good thing, though, you've got to say about a one-legged game is even if you don't play well, but you still keep it 0-0, you've not really let your opponent, you've not really let your teammate down. We saw it in the Club World Cup a lot, getting 0-0s and then the opponent team would lose that game, and you're setting it up for your teammate to just go and get a win. All you got to do is win, score one goal, get a win. Sounds a lot easier than it is, but sometimes a draw in the first game of the day, first players on the stage, butterflies over there, there'll be nerves, I'm sure, jangling in the pits of these players' stomachs. Look at that, that's a mistake.
Simple pass, isn't it? He just kicks out of play.
I've actually got a little bit of a connection to FC Utrecht. I think one of their players, Chris, a match one weekend league, did a job on him.
You won.
Got the win, mate.
You haven't told me that one before. I think you were saving it for the broadcast.
I knew that Utrecht were going to make it.
It really has been a dream story for Pec Zwolle. You would say are coming into this final as the underdogs out of the 8 teams. They finished 14th in the league table when it was a case of scraping through the playoffs. And to be fair to them, they took out a huge name of the tournament, took out Vitesse. Of course, Vitesse did finish 3rd in the table. It was a 3-2 win and a dramatic playoff game. That did enough for them to make the top 8, and in the half-time we go. 0-0 the score so far. This is what I love about the Eredivisie. Any DreamHack event, look what they do. They swap halves. They literally just swap halves. What they do though, they spin the TV. They spin the TV around, so it's like actually swapping halves. Half-time, Richard, it really has been all Melvin so far. Goalless still. We know that we are going to see goalless games at this tournament. We are seeing some slow play style in FIFA 20 at the moment. The overload ball side, we know exactly what that can do and how that can affect certain gameplay. At the moment, Melvin, he's had a lot of possession. It's just getting that final pass.
I can actually see what's happening in front of me right now. I see the highlights coming on screen. 94 Eusebio has just entered the pitch for Tony Cock. Looking at his squad, no substitutions on the side of FC Utrecht, but 94 Eusebio, he was unbelievable last year, was the moment Eusebio, as he came on. Looking at the rest of the players, Zidane could also feature. But it is Eusebio looking to...
A question early on as well. Why is Schmeichel being backed over an Alisson Team of the Year?
I think with Alisson, he's a little bit flaky. What I mean by that is, you've got goalkeepers, Van der Sar, Schmeichel, who just seem more solid. Alisson might provide you that wonder save. He's got the speed as well, 70 speed for Alisson. But when crosses are coming in and inside the box, sometimes you expect him, probably because he's so high rated, you expect him to save more than he does. And also, very simply, chemistry. Some players just need an icon goalkeeper for chemistry.
As we can see, for Tony Cock in this game, back in Schmeichel in goal. The other side for Melvin is Alisson, who, I have to say, hasn't even been tested yet so far in this game. Could this be the first chance for him? He's trying to link in Eusebio, as you would say, the super sub of the team. He does enough with R9 to get something on that one. Eusebio's looking fresh as well, and looking pretty deadly. In the final third, the ball into the box, is into R9, and it's into the back of the net.
Let's go, man! Come on!
And that's a little taster of what you're going to get for the next few hours here in the Edivisie. Big reactions, big goals. We'd have to say, though, against the run of plays. A lot of possession has Melvin.
I mean, Eusebio's come onto the pitch. He's took his man on down the line and put in an absolute peach of a cross right onto the forehead of R9, who steers it goalwards. And the reason that R9 and Eusebio are brought onto the pitch, these moments, 98 pace, 97 shooting, 5-star, he's just so well-rounded. He's the perfect striker.
He's proved himself once again, Richard, and we're going to be singing his praises, I'm sure, for the next 8 hours.
Overload ball side there, put on by Tony Cock. If he sees this game out, I've got to say, a little bit of a robbery. He was under the cosh in the first half. He had like 30% possession as well, I saw from the stats. But that's going to fire Melvin up.
Remember as well, he is obviously coming into this as the away player. That's a massive away goal. Utrecht really can't afford to come out of this game losing it. Especially in the home team position, a goal would be massive for them. That away goal really could be huge in the complexion over these two legs. We don't know how that does work with the format. We play a game on PlayStation, a game over on Xbox as well, and there is an away goal rule, and that's a mistake from Tony Cock now. Could Melvin capitalise on it? He's just a little bit too defensive. Of course, I understand why he wants to get the likes of Hullet on the ball to just try and tick things over, but when there's a gap, when there's a mistake, you've got to pounce on the chance, you've got to pounce on the space. You have to capitalise on any opportunity you get, because competitive FIFA at this level, you don't get second chances, you don't get your opponent giving you the ball time after time after time. You simply have to make it count when it does fall for you. Into the changes we go again.
Je weet dat natuurlijk staat hij achter. Dan weet je gewoon rustig. Proberen open te
hoeft niemand te aftalen voor conditie.
See, both players there on your screen. Tony Cock 20 minutes away from seeing out a huge 1-0 win away from home. Eusebio, Kaká, 99 Pele and 97 Zidane both being brought onto the pitch. He's actually changed it right now. I'm just seeing the actual team here of Utrecht.
Come on.
And he wanted to bring Pele, he ran out of substitutions. So he's brought Mbappe back on and actually got rid of Pele and brought on Eusebio instead. So Eusebio over Pele favoured for Tony Cock on his side. Ronaldinho, the 95 icon moment Ronaldinho brought onto the pitch. Let's see what he can offer.
Isn't really much of a surprise, Richard. These two already matched in the league. It was a 2-1 victory for Tony Cock over Melvin. And that actually came quite late on, week 16, he did pick up that result. So not long before these finals in front of us.
Jammer.
I just think that win got him the points. And it could have been so different. If he loses that game, they finish in a lower position. To then have to go around a completely different route to actually get into this stage.
Well, they made it on goal difference.
Yeah.
They finished 14 on goal difference above RKC. We remember looking at the highlights from that game and seeing the round 16 and 17 of fixtures conclude in the Edivisie. And RKC would have been pinching themselves a point more, a draw somewhere, a win, an extra goal. Could have been the difference, but Pec Zwolle did enough to ensure they would be in these finals right now. He's literally 13 minutes away from seeing out this 1-0 scoreline. Eusebio has looked fresh and he has looked deadly since he was introduced to half-time. Actually got the assist of the only goal in this game. 9-9 with it. And to Ronaldinho, he's fresh off the bench. Not a player that we see many people use. He's fallen back to Eusebio. This could be a chance to find a second in this game. Would be a second away goal as well. Messi.
So many mistakes just in and around the box as well. For Melvin, he gave the ball back a couple of times.
Oh my.
Again, another mistake.
Something so simple as well from the goal kick. The only positive for Jay is that when he steps up on the Xbox for FC Utrecht, they're only a goal behind, but it's an away goal. 6 minutes left. Lofted ball over the top. Hoofed away by Furlong Mendy into the first row of fans in the stadium.
Yeah, just did enough did there, Furlong Mendy. Those balls over the top can often fall for the striker instead of the defender, but making sure he got enough on it. Furland. He's done that a couple of times, a little kick up and then the over the top through ball. Seems very
It's a bit frustrated at the moment.
stressed. I think
this is Tony Cox to throw away in the first leg. And it's time to follow in just a second. Ronaldinho is making his run down that left-hand side. He will actually latch on to that. Eusebio with the ball into him. Ball over the way across. Messi is going to fall back to him once, twice. Punched off the line by Allison.
he's crossed it twice as Tony Cock, and both of his chances
see crosses
have come from crosses, which is so surprising. Eusebio, unbelievable tracking.
First leg concluded. Tony Cock with a 1-0 advantage. Moving into the Xbox leg. The goal coming from R9. He said he was against the caution. Really, it was a fantastic first half from Melvin. As soon as the goal went in though, Richard, early doors, it was a case of he was a bit frustrated and he just could not switch back onto the game. And now we'll jump over to the Xbox side very shortly, where it'll be Jay against Jonas. And it'll be all to play for. With both these two. Just catch up for a very casual interview.
I would try and decipher, but I've not got an absolute Scooby what's been said just there. So we're going to do our own little interview after that first leg has finished, Brandon. The prime icon moments, first ever time you've seen him.
Well, R9's just being R9, isn't he? But even better. He really is. He scored the only goal in the game, and Tulik, if I'm doing it right, maybe not.
This is a little bit of favouritism, I'm
Stop
seeing.
now, Brandon. I'm not. It's something I've always wanted to bring out in commentary, but just never have in the
Sorry,
past.
I've had
Now I'm here in Amsterdam. I feel like it's the perfect time to do so.
The Utrecht Chris weekend league wins stuck up the sleeve for about 8 weeks now, so I was waiting.
What do you make of crosses? We don't see crosses at the moment in FIFA20.
Surprising. I mean,
I saw about 3 of them, and 2 of them nearly went in.
they're just not very good when you just cross the ball in. Usually the defender is the superior man in the air. But with the space that was sort of given to R9, if the cross is in and he's not challenged, he's going to score the header. The thing is, right, heading itself is actually all right. It's the crosses and the player positioning of the defender which is really good. So sometimes, I've been doing it recently, I've got Inform Ronaldo, the red player pick, and at the near post, if you can fizz across in a corner into the near post, Virgil van Dijk's the same. He's really good at winning that header. However, if the box is crammed, whereas last year you could just fling across in and it'd just magnetise the attacking player, you've got to have space, because the actual heading stat itself, I personally don't think it's that bad. It's the defensive awareness which is too strong on crosses.
You just saw the goal come in there, which was 53 minutes on the clock where that chance came in. There was one more chance later on. You know, we said crosses were the theme in this game. Messi nearly with a gift. And it was Alisson with a Superman punch to get rid of that. And of course, Zidane picking up the pieces for FC Utrecht. And Melvin did lose the game 1-0, though. We have to talk about it. They were the home team. FC Utrecht were the home team. They lost, of course, the PlayStation game. So that means coming into this second leg, you know, they're minus an away goal at the moment. It really is everything to do for Jay. Once upon a time final, Jay. Now FC Utrecht's Jay up against Jonas, as we said. We saw a little bit this year. He is, of course, qualified, obviously, for Paris, must be said as well. He's qualified for Champions Cup in Paris, which is a massive stage for him to move on to. That's next weekend. Of course, that's the FUT Champions Cup number 4. He will be in Paris. He did, of course, play in the Zigo battle as well and got very close to getting himself a contract for the club with Ajax. However, things moved and didn't win that tournament. Pec Zwolle came around and said, you know what, fancy joining us for the season? That's exactly the opportunity that he needed to get under the wing of such a veteran in Tony Koch as well. Yeah,
it's a really good opportunity for it to not only continue to strive and improve as a FIFA player, but also the media experience, the content creation, the overall sort of mentality that you've got to have as a FIFA pro. All that Tony Koch, he's almost gone through. He's gone through it all. He's one of the most active Instagram FIFA YouTubers, one of the most active content creators in FIFA, and it's a really good sort of a role model for Jonah to get behind.
Well, the stage is set, really, Richard. They're trailing by a 0-0, are FC Utrecht. And that's an away goal as well that will really come back to bite them. Jonah, now on his home console. Can Pec Zwolle do enough to send themselves into a semi-final where they'll be waiting, of course, for either HERACLES or WILLEM 2?
When we were watching the Edivisie, Brandon, and we had the opportunity to look at a lot of the highlights, I feel like Utrecht J was the catalyst to the success of this Utrecht team. Looking at their league form, I feel like he was the... I mean, they finished 9th, they finished mid of the table. Do you know what I mean? 9 out of 18, but he did pick up some really big results, did Jay, in the season.
Let's not forget as well, where they did finish in the table, Richard. They did finish 9th. They were comfortably in the place for the playoffs, but they weren't really challenging the top 4 teams in the league.
It's all like Wolves.
As we said, it was a little bit of a fierce game in the playoffs where Jay had to match up against his former club of Feyenoord. Where it was Batty Ryan and Jimmy HD. They did knock out FC Utrecht. Obviously the duo of Jay and Melvin. Melvin just losing that first game, 1-0. 14 minutes on the clock. Jonah looking for a second. Oh no, this could be dangerous for him. Back to goal. Another day the rebound just bounces onto the foot of Eusebio.
I don't think he was really that comfortable shooting there, to be honest, looking at his reaction after the shot came in. It seemed a little bit reluctant to shoot, and you're shooting in that area so you just don't lose the ball. The rebound's probably not going to bounce back to you, but instead of just trying to dribble into nowhere, you take the shot. You don't know what's going to happen. You've got a 97 R9. This will be the first ever time you're playing with him. He could produce something unreal.
Here's a chance for Jay. It's R9. This could be dangerous. Drag back. Which way is he going to go? Remember, he's got that 5-star weak foot. That could be so dangerous for him. Just over the bar. That's a small taster of what Jay is all about.
Yeah, beautiful reversed elastico there inside the box as well from Jay.
Going to be non-stop traffic as well from him. Mbappe back to Ronaldo. It's nearly Ronaldo to R9. Jonah's got to be careful in and around the box.
Yeah, a little bit risky, weren't it?
Druk hem aan. Kom op, man.
With the fake shot inside the box from Maldini.
Tuurlijk, jongen. Dit is het. Hoe ging die mis?
R9 in the moment gaat, joh. Spion.
You can just hear someone on that stage talking about R9's moment. Item that was only released yesterday. The guys have been able to use them all here today at the Edivisie Grand Finals, which we've already seen a small glimpse of what R9 can do.
Yeah, it's just the prime R9, but
niet, net vorige keer in de playoffs.
3 stats better, isn't it? In most of the areas, he's quicker, he's more agile, better in front of goal. The ultimate striker.
This is our first quarter-final. Let's not forget that 1-0 currently to Pec Zwolle. It was an away win on the PlayStation 4 for Tony Cock. €50,000 prize pot is up for grabs. 25,000 to the winning team.
Zo weer de glitch. Kan je meer naar voren.
The season 1, of course. Big placement as well, looking towards the Global Series rankings for whichever team can come out on top today. Really is all to play for. Messi. It's too slow. Carlos Alberto goes down to the ground though. Can Andy Robertson recover for?
A chance of very little. It's been a game of very little chances.
Ronaldo.
Hou je rust, hou je rust.
Just trying to look for that ball. He wants R9 or he wants someone that's got that 5-star weak foot. He can go either way. Messi on his left foot could be dangerous as well. There's the left foot. He went for the finesse once. Will not get the full connection on the ball, and it'll be, of all people, Cristiano Ronaldo filling in at centre-back for about 2 minutes.
Yeah, Hullet back there as well, weren't it? The 2 furthest defenders were Hullet and CR7. You'd say a little bit too easy of a read for Leo Messi. A lot of people are always going to turn onto his left foot there.
It's a great through ball. This could be dangerous. Pele.
Goed, jongen. Nog 1 keer.
42e minuut.
To the pull-off. Piece of trickery. Can get past, though. The defence of G8.
Yeah, that 99 Pele as well. Pele is one of those players that we didn't really see. With the Team of the Years being improved as they are, Pele sort of got pushed out to the wayside. But Pele, Eusebio, Cruyff, I think all those 3 are going to be in consideration now in the attacking areas.
Certainly been Jay that's looked the stronger of the 2 players. First chance we have a look at Frankie de Jong as well in this game, actually being backed by Jonah.
Getting frustrated, isn't he?
Time is ticking away from half-time. The score remains at 0-0. Still in the driving seat are Pec Zwolle. Just to put this in context, Richard, even if Jay does get a goal, it will be an away goal win for Pec Zwolle because they did score on the away console. Now that we'll be going to extra time.
We've gone to extra time.
Say, yeah, there you go. The away goal is already tricking me out in about 10 minutes of the stream. We'll be going to an extra time period. That will be correct.
If Jonas scores 1 goal and Jay scores 1 goal,
it would also be
they'll
2-1.
still be going through.
Of course.
Will Pec Zwolle through the away goal. Jay has to get a goal. If he gets 2, he goes through.
If he gets 1, we will be going the extra mile into extra time. This was the best chance of the game, though. As we said, 36 minutes on the clock. He looked very dangerous in and around this area. He's looking for the finish with Messi. Another day, that goes into the top corner or at least on target.
Cristiano Ronaldo, the furthest man at the back there, doing the dirty work as the last man getting the block on it. In my opinion, I don't think there's a goal in this game. 1 leg of FIFA, I I can see it ending 0-0, and I can see that one sole goal from Tony Cook sending Pec Zwolle into the semi-finals of the Edivisie and the first team of the 8 to go through to the Final Four.
And that header from R9, Richard, being all the difference. The prime icon moments are available for these pros to use today in the Edivisie. The first FIFA esports tournament, we will be able to see them in action ahead of course, all the rest of the tournaments this year and for Champions Cup number 4, which is fastly approaching next weekend in Paris. Some of these players will be at that tournament. One of them, Jonah, on the right-hand corner of your screen. Draw this, you will go through. Get another goal, just adds that layer of security, doesn't it?
Yeah, you've already got the chain on. And if he gets that extra goal, he's putting up a gate as well.
What happens if he scores the third?
Barbed wire. Guard dog.
If Jay does get a goal,
He's got the cutters out, and he's cutting a hole in that fence.
he is. We're going to an extra time period if needed. One thing that we've seen from a lot of pros, not just here in the Edivisie, but in tournaments all around the world, is that it's very natural to have this patient build-up play. There has been a pause cued by Jay as well. He's just struggling to try and break down this defensive kind of just structure that's been set up by Jonah.
As you see the game ticking away from you as well, 57, 58, 59, 60, you're more likely, it's just going to happen that you're going to rush your chances. You're going to try and play more direct. You're going to try and play into feet. These things will happen. And it's quite an inaccurate way of playing FIFA. Yes, you might get lucky 1 out of 5, but the other 4 times you're turning over possession. So we do go into a pause right now between the 2 players. I'll try and explain what is happening. Looks like N'Golo Kante coming off and Zinedine Zidane, the 97 rated icon, being introduced for Jay. He's considering Eusebio. He's also got 95 headliner Neymar, 96 moments Cruyff, moments Ronaldinho and Pele, all off of the bench. Also custom tactics being tinkered with as well for Jay. On the side of Jonah, don't think there was any changes from what I saw.
Yeah, just Sedan looks like coming onto the field, Rich, and that really is about it. There's a free kick to be played. 30 minutes left on the clock. Pec Zwolle still 1-0 up. 1 goal to the good. It was that away goal coming in the first leg for them. Tony Cox scoring it.
Edge of the box. Give me a volley.
R9 Ronaldo. It's into the edge of the box. It's R9 of all people. This could be magnificent. If it isn't for a huge save from Allison.
I always say it. When you dink it onto the edge of the box like that, Iron Robin flashed in my mind. The left-footed volley.
I even thought that Jay...
I thought we were going to hit it first time.
Everyone thought he was going to hit it first time. Jay thought he was going to hit it first time, the way he was trying to defend, and that one more pass from Jonah.
Probably deserved a goal.
Was actually very, very clever. A little dink ball into Cristiano Ronaldo. This could be dangerous. This could be a second. It's Pele. What a save, Allison.
You've got to have a bit more composure, in my opinion, there. Take another touch.
It's a goal. It's a goal.
Take another touch. You'd expect Pele to score.
Pull it at the front post. It's acrobatic. It's absolutely beautiful. Pec Zwolle surely have done enough to send themselves into the semi-final. And what's a finish from the corner?
What were I saying? Probably about 6 or 7 minutes ago. If you whip it into that near post and it's not defended properly, and you don't get your man in front of the attacking player at the front post, you will score. It's quite a... I don't want to make it out not as impressive as it is, but that's quite a common goal. If it's all about how the actual players line up from the corner. There's a couple of presets. You've got the one where the attacking player gets in front, like Hullet did there. You've got more of a crowded penalty area where they mark the front post. As soon as you see it like that, you've got to be R3 on the goalkeeper, pull him into that near post. You have to. Because if you let a Hullet, a CR7, any sort of good player who is acrobatic, who can head the ball or can do a bicycle kick, give them that sort of space, it will go in. It just will.
Well, I'm pretty sure Jonah was saying something about weekend league in there. Maybe it's something he's done in weekend league a few times coming into this tournament today.
Look at that Hullet, 90 pace, 95 shooting.
Oh, sorry, Richard, but what a way these Primarco moments introduce themselves today to us. We know they're good already. We know how impressive they can be. Not really scoring goals, but breaking up play, defending, getting involved in attacks. But that was something special. If Jay gets 2 goals, they will go through FC Utrecht. It'll be 2 away goals. And it'll be 2-2 on aggregate. But I just don't see it happening with 20 minutes left. A 1-0 win from Tony Cock on the PlayStation. Looks like to be a 1-0 win again over on the Xbox for Jonah. Would be enough to see them through to the semi-finals. And who will be joining them? That is the important question. Defended well once again. Vieira's on the field, and Vieira's fresh as well.
Yeah, bringing on a 92 rated Patrick Vieira. The teams are so stacked right now with the benches as well. There's actually probably too many options for people to consider. Especially in the midfield. Do you go De Jong? Do you go Kevin De Bruyne? Hullet, Vieira, Lothar Matthäus?
Well, it definitely feels like when that team of the year Frankie de Jong came out, it was Vieira that was being dropped by a number of pros. Or Vieira pushed into centre-back. Now he's had that slight upgrade. Is Frankie de Jong pushed out of teams?
Yeah, and Kante seems to be coming in.
Mbappe. Looking for a third is Jonah. Well, if anything, looking to see this game out. 2-0. And the fairy tale story for Pec Zwolle just continues to happen. They finished 14th in the league. They scraped through on goal difference, went to the playoffs. And that is what they're playing for on your screen there. You can see the trophy. Only a handful of players have been able to lift that trophy in their time. Some of them in the competition today in front of us.
We're just having a look right now at Jay's custom tactics, long ball and constant pressure. Both put on for Jay. As he will.
Time for 3 at the back. Is it not time to throw everything for it? Of course he might have.
Well, you've got constant. I think he went like 8 depth, constant pressure, long ball. So it's about as attacking as you can get. Do you see a similar free kick as earlier, or is this one more direct, straight into the box?
It's moments like these that can separate top players from each other. You can see where he's trying to move that. He said we'll happily play it short. I honestly think it's just a case of just seeing this clock run down, Richard. They're 2-0 up, they're 2 goals to the good. One of their goals is an away goal as well. So the only way this game could be turned around for FC Utrecht would be 2 away goals. He's looking for a third. It's Cristiano Ronaldo. He's not got any rush.
And it's also, they've both done a performance themselves. It's not been one player carrying a 1-0 win and a 1-0 win. You're both performing well in your respective legs. Maldini brought back into a number of squads.
Oh, no, and actually could be through.
99 defending the moments, Maldini.
This is nice, looking for a third. What a way it would be to start off these finals for a team that you would say are underdogs coming into this tournament. It's Cristiano Ronaldo. He's teasing the goalkeeper. It's perfect from him. And Pec Zwolle will be the first team into the semi-finals of the Edivisie. What a finish that is. Cristiano Ronaldo just teasing the keeper out. The keeper bit into, trying to just latch onto the ball. And Messi with an open goal. And he tapped it into the back of the net.
Yeah, he did really well just to turn his back on the goalkeeper. If the keeper would have come through him, he's getting a penalty. Just having the composure, not to panic, not to shoot. Look for the cutback. Open goal, Leo Messi scores. And we have our first semi-finalists in Pec Zwolle.
Two minutes left. It's been a first-class performance from Jonah. Man, that's it in fine form, moving into the Champions Cup Stage 4. Added time to come. Referee, just 2 minutes left, he says. One more goal, Cristiano Ronaldo would be through. Goal difference won't mean anything, but it will just be extra confidence. A bit of personal belief in yourself that you know you can go forward. It might be quite a hard stage to play on for these guys. We're slowly filling up. That's the full-time result. Congratulations, Pec Zwolle. They're on their way to write themselves into history books. Into the semi-finals they go. That'll be the end of the road for FC Utrecht.
Yeah, great performance.
And of course, Melvin.
Really, really solid performance from Jonah. A lot of people probably saying that Tony Koch was the better of the two players. He's come in, he's proved himself. 2-0 win against Utrecht J. And a 3-0 win altogether sends them into the semi-finals. We've got coming up next, Brandon, we've got a pretty interesting game between FC Groningen and PSV.
Yeah, that's going to be a really interesting one. FC Groningen against PSV. A lot of familiar names as well that we've been able to watch in the competitive scene over the last few years. Ali Rezaregan, of course, a player that has had a lot of experience in this competition, been a PlayStation 4 champion of the E-Divisie. Of course, played against Danny a number of times in those grand finals, those E-Tribune events that the E-Divisie do hold for the overall champion that can pick up that play. Of course, you've got Nick and Levy as well.
Probably argue Levy the most experienced player on the entire Edivisie books right now. Been playing for a very long time. He had a really good standout performance, FUT Champions Cup number 5 last year in Singapore, losing in the Xbox console final against Tex at the time, F2 Tex, now Fnatic Tex, and it were a real performance for him where I think it was self-realisation that he still can compete. He's been competing for years, has Levy, and that performance in Singapore showed everybody what he is capable of, and I'm looking forward to seeing him on the stage here in Amsterdam.
Yeah, most definitely indeed. We're looking forward to seeing that game. We will be going to it very shortly, though. As we said, it'll be FC Groningen against PSV. Other matches we'll be looking at as well. AJAX against ADO Den Haag, and then HERACLES against WILLEM number 2. Obviously, they'll be playing a little bit later today as well. But the storyline is Pec Zwolle are going through. We'll be back very shortly for the next quarter-final. Do not go anywhere if you want to continue watching the international broadcast. So myself, Brandon Smith, and Richard Buckley will see you in a few minutes.
quarter-final stages. There we go. Mike's back on now for the quarter-final stages, and looking forward to it, Brandon. We've already seen one of the games, and this is a fan favourite right here. FC Groningen in the house. Levy and Nick de Hamer.
Yeah, a lot of support for these two, and what a journey it's been for them to get to the E-Divisie Grand Finals. What a game this is going to be as well. FC Groningen up against PSV. Some absolute legends in the Dutch FIFA scene. Nick de Hamer qualified for Champions Cup number 4 in Paris. They've got fans everywhere, Richard, FC Groningen. And of course, on his team as well, M10 Levy, obviously representing M10. We saw a fantastic breakout performance from him last year in FIFA 19 in Singapore. As you said, an Xbox console final is where he did finish. Nick has got a slight rage in him, though. We have seen that a few times in the tournament. But who are they up against?
They're up against PSV, arguably one of the biggest clubs in terms of name value in Holland. They've got a couple of really, really solid players as well. Star player being Alariz Reagan. Let's not forget as well, Stefano Pina. Last year we're playing for this football club, representing them in all of the competitions and doing a fantastic job also for PSV Eindhoven. That man behind him, Rommel Abdi, one of the top coaches in FIFA esports, trying to guide his PSV side to a semi-final.
Let's not forget as well, of course, Yusuf, part of that PSV team as well, drafted in for this season of the E-Divisie, and had a fantastic start to proceedings, but it did drop off slightly towards the end of week 17 of the group stages, or the league table, I should say. 17th they did. Obviously, 17 games they played. They finished 10th in the table, 23 points they picked up. And on goal difference, they did clinch 10th spot. They had to go into the playoffs, Richard. And that is where they beat FC Emmen on away goals. It was 1-1 overall, but the away goal ruling is a factor, of course, not just in this tournament, in the knockouts. It's a factor every single week in the league format. And Alariz Reagan, a previous PlayStation 4 champion of the E-Divisie, of course, not even that long ago. FIFA 18, that was
2 years ago, yep. Looking at this game, I believe we're going to be on the Xbox first. Just from what we can decipher. We've got, basically, when I'm talking you through what's happening with the squads and how the substitutions are going, we've actually can see all of the monitors in front of us, all of the feeds, Brandon. So, basically, what I'm seeing right now is the Xbox kits are loaded up. The PlayStation, we're not ready to play yet. So I'm going to guess that we play on Xbox first.
I mean, that's what I was thinking as well, to be honest, when we saw both of those loaded up, ready to go. Rommel Abdi, a word on him as well, former PSV player himself. Now, as a coach, actually coached Stefano Pina at the E-World Cup Grand Final. Of course, that was back when MS Tessari won in 2018. That was a fantastic year for PSV in general.
Yeah.
You know, success in the E-Divisie. Success in even the Manchester City Esports Cup that we were at. Obviously, Alariz Reagan making it to the grand final there. And then also making it to a grand final, the E-World Cup Grand Finals, losing to the hands of MS Tessari, but still came out as a PlayStation 4 champion in the whole world for PSV. So, again, a club with so much respect. And even a little fact for you, Richard. When I was about 12 years old, I went on a stadium tour of PSV. There you go.
Didn't know that.
Put it in there.
So, would you say that PSV would be your Dutch club?
I mean, we've done it. We are near Ajax.
I just want a name.
Okay. I mean,
yes or no?
oh yes, PSV. I wouldn't mind them seeing do okay at the tournament. So his name is Yusuf, but he goes by the gamer tag of Mina. So it is officially going to be the other way around, Richard. It will be Xbox first. It will be Nick against Yusuf to kick things off.
Meaning that FC Groningen will be on their away console first. And it will be Levy stepping up in the home match.
Don't get me wrong,
against Alariz
we've seen
Reagan.
a lot of Nick, Rich, and we've been able to follow the action week by week. If you guys have been following us on social media as well, you've seen me doing week by week updates of the E-Divisie, and we've been able to commentate on the big moments from a number of matches. It just seems like when the game doesn't go Nick's way, there is a certain rage in him. Could it change on the big stage? You have to keep your nerves a little bit more to yourself.
A little bit like Maestro in the past. Is that what we're thinking in terms of losing his head? Or is it more the fact that less of outbursts and more, less of sort of kinetic energy outbursts where you're throwing things or you're slamming your controller on the desk, and more of mental, where his head just goes, he starts making rash decisions in game.
I would say head goes occasionally. It can't go here today though, Richard. It's the biggest stage he's going to get to play on. They actually did meet in week 14 of the E-Divisie, and it was Nick that picked up a 2-0 win against Yusuf. Can it change here on the big stage at the E-Divisie Grand Finals? As we said, we already know a team that is in the semi-finals. Pec Zwolle will be waiting for HERACLES or WILLEM. That quarter-final will be coming up a little bit later. We're over to the other side of the bracket now, Richard. PSV against FC Groningen. PSV kicking from left to right, and it will be FC Groningen from right to left. Xbox to kick things off on, and that's PSV as the home team as well. So PSV making that choice to start on the Xbox. Is there a tactic behind that maybe? It's something that we will discuss over the next few hours.
You need to get off to a good start as well. He's potentially saving Eredivisie for the second leg. When you're away from home, try and snatch a couple of goals. Could be one of the tactics implemented. First impressions, I'm seeing Eusebio starting. I'm seeing Patrick Vieira starting as well for Menia.
And we're also seeing Nick have a lot of the possession early on into this game.
We actually saw him, what, 2 weeks ago in the Tuesday night Foothead Cups. He had made a good run there.
What was it, a semi-final he made?
Yep.
Now the 16 players there, a great way to spar against some of the best in Europe.
We're talking Nicholas Razek, Olivito, Tex. Danny played in it and got knocked out in the first round.
Some of the best players in the world got knocked out and, we say, destroyed in the round of 16 in that
Rasu,
tournament.
what, 8-1 he lost in his opening round?
It just feels like, for me, Richard, we see so many players.
He's in, straight away.
We'll talk about that in a second. What an unbelievable chance this is, Eusebio. Ball around the goalkeepers, he teased him out, dragged back, and he's just got confused there. It's one of them. You have too much time on the ball, you don't know what to do.
I think less than that, it was really, really good goalkeeper management. He teased him off the line a little bit, which gave Van Dijk enough time to just get back. He ball rolled too early. That was the first mistake.
Straight back down the other end for Yusuf. Just felt like the ball roll as well, Richard. Didn't really generate anything. He didn't really create any space, didn't create an angle.
Slowed him down, if anything.
As you said, it gave Van Dijk an extra second or so to get back in position and to defend that attack. But as I was saying, I just feel like players go in spikes of form in competitive FIFA. You get the players that are consistent all year round, and it feels like this kind of period of the year will be Nick's time to really capitalise on it, pick up the points and do enough to get to the playoffs, whether it's here in the E-Divisie, whether it's in the Foot Champions Cup Stage 4 next week in Paris. Those tournaments we've seen him practice him as well. Here's a chance for Yusuf, went for that accelerated fake shot down the line. Deflection back to the hands of Allison.
Pretty frantic opening 24 minutes. Both players having decent chances as Mbappe inches away from capitalising on that long throw out from the goalkeeper. But I'm liking the way that this game's going so far. It seems pretty open. It seems fairly expansive between the two sides. I think Nick knows the importance of an away goal. You literally saw it in the last quarter final. Tony Cock winning the first game with the away goal, and it set Jonah up for such a comfortable ride because Jay had to come out and attack him.
Certainly puts pressure on you going into that second leg when you're a goal down, and it's an away goal as well. And if you concede first in that second leg, you're 2-0 down, you need 2 away goals to try and turn it around, or some players 1 goal to even send it to extra time. Advantage there, a little push on Eusebio, waved away by the referee. Advantage was played, still in possession is Nick Dehama. You can see Vieira back in the teams as well, partnered alongside his fellow companion in Ruud Gullit. That prime icon moment seems to be doing enough to justify.
Yeah, I think over Frankie de Jong, for me, potentially. Gullit you have to have in the team. That 94 Gullit is literally if you were going to build a midfielder from the ground up, it'd look like Ruud Gullit. Height, strength, pace, physicality. He can shoot, he can dribble. The weak foot, the skill moves. And Vieira's more of the sort of bully CDM, where he's going to get involved, he's going to get the tackle on the edge of the box, get the little touch here and there that's going to turn over possession.
Just be a bit of a nuisance, really, in the midfield.
You can see just in the line there for Nick, Vieira and Gullit are always free. Look how deep Vieira is, right there. Offering the pass if he needs to.
It's a case of
Just a
switching
little bit
it
too
side
passive
to
though, doesn't
side
it?
and slowly trying to compress the defence there of UC. If this could be dangerous, Mbappe look for that cut back into Ruud Gullit.
I just think potentially a more aggressive attacking player style would suit players, because a lot of FIFA players right now at the competitive level are getting comfortable playing and defending really slow. When someone actually just gets at them and runs at them and attacks them, you almost, it's surprising. You don't expect it.
We didn't expect the corners to, the crosses to be coming in that last game we saw.
Everyone just plays short. That's the sort of
no one crosses the ball. It's like when you go against the net, on the odd occasion you could grab yourself a goal. Half time, 0-0. I don't even want to say we've had a shot to cheer about so far. It hasn't been the most exciting first 45 minutes in this game. We'll look at some of the half-time stats in a second. They'll be on the screen in front of us. We saw some changes in the last game we saw. We saw Eusebio coming in half-time. Will we need to see anything here? This was the big chance of the game, and really, another day, you go 1-0 up here.
So you see Van Dijk running there. He ball rolled just too early. He took the momentum out of it. I think that pass is looking for R9 on the edge. As you alluded to, Brandon, 0 shots at half-time, but a stat that is impressive. Mania's got 99% passing accuracy at half-time.
How much possession did you have?
41%, I think. 99% is good, though.
You don't often see that.
It's one pass wrong.
I think the best we saw at some tournament, what, last year was at 97% over
roughly, yeah,
a certain leg. I think Megabit got an incredible stat like that previously.
Yeah, he had like 60% possession, 99% passing accuracy in one half.
Back underway in the second half. This is on the Xbox. We'll be going over to the PlayStation after this game. Florentin Levy up against Alarizarega. If it is at 0-0, it'll be all to play for in that PlayStation match. You said, Richard, it just seems a little bit too passive from Nick. It's left to right. It's get Vieira on the ball, get Gullit on the ball, and not really go any further forward than that. Is this the time to change it? R9 into Gullit.
Turned back, didn't it, with the attacker there. I thought for a second he could have turned and just snapped the shot away. Mania he'll not be panicking right now, but he'll be thinking, this is my home leg. I've got to make an impact on this game. This has been nothing from either player so far.
We saw it from Tony Cook last game in the nicest possible way in that first leg on PlayStation 4. He just didn't do anything really. He got dominated in possession. He had to defend a number of times, but all it took was one chance. It was Eusebio that came on, little cross into the box, and R9 put it into the back of the net. If Yusuf can just get a chance like that, at the moment, something has to change. It's just very defensive from him.
Yeah, extremely. There's really not been anything to talk about.
Oh,
that's nice.
Ball roll around the goalkeeper, and it's going to be Nick that breaks the deadlock. It certainly has been coming. And for us, Rich, it was a case of when is he going to break forward? When's he going to try and find that final ball? That was the chance he needed. R9, little ball onto the left foot. It doesn't matter which foot the ball's on for the Brazilian icon into the back of the net. 1-0, perfect time to score.
The ball roll made the goal right there.
Perfect.
I don't know if you heard that there. Levy just said the ball roll was perfect for Nick. You're going to see the replay here. Hullet driving forward with the ball. Played the pass into R9. That ball roll, the first time ball roll as well, he didn't take a touch and then try and ball roll, then try and turn his back to the man. It was pretty instinctive. Into feet, ball roll, shoot. All in one motion. When you've got a player with 98 pace, 98 dribbling, 97 shooting, like R9, it enables you to play like that. And this is the confidence that he's possessed right now. Already got one away goal. And he'll be thinking, I can get 2 or 3.
We've seen games decided in the league format on away goals. Why won't we see him here in the knockout stages in the final 8 of the Edivisie finals? So important, just puts pressure on your opponent. They have to come out in that second leg to even try and take the game into extra time. And honestly, we saw Tony Cox play out a 1-0 before. Levy's a player with rich history when it comes to the E-Divisie, I would like to say. He had a thing where he loved using Brazilian players for a period of time. It was about 2 seasons ago. How many Brazilian players will be in his team?
I saw Neymar.
This time round.
I had a chat to him earlier on today and he said he was using headliner Neymar in the final third.
Mbappe. Where can he go from here? 20 minutes left into this game, and it's a play style that we really have seen from him so far in this game, and I think even more he's going to be slightly more relaxed. He is leading by a goal.
He's happy with this result right now. At 0-0, he was trying to play like this to pull players out of position. He's happy to keep the ball. He's 1-0 up.
Yusuf hasn't had a sniff.
He's 1-0 down, he's got 11 men behind the ball.
Towards goal, he's not even registered a single shot on target. Will he find a second, Nick? You can see he's waiting patiently. Where's that ball going to come? Where's that final pass going to come? Pull it. Into R9, patient build-up. We even see one more attack forward from him. Sabio R9 around the edge of the box, waiting patiently. Will they be used? That's the question. Again, there's just so many PSV shirts back behind the ball. We understand you've got to defend, but when you want to go forward now, you're just trapped.
The thing is, you play drop back, you play overload ball side, you have low depth. When you turn the ball over, you had nobody was in front of the man who won the ball back, so then you've got to turn back, you've got to kick it left to right. And you see Nick's press, 2 or 3, charging down the ball, trying to mark the passing lines.
You heard it in the crowd there, the celebrations, they know that realistically, this is leg 1 over.
I really don't see Mania scoring as it is right now. There'd have to be a pretty substantial mistake. In the corner of Nick de Hamer.
I mean, I would love to see possession stats at full time now, Richard. Especially in Nick's favour, it's got to be in the 70s. He's dominated this half. He scored the goal, the all-important goal as well, to separate the 2 teams, move it into the Xbox game. It'll be M10 Levy up against Alarizarega on the PlayStation 4. Move free kick going back the other way. There you go. You can see how full we are here at the AFAS Live Arena in Amsterdam. Over 2,000 tickets sold. And slowly, more and more people, of course, will be joining us for the rest of the afternoon. And you can make changes now if you're Yusuf. There's just not really.
There's not enough time left.
There's no time, and especially what you've shown so far, in the nicest possible way, we haven't really seen anything going forward.
I mean, you're playing a knockout game in a quarter-final. You're the first game on in your leg. You're not going to register a shot. It's understandable that you might want to play defensive so you don't lose the entire series in the first leg, but you have to offer some sort of attacking threat.
It's a down that's on for Ronaldo. Cruyff.
He's not getting this ball back. It's game over. He's won 1-0.
And that will be game over. Referee, we've had our 2 minutes additional time. That's leg 1 concluded. And Nick with a 1-0 lead. Could have easily been 2 if we're being honest. He had that chance earlier into the first half, and it was an early ball roll. Maybe a little bit too early.
The goal itself, really, really quality. Really good bit of individual play from Nick de Hamer. But the overall game itself really didn't offer that much, to be honest. We've seen both first legs in the quarterfinals so far being 1-0 to the away team. It's all down to Alireza Regun right now for PSV. Has to win, has to score 2 goals against Levy in 1 leg of FIFA as well. Let's not forget that. If he scores 1, we will go to extra time, and that's keeping a clean sheet against Levy as well, who's been one of the best attacking players that we've seen in the Edivisie. To me, this is screaming FC Groningen going through to the semi-finals.
Well, it's going to be the same kind of formula, isn't it? We might even call it a winning formula shortly, where the away team goes and wins that first game. They've got the away goal. We know away goals are in use for the Eredivisie finals. Even if Alireza does win this next game by a 1-0, we go to extra time. If Levy, of course, gets a goal and he is leading by a 1-0, then it will go all the way right down to the wire, and he'll have to score 2 goals, Alireza Regun, to, of course, send them through to the semi-final stage. Well, they'll be waiting, of course, for either Ajax or ADO, then HAAG. And I think Nick could be a fan's favourite.
Interview taking place here with Nick de Hamer. He seems to be in a good bit of form, though, recently, and I have to say form is very, very important in FIFA, to have the confidence and the self-belief to come to tournaments and know that you're not going to get groups, you're not going to get swished, and that you can make a run in tournaments. This game that we're seeing right now on screen, there will be goals in it. Alireza Regun has to attack the game. He's 1-0 down. He's got PSV's life in the Edivisie on his shoulders.
We've also got 2 players as well, Richard, that have done a lot in the FIFA esports space, especially in the Netherlands as well over the years. Levy picked up that move to M10, obviously Mesut Ozil's esports organisation, and now represents FC Groningen. Alireza's played for PSV for a number of years now. He's a PlayStation 4 champion.
2-3 years now.
Back in 2018, you have to remember that. He's had experience on the live stage, had experience in the knockout stages. I think if there's one man that it falls on, Richard, to pull this around, it would be Alireza Regun. But FIFA 20 is different. The meta is different. Some players will play super defensive, as we've seen, and will happily sit on a 0-0 in the winning position or a 1-0 result.
I mean, it's tournament football, isn't it? Right now. Big fan in the crowd.
I think it was a shout for PSV. There was a few smiles.
It's great to see
on the bench there. I mean, I just love this from the teams. We're going to get this. Like, you normally have a coach and your teammate, but you always, for some teams, you get the one more on there. It's like, can I jump on the?
So you've got your coach.
Like
so
Ajax bring the fitness coach.
Yeah. So I'm asking you, as we wait to get this game underway. You've got your teammate. So say we're a team together. I'm sat behind you. We've got a coach who we agree on. Dave, by the way. Okay. Who's the +1? Who's the one to give you that little bit of hype?
Someone that could give you a bit of hype and get you up for the game. Oh, it's a tough one. Do you go pro player? Do you go family friend? Do you go
FIFA,
coach?
FIFA fan. We've already got a coach.
Yeah, we've already got the coach. Have you got one on the top of your mind? I really don't know.
There's a couple.
Go on.
I think someone like Alex Mantry could be big. Big name, big voice, good motivator. I mean, if I'm allowed Danny Hackerberg, I'll take Danny Hackerberg. But I might be playing against him.
I think Brian Hessing will be a good hype man as well. I mean, those guys will be in action a little bit later in the Edivisie. This is the perfect view as well on the match. Groningen are in front at this moment in time by a goal to nil.
4-4-2 in use here for Alaris Aragon, who only got 18 seconds left to make the changes. And Mbappe and Eusebio, the wide players. Zidane and Ruud Gullit as the two centre mids. And it's Neymar and Ronaldo as his two strikers. A very attacking team right there.
It's simple, Richard. He has to score goals. He has to score an early goal in this final. Match is underway. The second leg on PlayStation. Groningen leading by a goal to nil. It was an away goal that came in the first game. Nick scoring it. And now, it is all to do for Alaris Aragon if he wants to turn it around. If Levy can get an early goal, he could be in the driver's seat. As I said, he's a big fan of the Brazilian items in FIFA. What we saw in Singapore, I know it was on FIFA19, a different game completely, but it was total football we saw from him.
Yeah, some unbelievable stuff. He didn't play the meta. He just played calm passes in around the box, passing the ball into the back of the net. Tex actually came away from that game saying he's one of the best players he's ever played against.
Doesn't say that to many people. It's a Levy. Didn't mean much to him. He wanted to go the extra mile and grab those global series points, which would have been enough for him to even maybe look to push on to a grand final. Unfortunately, it didn't happen for him. It's a new season, though.
Also know Levy as Stereo status. Been around FIFA for a long time.
Here he comes now. Messi only got that left foot. He has got the right foot as well, which is a 4-star weak foot. The fans are crying out for a shot, and that's the shot. It's going to go straight into the back of the net. It's going to be our night.
What a pass from Lionel Messi right there. What a pass. We're going to see it on the replay right here. He just cut him open right there. Messi, unbelievable, threading the needle right there.
There's just something about this duo, Richard, that have gone about their business quietly this year in the Edivisie. They did start very slow indeed, but they finished the campaign in 4th. They looked strong. They knew they were going to the playoffs, and they knew they had to win that. The team they did beat was 3-0, Richard, and it was Heerenveen in the playoffs. A convincing scoreline, 3-0, didn't concede a goal, and at the moment haven't conceded a single goal at the Edivisie final so far. Just feel like they're a dark horse in the tournament.
Yeah, 100%. And what a semi-final it'll be if they get past PSV, Ajax get past ADO, then HAAG. We've got an Ajax Groningen semi-final. That could go either way.
It really could. And there'll be a lot of big celebrations as well, innit? Let's not forget that. We knew Alaris Aragon had to have a perfect start into this game, and it hasn't gone to the plan.
Worst possible start.
It really hasn't gone to the plan he would have wanted to follow. Conceding. Just after 5 minutes into this game, Edtem Levy looking to add fireworks to it with more goals. Who has looked just a lot more direct in the box. He's going to fall to Neymar. It's going to be defended well by the fellow Brazilian defender, Carlos Alberto.
The dribbling inside the box, really crisp right now from Levy. You see, he just flicked on overload ball side there. I think he's also striker drop back as well. Does Levy have equipped right now? You can see in the bottom left corner, just past the edge of the face cam. He keeps on playing the offside trap as well to squeeze his players higher up.
Nice from Mbappe, but he runs straight into Levy's. Mbappe is able to win the ball, not for too long, still in possession from a throw-in. This is end-to-end FIFA. 30 minutes gone. And Groningen in the driving seat. 2-0 up. €50,000 prize pot for the 8 teams that came into the tournament today. Global Series ranking points on the line as well. One of the major leagues as part of the Global Series. 850 points on for the winning team. Of course, the Season 2 still to play as well. So the points won't necessarily be distributed off the Season 1 performance. It will be a combined performance across the 2 seasons, but winning the Edivisie, they will certainly put you in good stead for it.
Yeah, it'll almost be banking the points, won't it? You'll not have them put into account yet, but it'll be... You'll know that if you win the Edivisie, you've only got to have a decent performance in Season 2, and then the 850 Global Series ranking points will be coming your way. That's per player as well. Looks a little bit lost, doesn't he, at the minute?
Grabbing those points in the Edivisie was Danny Visser and Brian Hessing. Again, Brian Hessing will be in action slightly later.
He looks a little bit lost for ideas. Alois Regon.
Celebrating every tackle as well, you don't blame him. He's Groningen. That's a mistake. Can he be capitalised on? It's Neymar that picks up the pieces. Has to be quick. Well done, Ruud Gullit. Every single tackle that's won, Rich, there's a crowd of people out there cheering it. Every single pass that's completed.
Here is Nick de Hamer. Saying, good job, let's go. Motivating his teammate in Levy. There's been a few astray passes now in the last 5 minutes for Levy.
It's just the small things as well, Richard. Winning the tackles, they might not mean much, but you're back in possession. That tackle could lead to an attack, then you're 3-0 up in this game.
A goal before half-time would be perfect for Alois Regon. A draw sends him through.
Those 2 away goals would mean everything. R9. Again, just back yourself. Go on the right foot.
Yeah, I think a finesse right there. R9 curling finesse into the corner. He's a pretty viable way of scoring right there, in all honesty. Very interesting team from Alois Regon as well. He's playing Hullet and Vieira as his 2 DMs, and then Zidane has his central cam. And it almost seems a little bit defensive from me. Zidane is one of those players that can play CDM if you require him to, but at central cam, I don't know if he's got the agility and the balance and the overall play that you want from a Pele or a Lionel Messi. Messi not even in the team. He's on the bench.
Did Ronaldo score the goal? I'd like to say he did. Maybe it was Kylian Mbappe instead. There's no Ronaldo on the pitch.
He's on the bench and he's got an 8.0 rating, so he brought him off.
Yeah, man.
Oh, he brought off 3 players, in fact. Eusebio, Cristiano and R9 Ronaldo coming off. And
Cruyff, Pele and Neymar introduced.
interesting triple change on the other side of that, as you said before. Ali Rizza needs some goals, and he's brought off Eusebio and Ronaldo. What do you make of these half-time changes? We normally see these about 60th minute in the game.
Yeah, well, it's Zidane coming on at central cam, which I said I wasn't really that big of a fan of. Back into his team now is Alois Regon. He's put Zidane back to left CDM. He's brought Kylian Mbappe on as sort of the right cam in that team. And he's brought Cristiano Ronaldo back on. So it's 99 Ronaldo playing left cam, R9 Ronaldo up top, Mbappe right cam, and then Neymar central cam for Alois Regon. So maybe he heard me and said that Zidane weren't a very good cam. He's more of a DM.
That's what you're asking a lot of him as well in that cam role.
He can do it, but
there's better players
maybe at
out
weekend
there.
league, maybe at Div Rivals Revel, not in an event. You want Zidane at CDM, where he can move forward with the ball like Hullet can, but he's also physical enough presence that he can defend.
Switch of play. 50 minutes on the clock. Eredivisie needs 2 goals, as we keep saying, to turn this game around. Big tackle gets the roars of the crowd here in Amsterdam. PSV, you can see, clearly aren't the favourites from the fans in this game. Chance needs this one, finesses it. Allison, big save.
Yeah, it had to go in. In reality, for Eredivisie, what a chance. Allison equal to it.
That goes in, Richard. Massive. Time is ticking away.
Hullet's had to be brought out to fullback here, and Mbappe has got pace, but look at prime moments, Hullet. He's honestly a joke of a player.
See teammate Nick cheering that pass as well. Big switch of play from left hand. Side of the field all the way over to the right back. Just seems like he's finding all the gaps at the moment in the midfield and the defence of Eredivisie. Does win the ball back though.
Hullet chasing Mbappe again. Robertson brought in field with the overload ball side. Tactic.
Lekker. Lekker, man.
I'm going to guess that lekker means let's go.
I think you'd be correct, Richard Buckley. You can hear Nick every single time. A little tackle's won by M10 Levy. Seems like the chemistry's there between both of them. Certainly a team to watch out for. They are just under 30 minutes away from ensuring that they will be into the semi-final stages. They seem like the fans' favourites as well. Of course, we haven't seen Ajax yet even compete.
I think Ajax and HERACLES are probably the two fan favourites, I'd say. But Groningen's got it. The Ultras are in town.
They must have brought a coach up.
Oh, 100%. Minibus.
I'm sure HERACLES did as well. I saw Brian Hesse's Instagram, and there was definitely some sort of coach that was full of fans that will be travelling down to this event. Remember, they'll be in the quarterfinals in action after this game. Up against WILLEM 2. 20 minutes left. Something has to give. PSV need goals. Zidane, back to Neymar. It's a case of trying not to be unpredictable. A drag back, a ball roll, something in there just to try and mix up this midfield defence, because it's not being broken down at the moment.
Every tackle, every turnover of possession, celebrated by these fans. Celebrated by Nick. As a third goal would certainly seal the victory for FC Groningen.
We have to talk about it again, Richard. I don't think we've honestly had a shot on target from PSV.
In 2 legs.
That's a team that's absolutely dominated possession, dominated the match. From the first minute to the 90th minute in the first game, and from the first minute to near the 80th minute in this game, it has really been on FC Groningen. Can it change? In Vieira, he might be in centre-back, but he can still do the job that is required of him.
Yeah, Vieira centre-back, it's something we're seeing more and more from players, especially with the prime moments now as well. With the stat improvements across the board, he's even more viable at centre-back than the prime was.
9 minutes left. Groningen. Looks like they'll be in the semi-finals, and they'll be waiting for either Ajax or ADO Den Haag to match them up in the final 4. Defensively, it's been perfect. Going forward when they've needed to score, they've been able to. Can they find one more to finish this game? I don't think they'll honestly be able to on that occasion. Zidane in the way.
Chance to counter. Carlos Alberto, solid as ever at the back. He's going to be a staple now of pros teams with these unlocked accounts, that 94. Rated icon moments fullback. This could be the game.
This could be game over. Watch towards the back post. He's gone into Messi, who's very much on that left foot. It's not going to matter. It's a perfect finish. And it's a perfect 2 legs of FIFA from FC Groningen. They'll be in the semi-finals.
Those fans ecstatic with that result. And 2 games in a row where we've had a 1-0 win in the first leg and a 2-0 win in the second leg. PSV crashing out of the tournament in the quarter-finals. And FC Groningen will be moving forward. What a performance from Levy and Nick.
3-0 on aggregate. They've defended well, Rich. Every time they've gone forward and they look like they're going to score, they have scored. Be nothing more than a consolation if Ali Rizzi can try and break down the team name. Oh, that's cheeky. Straight into hands of Allison. And to be honest, I'll take you back. I was questioning Messi from the edge of the box there on his left foot. We know how good he is. He backed himself up with a finish straight into the left-hand corner. Added time of just 2 minutes. We know 2 teams that will be in the final 4. We've still got to find 2 more teams. Still 2 quarter-finals to come up. And unfortunately, it will be the end of road for PSV. Yusuf and Ali Rizzi crash out of the Edivisie finals. The FC Groningen move on, and they move on in style, Richard. 3-0 win, defended well, and more importantly, they just controlled the game.
I mean, the possession, dominant, and it really was a very professional performance from these 2 players. I don't know if you saw at the bottom of the screen then, the next game that's going to be coming up, Brandon, it's going to be AJAX against ADO Den Haag around 3:15. So for anybody watching in the UK, 2:15, 3:15 for the rest of Europe. But what a game that is going to be.
It's going to be a fantastic game. Of course, it will be Ajax, say the home favourites. We're literally like 10 yards away from, if you go outside of this AF's live arena, from the, obviously, of course, the Johan Cruyff Stadium. They're going to be the home favourites. AOD Den Haag is one of the penalty shootout in the playoffs to get themselves into this stage. It's going to be a fantastic game. We'll be back in a few minutes' time to bring you all the action from our 3rd quarter-final here at the Edivisie finals. Welcome back once again to the E-Divisie Grand Finals here live in Amsterdam. We've played 2 quarterfinals already. We know 2 teams that are already moving through to the semi-finals as well. And as you can hear by that big roar, the home club are here. Ajax will be in action in this next quarterfinal. The duo of Paps and Danny Hackerberg, coached by Bas Romans. They're going to be up against ADO, Den Haag, Richard Buckley. How did they get there, I hear you ask? It was via a penalty shootout in the playoffs. Ajax, they might have started off quite poor in the first few weeks, but they won the league. They came top of the pile, didn't have to go through playoffs, and this is the team that they're going to be facing up against.
Listen,
will it go to penalties this time? I'm not too sure.
To those boos right now, and the whistles and the jeers around this stadium. They are in enemy territory, I should say.
Yeah.
Ajax, the fans' favourites. You can hear all of those people behind us. There's people stood up. You've got fan groups. You've got their favourites.
The thing is, though, you have to deliver, Richard. When you're here, and there's that many Ajax fans that have turned up, they have backed it up in the league. They did finish top in the end after 17 games, 41 points. They were 2 points clear of HERACLES. And we've been on a bit of a journey with Danny Hackerberg ever since he first signed for the club, ever since the first ever Ziggo E battle. When he plays his FIFA in Amsterdam, he thrives. Playoffs in the Global Series. Played superbly well there. Ziggo E battles. He won it.
Yeah, he won the FEWC qualifiers as well to qualify for FIFA 17. He's been a grand finalist 3 years in a row. Is he going to make it 4 years with FIFA 20? He's won the Draft Story Cup this year as well.
He's just one of the most consistent FIFA players, Richard. And you always say it as well. He's a player that, if you're looking to sign a FIFA player that is going to make the grand finals, it's going to be Danny Hackerberg that is going to go and do that for him. He actually signed the longest ever professional FIFA esports contract with Ajax across 3 years, which is massive for any club to do so.
We're going to hear an English answer.
We're trying to listen to him. This is Paps, obviously, who got drafted into the team, obviously from Team Bundled. Represented Arsenal in the E-Premier League last year, if you did watch that tournament. Did I just hear Ranners?
Did I hear Ranners? Or wait, Shells?
Was it Shells or Ranners? I'm trying to work out who is here. I know that obviously Paps would have brought a friend or two over with him. It could be Shells. He did qualify for Manchester City yesterday in the E-Premier League. If it is,
it's a great effort.
I'll tell you what, that's unbelievable effort that is. Coming over to Amsterdam today to support him in this huge knockout game. If you wonder what they're playing for, it's a €50,000 prize pot. It really is going to go anywhere today. Of course, we're taking you through the quarterfinals, the semi-finals, and the grand finals. The way it's actually going to be played, Rich, it's going to be kicking off on PlayStation first. It'll be Paps, of course, kicking things up against Danny Hazebrock, who used to actually play for FC Utrecht. Yep. Knocked out the tournament in the quarterfinals, the first game that we did commentate on, but they left it in a very dramatic way to qualify for this tournament, Rich. It was a penalty shootout in the playoffs, and it came up against VVV Venlo. It was a 2-2 game. It went to a penalty shootout, and the scenes.
I actually had the opportunity to cover the highlights from that game as well, and enthralling seeing the penalty shootouts. A lot of misses in that penalty shootout as well. And
I think Danny got more excited, who's speaking right now, and he wasn't even the one taking the penalties.
Yeah, they're stepping up right now, and they're going into the Lions Den. #1 seed in Ajax. Won the league, you'd say, the group format. They were top of the pile, so they arguably got the easiest seed out of the 8 players and 8 teams, I should say, qualified for this knockout phase.
Well, I hate to bring back bad memories, Richard Buckley, but Curtis Poole, also known as Paps, did beat Danny Hazebrook 3-0.
Bob there as well on the stage.
When they played. It actually looks like Danny's going to be kicking things off. We thought it was PlayStation first. There's Bob on the stage. He's just arrived. There you go. We thought it was PlayStation first. It will be Xbox. Danny Hackerberg up against Van der Villa. His full name, Jens van der Fleer. If I pronounced that one correctly.
Van der Fleer up against Danny. What we've seen so far Doesn't spell well for Ajax. They're the home team in this first leg. In the other 2 quarterfinals, it's been the away team who have won the first leg 1-0. They've then won the second leg 2-0 with 3-0 victories in both of the other quarterfinals. Will it follow suit, or will Ajax, the fan favourites,
I mean,
upset the script?
I'm lucky they can't hear me right now, but they have to win this tournament.
Oh, have to.
They have to win this Edivisie tournament. It's in their home patch. It's Xbox to kick things off, and away we go. Ajax up against ADO Den Haag. Ajax top the group. First place finish. What's happening here? 1 touch, 2 touch. I think Danny just trying to get used to the ball, apparently. I know Coach Bass said to pass the ball, but I don't think he meant pass the ball that close for that long.
I think we've seen Danny do that quite a lot, actually. I think it might be a comforting thing, because you're also warming up your hands. This sounds ludicrous, but you're spamming A, right? A, over and over and over and over again. You're getting the circulation going to your thumbs.
I'll tell you something Danny does
love.
love.
Are you on board?
I mean, I understand it, because you just want to get a feel on the ball, how the configuration's feeling, how much power is going into some of your passes. But on top of that, Danny loves to find out something that works in FIFA. He was playing long balls, I remember, that were working for him in qualification. I don't know how they were going into the back of the net, but they worked for the Ajax man. As we said, it was a very slow start to proceedings in the Edivisie, in the league table. They weren't flying high at the beginning. It was Vitesse and HERACLES that were able to battle out in the top 2. And then Ajax slowly but surely up their game. And you can see they're the home favourites. And why wouldn't they be? We're next door to the Johan Cruyff Arena. We know how big on social media Ajax are and how they just go about FIFA esports in the right way.
Oh, 100%. You look at what they managed to accomplish with their players throughout the years. Danny, Koen Weiland, Bob, Joey, Tor, Gabinho right now. They're building an empire, aren't they? They just need that one huge trophy. Whether it's a FUT Champions Cup, whether it's a FEWC title, a Club World Cup.
You know, let's be realistic, Richard. It would have hurt him deeply last year, Danny, not even getting to the Edivisie final. Obviously being in the E-Tribune, being the Xbox champion. He wasn't able to do it last year. It was Brian Hessing that won, who is still in the tournament. And it was Danny Vizza from Pec Zwolle of last year who won the PlayStation 4. Before that, Danny was a 2-time E-Divisie winner.
Dominated this tournament, didn't he?
This was his tournament. His name's been on that trophy twice before. He'll want to get it on there for a 3rd time already in his FIFA career. This is his opportunity. It's what he's kind of built his reputation on in the Dutch scene, being a Dutch champion, not once but twice, representing Ajax to the highest level. 20 minutes gone, can he get the first chance of the game? R9 with a shot. Fantastic block from Virgil van Dijk out. It goes for a corner.
Let's talk about his teammate for a little bit as well, Paps. He's come in, doesn't speak Dutch, English speaking, FIFA player. They brought him in on loan, and as part of Team Bundled, they've got that working relationship, Ajax and Bundled. He's done a fantastic job. There was a period of time where Danny wasn't winning games.
That could be a mistake. If he can cut it back inside to Messi, he's going to get back to Messi, and it just felt a little bit rushed in the end, didn't it?
He went near post as well, and I don't know if that was the right play.
Corner into the box, and that's the opening goal for Ajax. Danny Hakkeberg gets this arena rocking with an opening goal for Ajax early on.
What did I say? Heading isn't as bad as people are making out. If you can get a free header on the ball, if you can get a Ronaldo on it, if you can get a good header of the ball, it's really not as bad. One of the recent patches was improving the shots from tighter angles, and that right there, perfect example.
I believe that is Danny's parents there, front row of the arena. His mum's travelled around the world with him, supporting in competitive FIFA tournaments. We've been saw him back at the Ziga where he bad saw, and I tell you what, that could have easily been an equaliser there.
Yeah, Van der Fleer straight from kickoff, looking to hit Danny where it hurts. But as we were alluding to, he didn't start the best, did Danny? And perhaps in the early stage of the Edivisie, was picking up the points that sort of keep Ajax mid-table.
It was Paps that was keeping the ship afloat. In all honesty, the points he was picking up, because Danny was dropping games. He wasn't sometimes even winning games. He was drawing them, but Paps was able to finish them off. 1 goal, 2 goal, and overall, as you know, it was an aggregate scoreline, as it is right now.
And Paps isn't the most energetic player. You saw when that goal went in, he was up on his feet. Do you think a bit of Danny's rubbing off on him?
I think it truly could be. We've even seen that from Lev Vinken, Richard. Obviously teammates with Brian Hessing.
Yeah.
Lev Vinken, quite a relaxed, calm character that you normally won't see
Even break a smile while he's playing.
too much from. Pull it.
Ja.
Into Mbappe, this could be 2, watch the back post, it's on, oh, and it's 2 for Danny Hakkeberg. And you can see exactly what it means to him. I mean, what is there to say for Coach Bass right now? Don't get carried away.
Actually, Bob getting in there, maybe just telling Danny to calm down, but the dink to the back post, it was so open. And R9 slotting in for Danny. Perfect start for Ajax here in the Edivisie. 2-0 up in the first leg. And they're making it look so easy right now. We're not even played a half of FIFA.
Richard, if you're in the position of Van der Villa,
You want the world to eat you up.
not just that, you've got a crowd. I'd say a good 80% of them are against you as Ajax fans, and you're losing 2-0. You've got Danny standing up and shouting in your face when you score a goal.
You've probably got
You're going to feel intimidated, aren't you?
You've probably got about 1,000 people booing you.
Niet stoppen, Danny.
I just feel like as a player, you'd want to hide away.
Yeah.
And you can't.
Gewoon naar die voorwaartse afschermen.
The perfect way to silence that crowd, what is it to do? Score.
Laatste aanval zelfs.
How can you hear a wild Bas Romans in the background?
Hij gaat weer naar voren. Zijn helft, rustig bouwen.
Not a scoop what he's saying.
I can't translate Dutch, but when Paps is playing, we will be able to hear exactly what's being said. Of course, it will be English language being spoken to him as an English player that has had to fly over a number of times. And you look at the schedule that he's had, obviously being drafted into this Ajax team, an unbelievable opportunity to grow his personal brand as a FIFA player, to get amongst the history that Ajax has as a club.
Plenty of air miles as well.
Sure he did. The question is which airlines he's been flying with the most. He's probably been flying out of London. We'll ask him that question another day. We have got a stick mic here. Hopefully we can get someone on the desk for an interview a little bit later. There's one Ajax fan in the crowd who I'm sure was very happy. 2-0 up.
And the Ajax fans who have filtered into this arena will be thrilled with what they've seen so far.
And what a first 45 minutes this has been. Arne Ronaldo, not once, but twice, Richard. One from a corner and one from a cross.
What a character Bass is.
Do you know what I love about him the most?
I'm
He
going to-
always
I'm go-
rocks up in a
Yeah,
Blazer
you were
shirt.
about to say that. And the shoes, look at the shoes.
He's one of the nicest guys as well you'll meet in the competitive FIFA scene.
Look at this reaction from Danny and Papsity. I love how it goes. Really, really sort of over the moon with Papsity. And then with Bob, it's a little bit more casual. Then with Bass, it's just a handshake. Well done.
Danny needs that person that can hype with him, though. He's a player that loves to live up for the hype, loves the big goals.
Big hit, his big occasion. Big game player is Danny. He is, you take the Didier Drogba of FIFA esports. He loves the big match. The bigger the occasion, the better Danny plays, in my opinion.
He's on his home patch as well right now in Amsterdam.
Goed, Danny.
Good job.
En haal die bal
Zie je.
eruit.
Plaudits for Danny's defending there. He's not done everything. No, shot comes in once. It will come in again, maybe, of Ronaldo Vieira. Able to do enough and a chance to counter-attack.
Pretty fortunate that ball bouncing around the box and it managed to fall the way of the red and white shirts of Ajax. Really interesting that the prime icon moments have changed teams so much. Carlos Alberto
pushed Trent out of the team,
eradicated Trent completely from the squads.
I've seen Vieira back in the team as well when it's centre-back. Some people obviously putting him in CDM and pushing out Frankie de Jong. This is a great chance for Radio Den Haag. It doesn't come to anything other than a goal kick for Ajax. Fantastic performance so far, and it's certainly been the theme we've seen, Richard, of just strong opening performances and not many goals being conceded.
It's a one-legged game of FIFA, isn't it? We saw it at the Club World Cup, a very similar format. You can't afford to suffer a heavy defeat in your one-legged game because it's not fair to your teammate. If you go out and you lose your first match 3-0, you're basically saying to your teammate, yeah, good luck with that. It's like you're doing a cooking challenge together. You put the food in the oven. I accidentally leave it in, it comes out burnt, and then I just go to you, yeah, fix that for me, please. You can put your icing sugar on it, but you're not going to save it.
Mate, isn't it? I've had your cooking before. Nothing saving that.
Top notch.
30 minutes left. Just a goal, Richard. It would be an away goal. The ADO Den Haag could take into the second leg. Just a goal, an away goal.
Massive, yeah.
The last time these two actually did play, it was 0-0. This was week 15 of the Edivisie, so the final few weeks of the tournament. Let me get that goal. Here's a chance from, what's that back post? It's R9. Fantastic defending again. Two players in the way to make that original block.
Do you think Van der Vlier's getting a little bit sort of streamlined when he's attacking? He seems very much, as soon as he gets into the box, as soon as he falls to R9's feet, he's shooting.
He's already made his decision before the ball gets there. I mean, Messi was at the back post, Richard. He was waiting for it. Get him on his left foot. We know what he can do, even on his right foot. It might be a 4-star weak foot, but it's Messi, for God's sake. Put him in front of goal. If anything, the best thing I'm translating right now in Dutch is just see this game out at 2-0. Keep possession. Wear down your opponent.
The early
You're in control.
The early blitz was the difference maker from Danny. First half, 2 goals in what? 15 minutes of each other. As he does go into the substitutions right now. R9 coming off. Neymar coming on. Johan Cruyff also featuring. Poignant. For that was ADO Den Haag.
This is the thing as well, like when a FIFA player normally goes into their team management, it's you that makes the changes. It's very much a communal effort here with Ajax.
You literally just heard every single change you made. Mane on, Eusebio coming on.
And this is with 19 minutes left. Anyone at home right now be thinking, you won the game. Why are you worried about changes now?
Run out of time. Does only have 45 seconds to make the changes. Sadio Mane coming on out wide. And also, moments Eusebio.
18 minutes left. It's been perfect so far from the home club here in AFAS Live in Amsterdam. Johan Cruyff has been introduced. So ADO Den Haag, they need a goal, they need something to hold on to. Time's running out.
Zambrotta even used for ADO Den Haag here. It's Vieira in at centre-back. Huge pressure for Danny Harzberg in the next game.
One more goal for Danny would put this game to bed before we've even started the second leg. Of course, if each game was across 2 legs on each console, it could be a different story, but there really isn't much time left, especially in a best-of-1, Richard. This is what we see from Danny. Gets more mature in his performances, looking for a third. Mbappe, massive save, Alisson.
Yeah, he went for the near post. with Team of the Year Kylian Mbappe. Surprised he's not whipped this straight in.
Vieira, he's not going to be the man to take a shot.
After he scored the goal earlier from the corner.
He's the one to just get Van Dijk back in position as well. He is back in position now. Ronaldo will pick it up again. Will fall back to Cristiano Ronaldo.
Snatched shot inside the box. Very fortunate the ball bouncing back to him. Was Danny. Van der Fleer.
Oh, this could be in trouble. This could be 3. Ronaldo's going to wait for it on the edge of the box as well. He tries to disguise the pass. It's back to Alisson. He was able to stay composed. All played out by Zambrotta as well.
One of the goals came from the corner, which before that mistake out of the back from Van der Fleer, that led to the goal.
I mean, that could have been 3-0 for Danny.
You had that one right there. That could have been 3-0 game over.
We'll get one more chance. Surely just offside. That's exactly what's going to happen to Sadio Mane. Referee, 2 minutes have been played. It's full time in leg number 1. It's been an impressive performance from the home team in the first leg. Danny Hackerberg, 2 times Eredivisie champion, kicks this quarter-final off as he means to go on. Referee, that full-time whistle, please. And there it is. Perfect start from Danny Hackerberg. 2-0. It's in Paps's hands now.
Giving Papsy the best potential chance of sending Ajax through to the semi-finals. A great opening performance from Danny. 2-0, 2 goals in the first 40 minutes as well for Danny. Really solid outing from Danny Hackerberg, the big-time player.
Yeah.
Doing it again.
We know that Jens is obviously foot verified, 363rd he sits in the Global Series rankings, but that wasn't a performance to remember for him from the man from ADO Den Haag. It's all up to his teammate now. Danny Hazelbrook played for FC Utrecht last year in the Edivisie, picked up his move this year to ADO. It's massive. This will be the biggest game he will play, not just this year, potentially in his FIFA season, on the stage that he's on with the thousands that are here as well in attendance.
And look, it all comes down to if Papsy scores. If Papsy scores, gets an away goal, this game's done. This game's over, because the away goal will kill everything. However, if Danny Hazelbrook can get a goal and just give himself a little bit of confidence, in the first half especially, we could be on for a shock right now.
As you said, if that away goal goes in, it's curtains.
When I'm not saying it's going to happen, but this Ajax team, you've got Danny, who's the ultimate big game player. Papsy, we've really not seen much about him. Qualified for the first 2 FUT Champions Cups, FUT Champions Cup 1, FUT Champions Cup 2. Went out in both of those.
In Swiss, yep.
Before he probably should have, with how good his qualifying was. He went 9-0 in the first FUT Champions Cup qualifying. Do you know what I mean? So,
but he did save this Ajax team with the Edivisie.
But this is the big stage right now. We're not playing league matches where if you lose, you lose 3 points. If you lose this, you're going home. And no one's remembering.
Playing knockout football, aren't we?
So I do think he will go through, and I think it'll be a good performance from him, but could the occasion potentially get to him? It's not something that he's probably comfortable with and he's probably used to.
As I said, it's the biggest stage that he would have played on. A lot of these guys, as we know. Outfit Champions Cup, they're mostly closed events, not open to the public. This is on another level here in Amsterdam right now. And yeah, credit to the league, DreamHack, getting this tournament as it is underway. And I can't wait for how we proceed on to the semi-finals, Richard, and into that final as well, to see how things start to turn around, how the fans start to get maybe a little bit more rowdy. But the key thing is Ajax have to stay in this tournament if it wants to get to that level, because there is the possibility, looking at the bracket, that we could have an Ajax up against HERACLES Grand Final. It would be Lev against, of course, Paps, and it would be Danny against Brian Hessing. It would be a grudge match for everyone to watch.
100%. Danny versus Lev. I mean, Danny versus Brian Hessing, especially after last year, with him not going through. Just Lev versus Danny in general. Whenever those two teams come up against each other, if it's individuals, if it's clubs. In an 11-a-side game, if Danny versus Lev is on the field with each other, your eyes are on that. It's like the Messi versus Ronaldo debate. Who's the best Dutch player? Is it Lev? Is it Danny?
Who is the best to represent their country? I know the nations will be coming up as well. I know Lev was not happy last year, of course. Didn't win the qualification process in the nations to try and qualify for the Netherlands. Did lose in the knockout stages, and it was, of course, Bob that did win that on PlayStation. It was Danny that matched up with him. That tournament will be coming up again. It will be in Denmark, of course, as part of the Global Series. Here's the chances back from those previous games. That was the goal that Danny scored. 2-0 up. He's in a comfortable position right now after 36 minutes. He was in cruise control. And now it's all down to his teammate in Paps. Has he got it in him to hold on to this lead? We said it perfectly. You join Ajax, you become immersed in Ajax.
You become a fan, don't you? I believe we are ready to get into the game. We are loading up right now. Den Haag versus Ajax. It was a 3-0 victory when they matched up in the group stages for Paps. Danny Hazerbrook needs to pull out the performance of a lifetime to send ADO Den Haag into the semi-finals to meet Groningen.
It wasn't a strong group phase from them, Richard. 12th they finished in the league, 21 points to their name. Very close to actually falling out of the top 14. We're underway now. ADO Den Haag need 2 goals. They are the home team in this game. If Ajax get 1 goal, that's a huge away goal, and I mean that Danny Hazerbrook will have to get 4 goals, of course, to get himself back in front. Even if he was drawing 3-3, the away goal ruling would still send him out the tournament.
Simply cannot concede. I don't know if you saw in the bottom right corner for Paps. There was striker drop back and overload ball side, both implemented for him.
Just remember as well that we'll try and listen in where we can in the Ajax booth, because they will be speaking English to Paps. Not fluent in Dutch just yet.
I imagine he's learning though.
I mean, if he plays well here and they go and win the tournament, if he's not getting a contract, I will go and ask questions myself. It's deserved.
100%. I don't think anyone's going to argue that.
Even to the end of the FIFA 20 season. 2-0.
Go to his half, Curtis. You have to keep the ball in there.
Yeah, from Coach Bass, they get the ball in his half and keep the ball in there. See Andy Robertson happy to jump into the half of Hazerbrook. That's Danny Hazerbrook, played for FC Utrecht last year in the Edivisie. Patient build-up from Paps. A goal would probably kill this game. We'll defend it. The first time that Danny's been on the ball.
First real time as well that we're hearing Coach Bass live in action, Brandon. A lot of the time the coaches aren't mic'd up and you can't actually hear
off the sideline
what they're being said, but it's a great opportunity right now to hear what Coach Bass offers Danny in the usual season and what he's offered Paps here throughout the Edivisie.
It's just the way that these two have been able to gel as well. You can see the respect they have for each other on social media. And it's no surprise after 17 weeks of Edivisie League action, the journey that they both went on after not the best start.
You got
Don't need me to tell them that. But then to finish in top of the pile, chasing Vitesse, chasing HERACLES, and then finishing top of the pile. Paps now. This would really push him on.
Should be the game.
Other events this year. Global Series points are on the line as well. You win this tournament, you could maybe be looking at playoffs. He's in a fantastic position at the moment in the Global Series rankings. Currently 28th on the PlayStation. Vieira There's that killer ball. He's waiting for R9. There's R9. Which way's he going to go on that right boot? Oh, he's done so well. We thought it was in. Danny thought it was in.
I know. I have the same. Don't worry. Come on.
He's gonna make changes now. Keep possession
Massive
of the corner.
chance for R9.
Just the way he just paused a little bit on the ball there and then moved on to the left boot.
Goodness. Keep doing this, bro.
Op zo'n moment als nu moet je juist die corner kort spelen, want dan zie je meteen of hij druk gaat zetten.
Fascinating insight
Curtis,
right there.
if you play the ball short, you immediately see if he's gonna pressure you. If you change something, you know that immediately.
You saw the changes coming out from Hazebrook.
It's one of the only events in the year in which we get players mic'd up, and it's a fantastic insight, as you said, to what is being said by these players, both the good and the bad.
Saw it last week at the Club Cup, and some fascinating stuff coming out of that event. And now with the Edivisie, I do think, I personally, I think this should be done worldwide on the Global Series. You're getting insight that you can't get otherwise anywhere else. People want to know why these pro players are so good. You'll hear it from themselves, from their coaches.
Good. Just over a third played in this game. Goalless. Danny Hazebrook needs to get something moving. Perhaps could have easily been 1-0 up. He got in the right area of R9. Forced Danny to make a few changes. Can those changes make the difference for him? Even if he draws this, he'll still be in the semi-finals.
Yeah, still a massive undertaking needed for Hazebrook. But he snatched the ball back there with Eusebio from Papsity in the transition phases. This is where FIFA needs to be played. You're playing the transitions. If you win the ball off your opponent, that's the transition. You have to make it count.
A goal before half-time for ADO. Den Haag would be massive. Just a goal, it just gives you so much confidence. I know I can break down my opponent. I know I can create chances. Is that the chance? Cristiano Ronaldo, quite a negative touch. Back the other way, Ronaldo. This is a chance. What a save, Alisson.
Needed to get low to his right-hand side there, did Alisson, because that was goal-bound from Cristiano.
Let's attack, come on.
Last attack of the half. He will get it. Added time. Will follow. Mbappe trying to make a run going forward. He tried to pick it out, but it's a little bit
Rushed it,
ambitious.
It was a little rushed. And Hazebrook right now in this game, he's honestly, he's not out of this by any stretch. 2 goals and he wins.
This is the chance now. R9 again, Alisson. 2 huge saves. Corner played in, it's direct. It's towards the front post, it's going to fall back to Eusebio. Surely to finish it, we got a game on our hands.
I said, this game is nowhere near finished. The 2 goals were home goals that man on your screen, Danny Hackleberg, scored. All he has to do is score 2.
Have got a game on our hands. What a way to end these first 45 minutes. Incredible stuff. If the camera comes back on us, you can share it to the chat if you want.
I will share it if the camera comes back.
Rich has just been delivered a nice little snack by some of the catering team here. Rich, do you just want to... It does look like a Scotch egg, but we're not too sure exactly. It's a what? It's a bitterball.
Is that cheese?
Do you want to try it?
What, live on stream?
Go on, try it. They want to see it.
They want to see it.
Go on.
Not really.
Out of 10?
2?
Would you?
Dirty water.
You want a bit of water? There's about 5 in there, Rich. They're going to keep you going for the next 45 minutes. You're going to enjoy them, aren't you?
We're getting back into the game. Go to
Right,
gameplay.
we're jumping back into the game. Richard will be joining us back in the commentary in a sec. He's having a little drink of water. Ooh. We're all being very well looked after here in Amsterdam. A few little snacks, Richard, in the commentary booth. At least you tried it, mate.
Live on stream. That's the content that I can provide.
It's just a little half-time snack, isn't it, in this game?
Yeah, I used to get Jaffa cakes when I was playing football. Now I get this.
Well, here we go. Danny Hazebrook has got an unbelievable opportunity on his hands. He's trailing by 2 goals to 1. But he scored a big goal before the first 45 minutes. He scores again. When the game ends 2-0, we will go to extra time with an aggregate scoreline of 2-2, all square.
Do you know who plays extra time? Would it be, I think, is it perhaps it, or does it go back to...
I think it stays on the second console.
Okay.
ADO Den Haag have created chances. It was once, twice. It was defended well by Papsity, and then the ball just rebounded into Eusebio. Could have easily took the first shot, instead dropped the shoulder. Was able to smash it to the back of the net in the end. Mbappe now.
And there's been a mentality change as well.
Ronaldo. That goal was giving him something to hold on to. He's showboating in and around the box. Didn't really need that.
Until that goal goes in, he feels as though he's got a massive uphill battle. Right now, it's 1 goal. It's literally 1 goal. 2 goals he goes through. The thing is, he cannot concede.
Keeper's off his line. It'll be crazy to take the shot there. He hasn't taken it. Good decision from him. See, Danny can barely watch behind him. Head in hand moments a few times.
Nervous himself.
And it's a rarity that, from what we see in the Edivisie, it's normally Papsity that's putting in the big performances. This occasion, it's Danny. In that live crowd environment.
What did I say before the game started?
He's a big game player.
I'm not only here for my good looks. I do provide good insight.
Paul's cued by Hazelbrook.
Nu moet hij de bal van zo lang houden, want hij kan niet zitten. Zie je dat?
Shout for those runners. It's Messi and R9, just on the edge of the
Messi on
box.
the edge.
Messi.
Daarom is het belangrijk.
If he scores this, it'll be a massive away goal. Would literally make this tie over. Would conclude the tie.
Virgil van Dijk. Huge last-ditch block to keep Hazebrook in this match.
I don't think it's something we've appreciated as well, Richard. If Danny does concede, it really is game over. It's an away goal.
Yeah, that's exactly it. If Papsity scores, that's why he can't just sit on this lead. He has to somewhat go forward to offer the threat.
Carlos Alberto completely out of position, more of a CDM role at the moment.
Look how high his fullbacks are.
Mbappe's had to just drop into right back for now. Carlos Alberto
mate,
still
come
struggling
on.
to get back into position.
The mini-map, he's got players going forward. It's pretty much a 3 against 3 at the back.
It's Vieira of all people. Trying to get the ball forward. There's Vieira there. He's saying, Mbappe, just swap positions with me. Finally, it does happen. A big switch of play. Another day, R9 might fancy a leap in the air on that. I honestly don't think he's going to let him have a pause. See some players try and do that. If you do let him have it with about 5 minutes left. Messi.
After conceding a goal.
And that would be the best way to score a third on aggregate. 18 minutes left.
Nice.
This is nice. There's numbers forward. It's R9. It's R9. It's absolutely perfect. And you can just see the relief for Baptiste as well. He needed that goal.
I think there was a pretty poor offside trap used back there for Hazerbrook.
Stop getting behind the text, bro.
No, it's like this is
We're looking at the
maybe Eusebio for Messi.
side of Den Haag right now, Eusebio. And just see, Anan has so much space. He's on constant pressure right now. And that's a release
Come back on the camp.
from Baptiste. 4-1-2-1-2 formation for
And then
Hazerbrook.
Just like Dani did, R9 for Cristiano and then Mane on the sideline. Yes, it's fine.
Don't get too carried away just yet, Danny. There's still 10 minutes left. It's not over just yet. I think sometimes that can help. When you've got a coaching call that's literally telling you the changes to make.
Mane.
Yeah, they don't actually save the changes. It ran out of time, so he's having to do it again. Gives me an opportunity to look at the 4-1-2-1-2 in action for Hazerbrook.
Yeah.
Wait, he has to score 2, right?
Yeah.
2?
That's the score 3.
Yes, got 3, mate.
The away goal is everything for you right now, Ajax.
Come on.
Richard said if Danny Hazerbrook brings this back, he's going to finish those pot of treats off.
I did not say that. We got no confirmation of that.
With 16 minutes left, I just don't see it happening. 3 goals. Attacking changes made, of course, for Ajax as well. Messi off, Eusebio on. Sadio Mane on as well. This is a big chance. Now we're going to look for the cross. It's defended well. Chances running out. This could be dangerous. This could be game over. He's had to commit players forward as Danny. Mbappe. Yeah, the fans are even loving that piece of trickery in the final third.
Yeah, the Elastico then just looking for that little ball into the on-rushing run. Down the line. That's where the space is, and that's Team of the Year, Sadio Mane. We're getting very familiar with the E-Premier League qualifiers. Brandon, he seems to be sort of the catalyst of all the winning teams.
Yep. Player that everyone wants to use, really, doesn't it? Mane's actually off on the far side of your screen. Mbappe's offside. 5 minutes left. Ajax will be booking themselves a semi-final tie with FC Groningen. What a game that looks to be. We've still got one more quarter-final to conclude before we are down to our final 4. That'll be HERACLES against WILLEM 2. Whoever wins that will face up against Pec Zwolle, playing the first quarter-final of today. And they'll be waiting patiently. If you were a player, Richard, would you like to play earlier on, or...?
Second.
Out of 4.
Out of 4.
I think going last for me.
Oh no.
You just have the opportunity
You know
to watch everyone
bracket.
else.
No, I'd rather just get it early rise, get in, get the games finished.
And that's what some of the clubs have been able to do. Ajax on their home turf. Less than literally 100 yards away from the Johan Cruyff Arena. Have got off to a fantastic start. 3-1 they lead. Danny Hackerberger 2-0 winner. Baptiste with a 1-1 draw. They do enough to move through to the semi-finals. And ADO Den Haag, unfortunately, it is the end of the road for you.
We've seen pretty similar scorelines throughout all of the quarterfinals so far. 3-0, 3-0 and 3-1. It's been the first player doing the business in the first game. Whether it be a 1-0 victory or, in this case, Danny, a 2-0 victory. And then the second leg, just seeing it out, just making sure you're getting the job done. You're not conceding that many goals. You're not giving away the away goals. Yeah, setting up a real tantalising semi-final.
It really is, and you can see, look, how many Ajax fans are currently in this crowd right now. Family, friends, obviously fans of the club. It would mean the world to both of those two, and obviously to the fans that have turned out here today at the AFAS Live Arena in Amsterdam. if they could go the full way, if they can make this fairy tale story, it would build to be one of the best games that we have seen so far this year in 2020 of FIFA esports and FIFA 20, because of just the passion that these guys bring, the personality that they bring to the Edivisie.
Oh, 100%. If they can go through this tournament and they can get the energy from the crowd and really push them onto that extra 5% that can lift them the Eredivisie title, but they've got some tough competition in their way. Groningen in the semi-finals against Ajax is going to be a great affair. We need to find out who the last semi-finalist is going to be. Is it going to be WILLEM or Team HERACLES? We'll find out very, very shortly.
Yeah, we will indeed. We are going to throw to a very short break, and as you said, it will be HERACLES up against WILLEM, number 2, and we'll be back very shortly for that last quarter-final.
Welcome back to the final quarter-final here from the EINDHOVEN finals in Amsterdam. We have got HERACLES, I believe it is. I think that's a pronunciation that we've gotten for in the end.
HERACLES.
HERACLES.
We're going to try and stay with one of them. All right, we might be bouncing between
up
the two
against WILLEM 2. In the final quarter-final, we've got the other three semi-finalists already confirmed. That's AJAX versus GRONINGEN, and the winner of this match will be playing against Pec Zwolle.
Yes.
In the final semi-final.
Yeah, they will, of course, going down to the final two teams. Bless you.
I managed to catch it.
Okay, there you go. We are going to be jumping into that quarter-final game very shortly. It's going to be the duo of Brian Hessing and Lev Vinken, who did finish second in the Edivisie League. So we didn't have to play the qualifiers, the playoffs, I should say. They already made it to this grand final. They've got a huge fan base. And, of course, for WILLEM too, they've got Tim and Sem in that team that came through the playoffs. They were able to come through after, as I said, finishing in an interesting position in the table. They finished 11th in total, 23 points to their name. Went in the playoffs, as I mentioned, and they were able to pick up a 3-2 win against Fortuna.
I'm looking.
They find themselves here in the final 8.
I'm looking towards the two teams who had to play through the playoffs. They probably had more comfortable matches than AJAX, who went through automatically. The thing with HERACLES, is that what we're going with?
HERACLES.
HERACLES. HERACLES.
You just go whatever you want. I'll go whatever we want. We'll get there in the end. All right. Apologies to any Dutch fans in there of the Eredivisie.
They were leading for a long time in the league. It was sort of between them and Vitesse.
It was.
And they were tussling for the number 1 and number 2 spot. AJAX sort of came out of nowhere, won 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 games back to back, picked up the points, and then it was sort of the rivalry between AJAX and HERACLES.
Yeah. That was how it came out in the end.
Top 2 and Vitesse sort of faded away.
They did, and they lost in the playoffs, unfortunately, to Pec Zwolle, that are, you would say, an underdog in this tournament, but they're in the final 4. Anything can happen in knockout football. As we said, we're in the final 8 of the Edivisie here in AFAS Live in Amsterdam. The home team, AJAX, have just gone through into the semi-finals. They'll be playing against FC Groningen coming up shortly. Before we get there, though, there's only one team left that we can put into the semi-finals. There's one thing about this HERACLES team, Richard. Brian Hessing makes a lot of noise. You think Danny makes a lot of noise? Watch out for this man. He will be jumping around the stage, going insane. And, of course, next to him is Lev Vinken, a player that is not known just in Holland, but is known on the international stage.
Unbelievable. Last year was Lev Vinken. He was in the top 5 for the majority of the year. He lost in the playoff finals against Nicholas. He lost in a number of cross-console finals as well, and console finals. Sort of Nicholas, Stefano Pina, Joxan, all tussling for the top 5, top 10 spots. It was Lev Vinken. I think he went into the grand finals. Could be 2nd seed, actually. 2nd or 3rd seed was Lev Vinken going into the finals. The grand finals disappointing by his standard. And to be honest, he's not been good in FIFA 20. He'll admit that himself. By his own standards, it's not been the performances that he would have expected after being so dominant on PlayStation last year.
So it looks like we are going to be kicking off on Xbox first, Richard, and it will be HERACLES as the home team in this game.
Tim, eigen spelletje.
Lev Vinken, a man that I've not seen for quite a while on the competitive scene. I haven't seen him
Draft Story Cup, that right, wasn't it?
Make a major tournament. He's been there as a coach with the likes of MS Dasari. Now it's his turn to bag not just some global series points, some huge prize money as well. 25,000 euros will be going to one of the winning teams. They've been waiting a long time to play this game as well. It must be mentioned. They're the last quarterfinal to play of the day. They've seen teams go out. They've seen probably some of their good friends in the FIFA scene, Richard, face adversity, and others
be eliminated.
Just win their games. Here we go. WILLEM 2 from left to right. HERACLES from right to left. Brian Hessing, the Xbox champion of last year's Edivisie, is back in the top 2 again this year. And when I saw this team drafted together, Richard, I thought, there's plans for this team. They really could be dangerous.
You didn't know who was going to be the star player, but I think they've both been as valuable as each other, to be honest. They've grinded out games when they needed to. They've been loud. They've been energetic on the stage. And an early chance there comes for Tim. Let's reiterate, Brian Hessing and HERACLES are the away side in this first matchup, meaning that Levvinken will be the home team in the second leg.
Tell you what's an unbelievable ball through. He's actually going to latch onto that. Expects the cross to come over. Mbappe just driving at the left back of Andy Robertson, and Tim VD was able to do enough. As you said, Richard, HERACLES have been in that top two all season long. Nearly dropped out of it. And they were just 2 points off AJAX in the end. That's how the league table did conclude after 17 rounds of fixtures. Consistency comes to mind.
I want to say top goal scorers as well in the league, scoring 47. 47 goals over 17 matches.
He's Ambrotta in at left back.
17 rounds of fixtures, I should say.
We've seen many shocks today. Are we in store for a few more in this quarter-final? What I'll say is just, if you own a pair of headphones and Brian Hessing does score, just be aware.
Turn your volume down a little bit. Interesting, I'm seeing somebody in the squad there for WILLEM at right DM.
Is it?
It could either be Tonali or it could be Lothar Matthäus. Just judging by the hairline, it is Lothar Matthäus. The prime icon moment next to Ruud Gullit getting the nod over the Team of the Year players.
He's quite a box-to-box midfielder though, isn't he?
Oh, he's unbelievable. Especially the moments. He offers you everything. Defensively, going forward, the pace, shooting, dribbling, passing.
And brought on a lot of the ball as well. Backed over. Team of the Year Andy Robertson at left back for Bryant. On the other side of that, the two CDMs of Vieira and Gullit linking up together. This could be nice from him. Vieira in a centre-back. That explains why he has made that extra change in the midfield as Tim VD, or WILLEM.
It's Cristiano Ronaldo playing as a wide cam as well for Tim.
Mbappe. HERACLES, first real chance of the game to go forward. Carlos Alberto, R9, into Vieira of all people. It's going to fall back to Eusebio. He was trying to paint the perfect picture, but they go back for a free kick. First time we can hear Levvinken today as well. Free kick. Is he going to take it direct? Are we going to see a Cristiano Ronaldo knuckleball?
I think it's going to be R9 over it.
It's going to be R9 actually over it, as you said. It's R9 to take it direct, and it's straight into the crowd.
Yeah, not really the technique that you're looking for there. When you're that close in, I think you want more of a natured player or a nurtured player rather than a powerhouse. Probably a Messi, a Trent, to just guide it over the wall.
Matthäus, Tim VD. Impressive performances from him in the last few rounds of fixtures in the Edivisie. Pele nearly got around Virgil van Dijk, didn't he?
I just looked around at the stage right now. Two absolute huge screens with the players' face cams on. This setup is mightily impressive.
Mbappe does win a corner. But I've never seen Brian Hessing's head so big. That's not me being horrible, it's just on these TV screens in the arena.
Next level.
It's unbelievable, the setting for this quarter-final. Ten minutes left. Andy Robertson of all people back to R9 off the bar. It's not over yet, Allison. Just declared that out of the air.
I'm not sure if that got a deflection on the way through, but it looked like a very unnatural shot from R9. I'm not sure how he's missed the target from there. Brian Hessing unfazed.
How's that not gone in the top corner?
That's what Tim was asking, his WILLEM team.
Certainly what we're asking. Well, hasn't rippled the right top corner and gone into the back of the net, and Willem will be 1-0 up. Brian Hessing.
Staat goed te verdedigen, man.
He's had half chances in and around the box, but nothing.
Clear cut, has it yet?
As you said, there has been clear cut. Hullet. Eusebio. When you've got those players that have got a 5-star weak foot and you're trying to tee them onto the ball and around the box, it's only going to cause trouble for your opponent. That's 4 players is what you've got to look out for. Mbappe, Ronaldo, R9 and Eusebio, all in and around that Willem box.
All dangerous, all can make something out of nothing. Even you're going further back from that as well. You got Hullet coming forward from CDM. In the side of Willem, Lothar Matthäus and Hullet, both of those two, you're happy to shoot with.
Laatste minuut, hè.
I think the running joke last year, Brian Hessing was saying that there was a lot of people in the Dutch circuit saying he's too old to play competitive FIFA anymore. And you saw just an outroar of emotion last year when he became the Xbox champion, went to that final. Unfortunately, did lose it to Danny Vizza in a golden goal scenario. But this year, again, just proven age doesn't matter for him.
Nothing really to shout about at half-time in this game. And you can see how they do switch it around there. You just simply go up, turn the TVs.
It is impressive, isn't it? It's like swapping halves to half-time, but
yeah,
a little bit different here at the Edivisie. These are the big chances from
how's
that
this
half.
not going?
This is the one we're looking at, Richard, isn't it? It's like Tim VD should be 1-0 up at that point. Alisson was an easy collection in the air after from him, but all the Willem fans thought that was in. Tim thought that was in as well. Again, another time you put Ronaldo in that position. I'd play another 5 times you put him in that position.
Oh, 99 out of 100.
He'd find the back of the net.
Not sure if the finesse, because he did finesse it.
Yeah.
That may be why. I still want to see it again.
I would still back a finesse there.
I think it's got a deflection actually on the way through from HERACLES' defence right there. You can see a little satin top there as well for Willem.
Those fans will be praying that they can go that one step further into the semi-finals. Still got our PlayStation game in this quarterfinal to come up between Lev Vinken and Sem. Willem is penalised there for the foul. Carlos Alberto to bring us back underway. If you have just joined us on YouTube, you are watching the international feed of the Edivisie finals. Of course, there is the standard Dutch feed if you want to join myself, Brandon Smith, and Richard Buckley, though, for the rest of the action. We will be taking you through all of the matches, including the semi-finals and the grand final.
What have you missed so far? Ajax through to the semi-finals, 3-1 victory versus ADO Den Haag. FC Groningen 3-0 victory against PSV. And Pec Zwolle beating FC Utrecht 3-0 over 2 games. This is our final quarter-final.
It really is all to play for. A lot of fans coming in today would have really hoped for a HERACLES AJAX grand final. They're both on opposite sides of the bracket, so it is a possibility, but there's just something about FC Groningen, Richard, that look very dangerous. They're in a semi-final against Ajax coming up shortly. 55 minutes on the clock. We haven't seen a golden chance from Brian Hessing yet.
Yeah, he's had the opportunity, Tim, didn't he, with the R9 as we watched it at half-time.
Mbappe, Vieira, Cristiano Ronaldo will pick this one up now and watch out for R9. He'll just wait on the edge of the box. He'll wait really patiently for it. And again, it was too textbook.
You see here, Lev there, motivating Brian as a exasperated Brian Hessing.
This is an away leg as well.
Yeah.
We know how big away goals can be, especially those in the first leg. It's into R9. It's a huge save from Alisson again to keep HERACLES back in the game. It's a lifeline for Brian Hessing.
Timothy Alisson has pulled out some absolutely huge saves for both of these players. But Brian Hessing will be thinking, Alisson, keep on performing like that, son.
blijven, rustig blijven.
Just look the sharper of the two players is Tim VD. We know what Brian's all about. There's a reason why he finished second in the Edivisie table. As you said, Richard, scoring 47 goals across the 17 rounds of action. 17 matches they played. This is better. Into R9. Into Ronaldo. That could be a chance. What a save, Yashin.
Yeah, Lev Yashin getting low to his bottom left corner there. There wasn't too much venom on the strike. It seemed a little bit...
Oppassen, niet te veel risico.
Just lackadaisical, the strike from R9. He did hit it first time on the swivel, so he wasn't able to generate the power which taking a touch and then shooting after a drag back or a skill move would have provided.
Another chance for Willem, Pele, and Dijk. Strong left boot to clear that away. It's impressive stuff.
Are we going to get a winner? We've not had a draw yet in the first leg.
Come on, Vieira, go.
Just going to go at Vieira there, Brian Hessing.
It's not Vieira's fault, mate.
Can't blame your players, it's you that's controlling them. That's been a pause cue by Tim. I tell you what, R9 is in there. Cristiano Ronaldo's on the ball now. Just came too obvious by that point. I don't know if he'll get this pause. If he does, there won't be much time left. He will get it, and it's off an awful pass in the end. If anything, that is a blessing in disguise for Brian Hessing, because he needed a pause. If there's someone to get over your shoulder and to get you going, it's Lev Vinken.
Yeah, Lionel Messi coming on for Brian, 99 Pele as well, also being introduced. On the side of Willem, Messi and Eusebio, the two substitutions of choice. So it's Messi +1 for both of these two. With what, 12, 13 minutes left?
It's not long left. 10 minutes left. HERACLES holding out for some sort of hero right now. Who's it going to be? Just made that change, as you said. Some fresh legs. Just needs one chance. It's an away goal as well. Have to keep repeating it. Away goals are massive. Simple mistake that would have been from Brian. He got very fortunate and actually went back to him. Messi's fresh. Could be dangerous. Just got to get him in the right area, get him around the box. That left foot, you know what he's looking for. Finesse on the edge of the box is always a method. A number of pros will back.
There's no cutting edge right now for Brian Hessing, and Tim VD has probably, in my opinion, done enough to win this game.
That chance goes in of R9, it's 1-0.
Yeah, there's the second one as well, the Alisson save. But FIFA's a cruel mistress.
Last attack of the game. There's a chance to score a goal, or we go over to the PlayStation. HERACLES against Willem, all square at 0-0, and it's really all to play for. It will be the away team as well, Willem. It's HERACLES' chance. He gets a goal now. This arena will erupt. Again, just a little bit too negative there with not much time left. This could be a chance. It's Messi. Which way is he going to go? Into Ronaldo. It's a guaranteed finish. It's back to R9.
He's offside.
And it won't count.
He's offside.
He's offside in the end, and it was...
The chance, the original chance with Messi has to go in. There's no reason that that should be missing right there. The original chance. We are going to go 0-0. If you can watch the replay there from that assist.
It was Ronaldo with the ball originally, or Messi, I should say.
The goalkeeper movement a little bit threw him off. I don't think he was comfortable shooting. But then The rebound has to go in when he cuts it back.
I thought there was a finesse on with the right boot there, originally. I thought it was Ronaldo in the original era, then I thought he laid it off to Messi. We'll see again on the replay to understand if I was completely wrong with the chance, but that's the chance that goes in.
There's no lack of confidence in front of goal, not wanting to shoot. You wanting to pass it into the back of the net to guarantee the 100% goal, and then the R9 one just, they're the margins, they're the small margins.
We're going to see that chance again shortly, but against the run of play massively for Brian Hessing after a lot of hype coming into this, a man that enjoys goals. Tim VD deserves something out of that game.
And he did get something, he got the draw. The only time that Brian Hessing looked like scoring was in the last 30 seconds of the match where he had to go forward and he drilled a pass into his player's feet. He then spun it off with a back heel and it looked better, it looked quicker, it looked like it had a purpose. For 89.5 minutes, it was just playing pretty lazy FIFA.
Yep.
There were no cutting edge, there were no oomph in any of the passes.
One thing that we've seen from Brian Hessing in the Edivisie is that he certainly acts as a hype man for Lev Vinken when he is playing, and Lev Vinken has been a consistent player throughout this process, and with all the LAN experience that he does have, he's played for Sparta Rotterdam, he's played for Ajax in the past, and to represent Heracles now, he's got a lot of experience behind him, as you said, not just in the Edivisie, in the global stage of FIFA esports. That's right, isn't he? Went in the playoffs, came into the E-World Cup finals.
He went to the Champions League as well, got knocked out in the quarterfinals, I believe. He's had multiple console finals, LQEs, and FUT Champions Cup majors. I seem to remember FUT Champions Cup number 2. He lost either the semi-finals or the final against Nicholas. Nicholas went on to lose against MS Tessari
shootout
in the cross-console final. He's lost against Stefano Pina late on in tournaments as well. Last year in FIFA, he was unbelievable. This year in FIFA, the question mark.
Slow starter. And if anything, this Edivisie could be a godsend for him if he goes.
We're halfway through the season.
True. We're coming up to FUT Cup 4.
Over halfway then.
And all he's got really, if you look at it as a PlayStation player, you've got the E-Champions League, a Season 2 of the Edivisie.
This isn't a confidence boost right now. This is a must-win for Lev Vinken and for Danny. Because those players who you expect to be at grand finals and you expect to have been the top 10, they're stranded at sea with no boat.
And points aren't easy to come by, in all honesty. You can pray out for any nations, but again, you have to go through that qualification process, whatever it will be for the Netherlands. Of course, especially with so much Edivisie talent, that is going to be so difficult to try and qualify. And you've got to go to that tournament, and you've got to go and compete and play well.
100%. I mean, look at someone like Saudi Arabia last year. They came in as relative favourites, got knocked out in the groups.
Left with minimal points.
Looking at FUT Champions Cups, Lev needs a FUT Champions Cup under him this year. You've got 5 and 6 left to come up. He has to try and qualify for one of those 2 events, as well as win the Edivisie.
You just saw a little glimmer of the trophy there of exactly what they are playing for. The first game was 0-0. In all honesty, a disappointing performance from Brian Hessing, an actual strong performance from Tim VD. It deserved a goal, at least. If the goal goes into the back of the net, expect Brian Hessing to erupt off that seat with a huge celebration. It's underway. Our last quarter-final from the Edivisie, and then we'll move into the Final 4. We know 4 teams that are already in, or 3 teams I should say, that are already into the semi-finals. It's going to be FC Groningen against Ajax, and it's Pec Zwolle waiting for one of these 2 in the semi-final stages.
Also, let's not forget, WILLEM are their away team right now. So they have a massive advantage. If they can score a goal, it puts so much more pressure on Lev Vinken.
Well, Lev Vinken's a player that can deal with pressure. I think we asked a lot of questions of him at the playoffs. I know it's FIFA 19, but he went to the final in that tournament and lost to Nicholas.
Yeah. Seemed to be his enemy all season long, didn't he, Nicholas?
But when this man is playing good FIFA, he is unstoppable.
A relatively standard team as well. the Robert full team of the year back four for Lev. R9, Vieira, Hullet. Neymar, Mbappe, Ronaldo.
Look at the pressure early on as well from Lev Vinken. 5 HERACLES shirts all around his man. When these two actually did face up, Richard, sorry to interrupt you, it was a 4-1 win for Lev Vinken. It was in week 4 of the Eredivisie.
A long time ago, multiple patches changed since then.
If I forgot on a limb, MVD has been the weaker player out of the two. For WILLEM in the tournament.
Goed Sam, goed.
Well defended.
You only need one game though right now. If you can just get a result against Lev Vinken, after beat you 4-1 earlier on in the tournament as well, in the groups, you avenge that defeat and then you think, we could actually do something here. We're into a semi-final. Arguably, on the easier side of the draw as well, you're avoiding AJAX and Groningen.
Pec Zwolle are an underdog, a big underdog. They finished 14th in the league. They came through the playoffs after making a huge shock against Vitesse. A little dink into the box. Vieira matched up, goes up for a corner for WILLEM. Needs to defend this as Lev Vinken. Corners have been
near post. Vieira.
Huge. Vieira's going to be there. It's going to be Vieira in the air. And back for a goal kick.
Yeah, we're looking. Probably Vieira not the man that you want. He's tall, he's physical, but if you've got Van Dijk on the pitch, which I imagine everyone will have, you're probably looking more for Van Dijk or for Cristiano Ronaldo. In my opinion, still the best header of the ball on FIFA.
It's a great ball. Down the line, it's fantastic. It's actually fallen into Neymar's feet now. It's going to go back to R9. Can he lock onto it? Van Dijk again.
Rustgol.
That ball could have rebounded anywhere inside the box.
Well, it was one of them. The ball wasn't clean. Into the path of R9. 25 minutes gone. Still goalless. This is anyone's to take. Remember that WILLEM are the away team in this game. HERACLES are the home team. An away goal would shake things up. They need to score 2 with HERACLES.
And everybody else in the tournament, AJAX, Groningen and Pec Zwolle, will be watching this game eagle-eyed right now, because if HERACLES go out, I mean, they were the favourites with AJAX coming into the tournament. If they go out, AJAX, Groningen and Pec Zwolle will be rubbing their hands. It's no disrespect to WILLEM, but everyone thought, we spoke to a lot of people before this event started, Brandon, at this location, and they said HERACLES AJAX final. That was the resounding noise.
Well, certainly a lot of people were saying, is their odds-on favourite? I don't know what's happened with Trent Alexander-Arnold there. I believe that Matthias de Ligt could come and clean up that danger. Just going to go into R9. Virgil van Dijk, well done.
Just needed a couple of huge tackles already. Has Lev Vinken at the back, de Ligt or Van Dijk capable of cleaning up the danger.
Well, those that really could go anywhere.
Not the start that he would have wanted.
Robertson. Oh, he's just driving forward. He's the Flying Scotsman. Oh, it's towards the back post. And HERACLES have a breakthrough in this quarter-final. Lev Vinken with the finish. And it went all the way towards the back post. It was Kylian Mbappe that was there, of all people.
Andrew Robertson. He were waiting for the cutback. He were waiting for the cutback. He were waiting for the cutback. He just drove in a straight line, straight through the heart of WILLEM's defence. And just as I said, it's not the start that Lev would have wanted for. He's turned this side upside down.
Perfect goal And a perfect time to score it as well inside the first half. I'm sure it would have settled a few nerves and just allowed him to shift into a new gear. That
Laatste lef.
Ja.
it's a good bit of composure to himself. You could see this out 1-0 if he wanted to, but I don't think that's honestly going to happen.
Waiting for the last attack is Lev Vinken. That's what the message from Brian Hessing was to Lev.
Andy Robertson, he's already assisted 1 goal today. What else can he do from here? Vieira. Is he going to get the bounce back to Ronaldo? It's clear his back to goal, which is always a little bit dangerous.
Ja goed, je kan nog 1 keer.
Er zit van
Geen keer naar
aanname, gast.
Massive tackle from Lev Vinken, added time of 2 minutes.
Nog keer. Stim maar. Goed jongen, nog 1 keer.
Referee. We've played the additional time.
Ga door Lev.
Not very long. He's playing double time, 4 minutes. There we go.
Prima jongen.
Finally going to half-time here. In our final quarter-final, is Lev leading 1-0 after a surging
Yeah.
run from Andy Robertson.
I don't think many of us expected it to even happen, Richard. We'll have a look at that goal again. It was certainly waiting for a goal this game. Was
straight through that gap.
goalless, long 2 legs. It's at this point here. Are you expecting a cutback? What are you expecting? Just a ball across all the way it goes. And Andy Robertson for WILLEM just wasn't switched on, and Mbappe pulled away from him, tapped it to the back of the net. Lev Vinken does lead by 1-0.
Just at the back post, killing Mbappe. Right place, right time.
It's down to this now. 45 minutes left. Stays like this, they'll be setting up a semi-final against Pec Zwolle. The final 4 from the 18 clubs that competed in the Edivisie for this year. Another goal, I think, would honestly settle it. And a lot of success down this left-hand side is Lev Vinken, whether it's Andy Robertson or Neymar now. A little dummy there from Huller. One of his probable companions in the team, in Vieira. Them two shaping up. That prime icon moment, doing enough to prove justice for him to be in the starting 11.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, it's a very standard team for Lev Vinken. He's got the 4 team of the year defenders across the back 4. Pullet and Vieira as his 2 DMs.
Iets meer tijd nemen, hè?
Als hij vandaag
CR7 and R9. And then just Neymar and Mbappe. There's no real surprises to it. There's no Johan Cruyff, Matthäus, De Jong.
Kom.
Pause is cued. 33 minutes left in this game. We'll have a little look at what is being changed from both players to give you an insider. We can see both players' point of views on our screen. Lev Vinken, simple changes.
Pele on at left cam for Lev Vinken. Sam on the other hand looking at Johan Cruyff at central cam. You saw the possession, 58% in the favour of
Overload uitzetten.
Ja.
Lev.
Changes have been made.
Overload uit.
Someone's calling for overload.
I can hear it.
It honestly sounds like it's the other way. 4 out. This is nice. Ronaldo back to Robertson. It's a case of getting R9 in and around the box now. Back to Vieira. This could be a chance. Mbappe back to R9. Again, you just don't shoot with your back to goal.
And let's just remember, if Sem scores, they go through the away goal. You have to consider this.
Second goal is needed. Just to get our worries out of your mind, because if a chance does come late, and they do score, as you said, Richard, on the away goal ruling,
Also focus.
They will be through. I wonder how the away goal ruling is decided. A coin flip before the game. Whoever wins that chooses which console they want to start on. It was VR. They were able to pick that. They went for PlayStation second, Xbox first. The Xbox game was 0-0. I have no idea what's happened there. Again, into another pause. Other changes are being made. That's just 10 minutes down the line from the last time we had a pause.
It's Ledvinken doing a lot of instructions on his players. Potentially 99 Maradona coming on for Sem. It is Maradona coming in for Pele at right cam. The brand new player moment. Diego Maradona, 99 pace. I should say 98 dribbling. 99 rated is Maradona.
Pele makes his way onto the pitch alongside Messi. And Johan Cruyff. The 3 changes made for HERACLES. Obviously Ajax. A big Ajax fan at heart is Ledvinken. And a lot of respect for Johan Cruyff. Always has featured in many tournaments, Edivisie on the global stage. And there's no reason why he wouldn't. What a foot item he is, especially with that prime icon moment upgrade. The 5-star weak foot, of course, will still remain. Just those extra few stats that have been improved. Could be clinical for him to find a second, to find just a breathing space in this game.
Yeah, he actually got a real big buff as well, up 2 ratings from a 94 to a 96. One of the biggest upgrades. Up there with Kaká, up 3 ratings. Looks like Maradona, he went against Maradona in the end. Oh no, he's there at right cam.
Carlos Alberto, right side of his man. We know what keepers could do.
Could have gone anywhere.
It's always risky with a punch. You never know where that ball's going to end up. A lofted ball. It's a great ball as well if he can latch onto it. Messi was fresh, but Ali Robertson wanted it a little bit more. Great touch, Maradona, he's fresh into Carlos Alberto, the fullback. An ongoing run. Well played. Matthias de Ligt, once but twice, did very well.
Yeah, he had to because he actually gave the ball away the first time round. Look at Cruyff down his left-hand side.
Fresh, so's Maradona. Bullet linking into him, Carlos Alberto again playing down that right wing, but it's a case of what you do on the far-hand side. Hullet, as we said, an away goal would be enough. Just a single goal for WILLEM. 23 metres out. I don't expect this to be a direct shot. There's just too many people over the ball. I could be wrong. It's R9 to step up over it, R9 to take it direct.
Yeah, a little bit of goalkeeper movement from Lev, just shifted him across. You can see the press there. That's Brian Hessing, he can't even watch.
What it means to Brian Hessing, he can't look. There's 5 minutes left. They're 5 minutes away from making the final 4.
HERACLES cannot keep hold of the ball right now.
That's a lofted ball. That's surely too heavy.
He'll get it. Oh, just.
He's thinking his game over is MVD. You will get the ball back once more if you can defend well and you can time the tackle right.
Well, look at the press as well.
This is your game.
So high up the pitch, there's space at the back.
To throw away. HERACLES, I wouldn't even expect another attack. Just hold on to the ball. Added time to come any second now. He gives possession away, and that's the time. We said they will pick up the ball once more. And WILLEM got enough time to go back down the other end, to bag themselves a goal, and to make it into the semi-final. What a tackle that is. That's a match-winning tackle. Got the final deflection off a WILLEM player. Added time of 2 minutes. 1 minute's already been played. It's surely game over. It's Johan Cruyff in the corner, waiting to get the whistle blown for full time. Added time of 2 minutes, and it's back for a goal kick. Surely that is game over. HERACLES will be in the final 4. Referee conclude this game. There it is. HERACLES make it into the semi-finals.
Lev Vinken has done enough. He saved Brian Hessian's skin right there after a 0-0 draw. Away from home, Lev Vinken comes out, does the business against Sem, and sets up a Pec Zwolle semi-final. The other semi-final, Ajax against Groningen. The top 4 is finalised, and what a top 4 it is.
What a top 4 it is, Richard. We've got our semi-final matches already locked in. Don't know where Brian's going. Get yourself back for an interview. There we go. After a disappointing 0-0, Lev Vinken was able to snatch a 1-0 victory in the PlayStation 4 leg, Richard, against Sem. He put up a fight. He had half-hearted chances, but it was all down to Lev Vinken, who had the big chances in the end in that game. And that's it. That's all down to our final 4 now. We're going to be jumping into our semi-final shortly. It'll be Pec Zwolle up against HERACLES and FC Groningen against Ajax, Richard. We don't know which game we'll be starting with, but down to the final 4. 4 teams you'd expect to be in the final 4. I think 3 out of the 4 I would have expected.
3 out of the 4, Groningen, Ajax and HERACLES, you'd have said,
yep,
would have been in the final 4. Pec Zwolle could have gone either way against Utrecht, but they come out, did the job, got the away win in the first leg, and the final 4 looking very, very tasty here at the Edivisie.
Yeah, exactly that. The stakes are being raised minute by minute. More prize money is being, of course, up for grabs every single game you win. More Global Series ranking points, of course, can be won. We'll be going to a very short break, and soon we will be back with the semi-final stages here at the Edivisie Finals. Welcome back once again to the Edivisie finals here in Amsterdam, Netherlands. We're moving into the final 4 of the competition now, and this is where it really starts to heat up. We've got 4 teams left, and we're going to be kicking off with our first semi-final. As you can hear, it's getting loud in here. It's going to be Ajax against FC Groningen. Of course, your commentators, myself, Brandon Smith, and Richard Buckley. Richard, we're down to the final 4.
We are.
And this could be game of the tournament.
I think this will be game of the tournament, and I don't want to be a party pooper, but
you're going to jinx it.
I think Groningen win this.
Okay.
Looking how they got here, all of the teams in the semi-finals. Ajax was a 3-1 victory against ADO Den Haag. Danny did his job in the first leg, 2-0, but that was at home. We do have the away leg ruling in place for this tournament. Perhaps it then got a 1-1 draw against Danny Hazebeek. And then on the other side of that, FC Groningen, 3-0 victory against PSV. A 1-0 win for Nick de Hamer away from home. And then Levy did the job with a real impressive 2-0 victory. Probably the best solo performance that we've seen so far in this tournament. Beating Ali Riza Egon, no small feat, 2-0 and keeping clean sheets.
And a word on FC Groningen, Richard, because they've clearly been a fan's favourite here. Obviously, they probably got the bigger roar than Ajax, believe it or not, in that semi-final walkout. Of course, they've come into today, I would say, dark horse in the tournament. Not many people have been hyping about them. They did
100%.
finish 4th in the league. They went through the playoffs. They won their game 3-0 against Heerenveen. And now they're in the semi-finals. They've looked convincing. We'll see the duo of Nick de Hamer and M10 Levy. Nick's going to be in the FUT Champions Cup coming up, and he's hitting form at the right time. Both of them are hitting form at a really good time at the moment.
I just think they play off each other really well. You've got a more defensive player in Nick de Hamer, and then you've got the more offensive player. The player, if you are trailing, can score 2-3 goals quickly in M10 Levy. I think it's just a really, really good team. Ajax are going to have to get all these fans that you can hear behind us, backing them and supporting them right now. It looks like it will be Danny Hakeberg stepping up first against Groningen. So it's going to be Danny against Nick, your first match. And then the second game is going to be Levy against Papsatu.
Yeah, that is how it's going to go down. Exactly that, Richard. It's going to be very much an interesting semi-final of this. It's going to be over 2 legs, started on Xbox. As we said, the away goal ruling is still a thing that must be accounted for, of course, when we go through this tournament. They would have played in the groups, and that's exactly what they did. And Nick beat Ajax Danny early on to the tournament. Danny Hakeberg losing 2-0 to the hands of Nick den Hamer. But remember, Ajax didn't start the Edivisie well. They didn't start well, and they had a remarkable comeback to finish top.
Yeah, that was probably when Danny was still out of form. He really wasn't playing too well, was he? Nick de Hamer, it seems as though this Edivisie has spurred him on to bigger and better things, I would say.
It really is a split crowd here at AFAS Live. Next door to the Johan Cruyff Arena. You can see the trophy that they're all playing for. There's 4 teams left in the tournament. Let's get the game underway. It's Danny Hakeberg up against Nick de Hamer. Danny once again. That same thing he did straight away, just getting used to getting on the ball, passing it between his players. Very much a passionate player is Danny Hakeberg. He's a man that thrives off the live stage.
Yeah, the fans behind us, getting behind Team Ajax. One-legged games of FIFA. Away goal ruling in effect. It's going to be a fascinating semi-final tie between the 2 fan favourites.
This is Groningen now, Mbappe. For that cut back inside, he's going to find that cut back, and he's going to get this final underway. A massive goal for Nick to get things going. Inside the first 10 minutes, 6 minutes on the clock, and it's a perfect start for the Groningen man.
What a start for Nick de Hamer. Groningen fans are losing their heads. 6 minutes in. You see that ball down the line, killing Mbappe. Just cutting back, foot on the ball, pass into R9. First time shot, almost scooped it into that near post.
For a second there, Rich, I don't think he was actually going to get the arc on the ball that he wanted to. I'd say let's calm down a second. It's not party time just yet.
Also, no reaction from Nick. He knows that he's got a serious game in front of him right now. But a perfect start for Nick de Hamer. An away goal against Ajax.
That's a massive away goal. Especially looking at how the last game did play out in the quarterfinals. Danny was the stronger player out of the two. Paps did get the job done, but did draw his game 1-1, all square. That did mean that a 3-1 win would be enough for Ajax. He's been enjoying the fans behind him, Danny. How can he get on with them when they're against him? Obviously, there's many Groningen fans in the building, including yourself, Richard. I think there's a handful of people that called an upset here.
Is it even that? Obviously, it's an upset given where we are in the Netherlands, but I wouldn't say it's that big of an upset right now. FCG Nick he qualified for FUT Champions Cup 4. On the Foothead Cups, where we've seen him recently playing, he's been really good. He had a great performance in the league. On the other side of that, M10 Levy, he's such an experienced player that he's got this switch where he can just turn it on.
Zolang op zijn helft komt.
He's the type of player as well, Levy, you want to put into a game when you're 2-0 up. He can control it, he can add an extra goal if you want him to.
Yep. I agree. I think it's a really well put together team.
A top 4 finish is what they're able to achieve in the league after 17 matches. To be fair, points-wise, they weren't too far off the rest of the pack. They were a point off third. 4 or 5 points, I should say. Taking second spot. That's how tightly contested it was. Vieira trying to find that ball into R9. Passing line was blocked though.
It must be strange for Danny, after dominating the Edivisie for 2 years in a row, to be hit with such a high level of FIFA competition. It must be strange for him to actually lose games on home soil.
He dominated, didn't he, the Edivisie 2 years in a row. Champion back-to-back, and he's a player that often seems to adapt to the game, even if it takes him a month or 6 months. Unfortunately, the timing last year just wasn't quick enough, and he didn't win that Edivisie title. Eusebio back to goal. Will it pop up to the Portuguese man again? No, it won't. A big switch of play. To Andy Robertson, he can just about keep that in play. It's only a goal to nil for Danny to chase, but it's an away goal.
Yeah, Danny last year, if I remember correctly, FUT Champions Cup 1 and 2, he actually played really well. FUT Champions Cup 1, I know that he was sort of, he originated the sort of first-time finesse shot from 40 yards.
The little dink pass, wasn't it?
Yeah, and then he had a dip, and then he sort of came good again, didn't he, towards the back end of the season. Club Cup. And also a couple of LQEs as well towards the back end of the year. He had an all-right showing at playoffs. He got a top 16 spot.
One of the only players to sign a contract for 3 years with his club in Ajax. After winning back-to-back Edivisie titles, you would have thought there would be some sort of security there. An awful deflection off Vieira. Gives possession back to Danny. Not as big of a chance as we thought it was originally. He's still in possession though. Carlos Alberto. Ronaldo back to Carlos Alberto again. It's a case of where this ball does end up. Needs another option. Expect the midfielders to get involved in it. Vieira's on the edge of the box if he needs to find him. Try not to play the most predictable pass. Get that ball all the way across. He's going to do that. Ronaldo back to R9. Fake shot. Is it there? There's the equaliser. Game on here in Amsterdam.
And no real reaction either from Danny. We've seen him up. We've seen him jumping around the stage. This time around, it was his teammates who were the ones celebrating for him.
A
little bit of beef between the fans, and that is something I can get on board with.
I mean, what side are you, Rich?
I'm neutral. I'm a neutral commentator.
Well, well, well. Maybe this game is a little bit more tense than we originally thought it would be. The perfect way to respond, though, for Danny within the first half as well.
Still a slight advantage to Groningen. with the away goal. But nothing too decisive with a lot of FIFA left to be played.
Certainly felt there's more Ajax fans in the building. I can see a few of the roars and the chants that are going round this arena in front of us.
Not a lot of the Groningen fans in, but the loud, the ones that are here. They're making themselves known.
Gaan we bouwen, Dani.
They're enjoying every single goal that's going to the back of the net. Only one to cheer about so far. New coach Bass in the background there. Added time to follow in a second. We're in the additional period now. Just 2 minutes of added time, and credit where it is due for Danny. It was a lovely bit of build-up play when he did equalise. A lot of possession out on the far-hand side, and it was a case of working it in slowly and trying to get R9 onto the ball. It was Cristiano Ronaldo that also had a few touches. Let's just see R9 waiting.
Niks aan, netjes Nick.
And it's one of them, you're going to force it in there, but there was not much time left. That's exactly what he did. A change of halves.
Het is super belangrijk dat je die zijkant blijft zitten.
I'll take us
needed, and 1-1 the scoreline.
into half-time. Bob getting in there as well. Having a chat to Danny. This was the goal, actually. It's 5-6 minutes into the game. Stop dead on the ball. Cut it back for R9, who squeezed it in with an immaculate finish at the near post there. But Danny didn't lie down. CR7 on the edge of the box. Played it into Leo Messi. Look for the intricate play around the edge of the box. Hullet, CR7, R9, fake shot. Got a bit lucky with the rebound.
To go through the legs of Van Dijk as well, we can see on reaction. He went under the boot or just through the legs of the Team of the Year Dutchman. A few words of wisdom from M10 Levy there. FC Groningen.
Get on board.
Square with Ajax.
With that pink flowery blazer. Might have to inquire where he purchased it from.
I mean, we are in Amsterdam. Maybe it was a local shop around the area. We could.
Don't really get them sort of deals in Barnsley.
Have you got enough room in your hand luggage?
Could have a double.
Catch up with him after and ask for you. Into the second half. Let's not forget, we still have our PlayStation game to come up between these two. It'll be Paps against M10 Levy. They're in status, some of you may know him as. There's an early goal after 6 minutes for Nick to take the lead in this game. Danny Hakkeberg didn't play just before half-time. R9 with the goal.
Scherm dat af.
Ajax can lead this game 2-1.
Slight advantage.
Will be a slight advantage. They'd have that goal lead, but they would have still conceded the away goal. Nothing will ever change that.
Zo ja.
They concede another away goal, Richard.
Danger.
It really would be.
But perhaps he's coming back then on the PlayStation leg, and he's going to be the away player.
Schuif op.
You must have such a, it must be such a good bond between Danny and Bas when you can trust somebody that much for them to make your substitutions for you.
I also think as well, when you're in a situation like this with a live crowd, your mind must be everywhere.
Yep.
You focus on the game. Realistically, do you know what changes you want to make? Oh my God! R9 makes this arena erupt.
Out of nothing as well.
Danny Hakkeberg, what a way to start this second half. You saw him erupt off his chair, and Groningen
celebrating too early, chaps.
Maybe they haven't watched enough FIFA esports, because anything could happen in a game of FIFA. 1-0 up to 2-1 down. And there you go. The Ajax fan group trying to quiet down FC Groningen. Perfect start for the Ajax man.
What a finish it was. He's done that twice throughout this game. R9 just the first time slap shot past the goalkeeper. Just don't have to take a touch.
Just feel like we are seeing more of a polished Danny Hakkeberg, Richard, than what we saw at the beginning of the Edivisie.
Oh, without doubt. When you're playing every single week, you are going to hone your talent.
Danny didn't win a game in the Edivisie into the 4th match day.
Yeah. Imagine coming back every single week and losing for 3 weeks in a row. That's so uncommon for Danny.
Especially for the club that he represents, that would only want to look to win that league and win today.
The second is not good enough.
You can hear chance for Danny. And the crowd, he's brought enough fans down. Now the tables have turned, 2-1. They have still got that away goal they can look back on, which could be the godsend for him.
But Danny seems in the ascendancy right now. He seems pretty cool under pressure. He's pinging this ball about.
See Bash just giving direct instructions of where to move this ball to. 20 minutes left. Still plenty of time. Second away goal goes in. Still could be anyone's game. And you move on to M10 Levy. Oh, of course. Against Caps.
Levy switched consoles as well from last year in the Global Series. Xbox player last year now.
Definitely feels like as well. Of course, he might have had to move for the Edivisie. There are those PlayStation country tournaments that we've seen as well, and maybe a few more opportunities for PlayStation players. There are far more of them. Carlos Alberto just trying to tease the run. He actually makes Mbappe trip over his own feet. Superb defending from Danny Hakkeberg. Nick just couldn't get that final pass through. I honestly think he'll see this game out.
Yeah, he's really controlling the game, isn't he, to be honest? There's really not a lot that's gone wrong for Danny in this match. As we do take a pause here, and it is Nick making the changes and bringing on. Looking at 99 Pele. I was looking at 99 Messi off of the bench on Danny's point of view. Sadio Mane and Eusebio, the two changes coming on for him. Look at that crowd here live in Amsterdam. All brought their signs, their flags, their scarves. Everyone's representing a team.
And they can see themselves. All on camera as well. Substitutions made. Messi on. And Pele. One more sub as well for Groningen. Just those two. 9 minutes remain. Trailing by a goal still. 2-1 to Danny. Remarkable turnaround after going 1-0 down in just 6 minutes. A lot of players currently playing FIFA 20 would probably say it's unheard of. Going down 1-0 and turning it around. Can get a third, it'll be even better for him. Has to be patient though. Ruud Gullit. Sadio Mane, which way is he turning? Oh, just wide of the left-hand post.
Yeah, so I think that has to go in. With Sadio Mane. With the team of the year, Sadio Mane as well. He turned on the left foot. He only does possess the 4-star weak foot. But still a player 97 rated, you think. Probably should finish that.
4 minutes away from taking this advantage. It's a very slight advantage into the second leg. You might be thinking, Brandon, what are you going on about? It's 2-1. There is an away goal for Groningen. Which would mean if Groningen were to win their second leg, they would go through on away goals. If they won by a goal, so it'll be 2-2 on aggregate, but the away goal rule would put Groningen through to the grand final. It's a big job to do for Levy.
Keeping the ball, ticking it over, waiting for the last chance of the game. Here's Nick.
Not long left at all. Will there be enough time to try and go forward for Nick? Messi into Hullet. A response now be unbelievable. Messi back to Hullet again. Patient build-up is needed. Just win the ball back and it's game over. Well done, Maldini.
Right place, right time. The corner will be played. It has to come straight into the box.
Get clear of this. He'll move into the second leg. 2 goals to 1 up on the aggregate scoreline. Just win the header. You can see him controlling Virgil van Dijk. Looks like he is going to play short from that corner, is Nick. Looks like it's Messi over it. Carlos Alberto will take it instead. Messi will come short. Messi will actually pick up the ball short as well. We've played more than enough time. We've played 3 minutes of added time. Back inside, get rid of that ball. And Danny Hackerberg has a slight 2-1 advantage moving into this PlayStation 4 leg now. Pap City against M10 Levy. But there is an away goal there.
There is an away goal. Levy won 2-0 in his quarter-final against Alariz Oregon.
If you can see it, and I'm not doing it,
Fascinating conversations there.
With overload ball side, it's the only way to create a chance.
Between Bass.
It's a case of trying to listen in
and
as well.
Pap City. Oh, we're hearing a lot of overload ball side talk.
There's so much to block out as well of everything around you, all the fans, all the noise. Danny screaming as well. Danny does win that game. He does his part of the job. Obviously, it's a 2-man team. Of course, it's an aggregate scoreline. But from being 1-0 down in 6 minutes, Richard, to turn it around was a very top performance from him.
I mean, very rarely does somebody in FIFA 20 at least go a goal down and turn it around in a one-legged game of FIFA.
Yeah.
Usually in 2 legs you'll see a turnaround, but in 1 leg to do it, to get a chance to take it and then to get another chance and finish it as well. Fair play to Ajax Danny. He's 2-1 up right now as part of Team Ajax. Levy versus Pap City. This is massive pressure for Pap City.
It's big. It's a position that he would have never been in before. Because one,
on the cusp of a final.
Ajax, of course in the league they struggled. Of course there had times when they dropped points. But it was never a situation to put yourself into a grand final that if you win it, you win €25,000. It will be the biggest opportunity that Pap City would have had. We've seen him at major tournaments. We've seen him at FUT Champions Cups. We saw him at the E-Premier League last year when he played for Arsenal. Got the move over to Ajax this time round. But this is the biggest opportunity. The furthest he's gone in the tournament.
This is the big time, you've got to say. This is the opportunity where it comes and it doesn't come again. It's pretty much once every blue moon. It's only the top players, such as his teammate Ajax Danny, who can repeat such feats in tournaments, in global events. Levy will come out firing.
He did hold his nerve though, did Paps, in that ADO Den Haag game, because it was only a 1-goal scoreline that he had in his favour. He did concede early on, and then he did respond, and it was 1-1, and they were leading by a goal. It's 3 goals.
He did what he had to do to get through, didn't he? He did what he had to do. He got the all-important away goal. He's playing away again, and Levy is at home again. Very similar to what their quarter-final tie is, but fascinating. I'm just having a look round to see Nick DeHama right now doing the interview. I didn't know if we're going to get a few words from Pap City, but it seems as though he's laser-focused in to the match that is about to come up.
There's M10 Levy up against Paps. Win this, you're into the grand final. The best 2 teams in the Edivisie for FIFA 20. And the last time they did match up was again in week 3, Richard. It was Levy that did win that game, 1-0. Again, it was a very newly formed Ajax team. It was only 3 weeks into the tournament, but still, it's a win. It's in his mind. It will be ingrained in his mind that he can beat Paps.
Danny literally said 1 goal does it.
And 1 goal would do it for Levy. If they hold out a 1-0 lead, we've seen them happen before, and away goals, it would send them through. Here's the goals, Richard, from that last game, and as we said, Danny was a goal down. He did bounce back 2-1, and even caught me off guard there a little bit.
Lovely first-time fake shot, and then the strike from R9. Just gave himself a little bit of room inside the box. You see the genuine fan reaction shots here. Storming the stage. Danny's parents there.
You see exactly what it means to him as well. They've been on a journey with Ajax over the last 2 years.
Tired Paps here.
It's time to wake up because you need a big performance. I think we're about ready to jump into this game now.
It was a 1-0 win when they matched up earlier on. in the group stages to Levy.
Hey, Bob.
Of course, that was a very long time ago. If you have just joined us, you are watching the international feed of the Edivisie. This really could go any way. Whoever wins goes to the grand final, Richard Buckley.
This is where all the marbles are at.
Ja, doe jij dat even met hem.
Perhaps it's team. CR7 up top. Eusebio in behind. Sadio Mane on the right. Kylian Mbappe on the left. Very interesting squad. Sorry, I'm looking at Danny's old team that he finished the game with. Got my feeds the wrong way around. I'm looking at the Xbox lineup.
Come on, Curtis.
Curtis Paul, the biggest stage of his competitive FIFA career so far. 2-1 up are Ajax coming into this game. They do have an away goal, Groningen, which could really work to their favour. If Ajax can get a goal, they'll be in cruise control.
Yeah, so apologies for the squad before that. You see Messi R9 in there. Mbappe, Hullet, Vieira. Overload ball side. 12th man.
Everyone back behind the ball. The best thing is we can listen in, hopefully, to a few of those discussions in the Ajax bench. There will be spoken in English.
Okay, Curtis.
Played R9. It's his first touch on the ball. So does Pastity. A massive game, this.
I'm just thinking back to what he said earlier, Bass, in the quarterfinals, where he was talking about perhaps not holding possession in his own half.
Don't really get this much, though. Bass is literally telling him how to play this game. Switch it from left to right.
Ja, dat gaat komen.
Move up to his half.
Get the ball in this half and keep the ball there. Early chance in this game. It's going to be Cristiano Ronaldo. A vicious pass and possession given away.
Robertson having to drop. The run was Mbappe. He's been triggered. Seeing Neymar on that far side. Messi R9. And then Mbappe making up the front four.
Good. Big tackle, Andy Robertson. He's been star of the show. Normally doesn't really make a name for himself, but he's assisted goals today.
He's played really well, hasn't he? He defended well.
Basically backed up wise in so many people's teams.
You have
Trent
to move up earlier.
Getting the boot out of a lot of people's
He
teams.
used to play on his half
Robertson is
because of the glitch.
pretty much stayed in everyone's team.
Again, a very unlike pass. There's a little dink into R9, loses possession again, and he's gifted twice now.
Bass continuing to tell Paps to move up the pitch, move up the pitch.
Keep the ball in his half. R9. Into Messi. It's R9 again that's going to pick it up, and it's an unnecessary skill move, really, for me.
I don't think the roulette was the skill move of choice.
Come on, Curtis. His half.
Just hear every time Richard Bass just saying, get the ball in his half, then control it. If anything, get the ball as far away as possible from your own goal.
That's nice. You saw it, it's such a small thing, but the throw in there. He switched it probably 4 or 5 times with the switch to receiver. Just a little ball around the corner. Retain possession.
Messi just about keeping on. I thought he was running off the field for a second. In the first 30 minutes played.
That's good.
Ajax 2-1 up still. Danny Hackerberg picking up an all-important win against Nick De Harmer. Good passing tally on the screen.
Keeping
passes have been involved in this attack.
hold over the ball.
That's impressive. He'll two around the corner. Try to bait out Carlos Alberto. Van Dijk's pulled out of position completely, and this could be a little area to exploit. Because Messi could be through. Doesn't want to play it though. Right, how patient he's trying to be. Into R9. He went down, didn't he?
Could have been a penalty. A little tumble from R9 inside the box.
Got
Hey.
the passing lines.
Niet je zegt erg, man.
Well played, R9. It's a great use of skill moves in the right areas just to give you the edge over your opponent, the extra yard or two. Step overs when they're necessary. Simple ball roll that, if you add to your game, can give you so much.
Constant switching of the play as well, making
Move up a little bit.
Levy sprint after him. It's a good tackle though.
It's charging for this one. Mbappe. Position for Emtem Levy. They know what's at stake in this game. A goal for Groningen would actually put them in a winning position, although they'll be drawing 2-2 on aggregate. The away goal would give them the advantage. 40 minutes on the clock. Messi back to goal. Which way is he going to go? Maldini times it well.
Thought that could have been danger for Ajax when Robertson got caught of the ball, but you saw how quick Paps's players got back to swarm his own box.
Go for a last attack.
Trying to push
Ja, dan
forward.
wordt die ding nog één keer. Beter niet.
One of the final attacks of the game. Carlos Alberto in charge of trying to drive this attack forward. Messi's in there, so's R9. Just defend this and get yourself into half-time. Still goalless, 0-0 in this game. Ajax will be going through at this moment in time.
One more.
This game needs a goal.
Just a goal to
Spark it into life.
unsettle someone a little bit. Back to Neymar. This will be a perfect time to get it if Levy can. The 2 minutes have been played, so it can be intercepted as Papsty will. We do go into half-time. We'll be swapping ends. A few words from Coach Bass. Switch the ball quicker.
That's the aim of the game, isn't it? I'd be very intrigued to see the possession at half-time. What, you're going to get 70, 75%?
Ja. Met zijn aanvallen duren allemaal 15 minuten. Dus ja, als ik het ook ga doen.
Well, 57% possession for Paps at half-time. Not a lot said in Levy's camp. He knows what he has to
They
do.
just know what they've got to do, Richard, as you said. They know exactly what they've got to do. They're still faithful. And more importantly, hopeful that Groningen can reply. 45 minutes away from a grand final spot. Those fans
Nail-biting.
just as nervous. 45 minutes remain. We're back underway. Ajax, as we said, are leading 2-1 on an aggregate scoreline. Groningen have that away goal behind them.
Ik heb hem gezegd dat hij heel de centrale verdediger was staan. Dus nu met Maldini naar Robertson.
It's all right keeping the ball and switching side to side, but at some point,
Levy will get a
the
chance.
chance is going to have to be made as well from Paps. Get a goal. Score a goal, you've got an away goal as well to fight with.
Okay, defend.
Going to win that in the air. Or not.
One goal for Groningen send them through.
It would.
One away goals.
Nou, dat is goed in de gaten.
Chance will come, as you said, Richard. That's why it's so crucial for Paps to try and just get something going. We know he can score goals. Levy, we've seen it from him throughout today. We saw it when they played each other, these two, in the Edivisie, week 3 of the tournament. Maybe did pick up that win, 1-0. I know we're many weeks and months down the line from that. It's still something to hold on to. Messi into Neymar. As we said, a goal would make this game so interesting.
Possession squandered on that occasion for Levy. And with the spells, 5, 6, 7 minutes that perhaps he's holding on to the ball.
This is good, Curtis.
Might only be, what, 3 or 4 chances left for Levy that are going to fall his way.
Tell you what, it's a bit of a stitch-up pass for Vieira. Saving Carlos Alberto. That wasn't a great pass from the Brazilian.
August.
Nail-biting stuff, Richard.
Danny's nervous. The only person who doesn't look nervous right now is the 2 players. Paps looks pretty cool and Levy looks...
I think they're just so zoned into the game,
engrossed.
Richard. They can't really think about anything else.
Levy looks very calm.
They've got the fans behind them. 25 minutes away.
That's good. That's good.
Zijn?
Getting themselves into a grand final. They'll be waiting for either Pec Zwolle or HERACLES. Who will join them? We'll commentate on that one afterwards in the semi-final. Whoever wins this, €25,000. They'll crown themselves the Edivisie champions from season 1. And of course, have put themselves forward to earn an incredible amount of global series ranking points across the 2 seasons. There will be a season 2, of course, of the Edivisie.
Sorting on a table isn't how good point season 1 and season 2 put together.
Tell you what, this could be a chance for Levy now. Kante. The little dink ball into R9.
No, went for the double tap. Pass there. Yeah. Probably looking for a first-time shot, potentially. Constant praise as well.
This overload is off, Curtis. Be aware of that.
Good. Bass there saying his overload has been he's switched overload off.
The fact that you can see that is incredible. Time's running out, 15 minutes left. Into the pause we go. This is nerve-wracking stuff.
15 minutes left.
Maybe
The last few words of wisdom.
Moet ik die 4-5-1 instellen? Ja.
4-1-2-1-2.
Okay, and do R9. All for Mane and Eusebio for Messi. Really important to check the formation of Levy now.
I put my cams come back on now.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Nu al?
It's the fact that just letting Bash just control that team.
It's on 4-2-2.
Nog een kwartier.
Cams come back or no?
We've only got 5 seconds.
You can do it.
Maar heb je...
Defending like this, bro.
Je moet wel constante druk, alles, hè? Pas op, pas op.
Okay.
We're out of time.
Moet opnieuw.
He's going to pause it again.
Wat gaat hij doen?
Cams terug.
Die constante
I'm
druk.
like the worst for that.
What, running out of time then?
Running out of time. Running out of time on a pause.
Formation again, okay? Really important.
Right, we're seeing what AJAX are doing. We can hear what AJAX are doing.
Because maybe they go
On the other side, for Groningen.
It looks like he's actually going 4-5-1.
It's okay.
Very controversially.
Check his formation.
Constant pressure.
Zo. Ja, en dan iedereen voor hem.
Bas.
Corners on 2.
We can see sliders going right up.
2-2-2.
Yep.
Yeah, he's 4-3-2.
Press,
5 seconds left.
press, press.
Okay, go back.
Eén goal.
Come on, Curtis.
Ja, volg hem af.
Here we go. 15 minutes, just under that. 14 minutes left in this semi-final. AJAX still in the lead. They will be going through 2-1.
A third pause
Keep this with you.
right now. 4-2-2 in action from Levy. He doesn't know where he wants to make his subs. He's brought Eusebio on. Maybe thinking Pele. Maybe thinking Cruyff.
It's just remind Ronaldo's on the bench.
See, Ronaldo's on the bench.
He's fresh.
De Bruyne. De Bruyne.
For me,
Ja, kan
Messi comes off. You put Ronaldo on last 10 minutes.
The last call has been a Kevin De Bruyne in CDM for Kante. Just feel like there's something else in this game, Richard. There's a goal.
A lot of
There's a chance.
praise for Paps right there. Levy took him 3 chances, but he's finally got the subs that he wanted on the pitch.
You can see the subs that are made. Mane, Eusebio, and Pele on the other side of things. So Pele and Kevin De Bruyne will be the substitutions there. Groningen, a goal would send them through. Simple as that. Kevin De Bruyne, he's fresh off the bench on N'Golo Kante. Taking one of those CDM spots.
More of an attacking threat as well you offer with Kevin De Bruyne. If he gets in the final third, you're happy to pull the trigger.
Well defended, everyone back behind the ball for Ajax.
Keep the ball, Curtis.
He's 8 minutes away. Getting himself into a grand final alongside Danny Hackerberg. He was able to get the goals in the first leg. Ronaldo's through.
Not going to
He
play
would have
it.
been through. He's not going to risk anything at this point, is he? Cristiano Ronaldo. Where's he going to go? Sadio Mane's there. There's an option there. This could be the chance. Eusebio back to goal. Drop of the shoulder. And it's well read by Vieira.
Not only that, but it gives Levy a chance to come forward with the ball possession being turned over.
Big switch on as well if he wants to find it. Got a high-risk pass to play, though.
I think he heard you.
Mbappe. Just hugging that. Full-back position of Andy Robertson. Lovely drag back into Messi. A goal, as we said, would be enough. 2 minutes now. This is Ajax's to throw away. Ooh. Look at the amount of Groningen shirts forward. Added time will be coming.
That pass right there, that's the match-winning pass.
In the next minute or so. Sadio Mane, possession still in the favour of Ajax. There's only 2 minutes of added time.
Stay fucking calm.
It's
Come on,
Ajax's to throw away. It's Ajax's to lose. They're seconds away, Richard Buckley, from making it to a grand final.
The possession turned over, but he's
No,
won it
that's
back
gone.
and that's it.
That's got to be game over. Sadio Mane to conclude this game. Added time of 2 minutes has been concluded. A 0-0 in the second leg. Pap City and Danny Hackerberg will be going to the grand final. Referee conclude this game. One more goal to do so. And that is it. Ajax are in the grand final. The AF's Live Arena erupts. The home favourites, Richard, are on to go the full way.
And I tell you what, yes, Danny, unbelievable job in the first leg. But for Pap City to hold Levy to a 0-0 after one of the most attacking, influential players in the tournament, Levy, and he's held him to 0-0. That is a really big statement of
It's a
intent.
professional performance, isn't it? It's a game plan in there. Get a goal or two to hold on to in the first leg. And the fact of the matter is, Richard, even though if they were being defensive in that game, even if they conceded a goal, Groningen could have still gone through. So it really could have went anyway. Ajax are in the grand final. That is the news here at the Edivisie grand finals here at AF's Live in Amsterdam. You saw the reaction there. I mean, I saw Ajax fans didn't even know they were in the building.
Groningen can't look right now. The question is, do we get the final that everyone is sort of hoping for between Ajax and Heracles? That is the question. They've got a tough game against Pec Zwolle coming up very soon. But the story right now, Ajax through to the E-divisie finals.
They are, of course, the duo of Danny Hackerberg and Paps do enough to take down FC Groningen, obviously Nick De Hamer and Entem Levy. We'll be seeing Nick in Paris for the Champions Cup number 4. We're going to be throwing to a very short break. We'll be back with the next semi-final. Pec Zwolle up against, of course, Heracles. It's going to go anywhere. We're still waiting to find out who will be in the grand final. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
Welcome back to the Edivisie semi-final stages. We found out who one of our two finalists will be. Team Ajax. Who will be joining them? Will it be HERACLES or will it be Pec Zwolle? Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley guiding you through the remainder of the games here at the Edivisie.
Yeah, exactly that. We're waiting to find out who'll be joining Ajax in that grand final. €25,000, of course, up for grabs, and a chance to really place yourself in a really strong position to take all the 850 Global Series ranking points that are available, of course, for the team that comes out on top over the 2 seasons. This is season 1 of the Edivisie. It's a fantastic opportunity, of course, in this packed venue to win a trophy, to lift the trophy. There's not many names on that Edivisie trophy, and there'll be even more come the end of FIFA 20.
It's very Ajax dominated. Last year, current champion still in the tournament right now, Brian Hessing, he's still knocking about.
And to be honest, you would say current champions in Pec Zwolle. They might have lost players. Edivisie did play for them last year, and then he went to AZ Alkmaar. Hasn't had a strong performance there, and this is how we're going to be looking. It's Xbox first. It's going to be Brian Hessing up against Jonah. And a word on this Pec Zwolle team, Richard. They went on a little bit of a fairy tale run in the league table. They finished 14th on goal difference, just above RKC. They went to the playoffs, and the playoffs were dramatic for them. They went and won 3-2 against Vitesse. Vitesse finished 3rd in the league. Let's just remember that. They finished 3rd in the league, and the team that scraped 14th, Rich, in the playoffs did enough to ensure that they would be in the grand finals today. And they've had a fantastic run in the tournament, haven't they?
They really have. They beat FC Utrecht. First game in the quarterfinals, 3-0. That was a Tony Cock 1-0 victory away from home. And Jonah, who has been a real star for this FC Zwolle team, 2-0 victory against Jay from Utrecht. We're now here in the semi-final stages. That man on your screen right now, he's playing with a lot of confidence.
He should be as well, Rich. He's qualified for the next FUT Champions Cup in, of course, Paris. FUT Champions Cup Stage 4. There's every reason why he should be full of confidence. His Xbox final is underway. Who will come out on top? 2 legs of FIFA, one on Xbox, one on PlayStation. We know that Ajax are waiting for one of these 2 teams in the grand final. The fans have wanted, of course, HERACLES to get there. Will they get what they want though, Richard? That's another story.
Or will Pec Zwolle be the party poopers and knock out Team HERACLES?
I think we're getting there. HERACLES. You understand what we're talking about.
The one that looks like Newcastle.
Of course, the team that were the Xbox champion last year. Brian Hessing on your screen in the right bottom corner. Was the overall winner on Xbox. Went to that E-Tribune final against Edivisie, and it was Edivisie that won on golden goal, but still one of the oldest competitors in the tournament alongside Tony Cock. Still backing up on the big stage as the reason why they're here on the final day and in the final 4. A 0-0 we saw in the first leg from him. He just ball around the goalkeeper. Fantastic chance!
Squandered. What a block on the line from Jonah. Early indications show that this game will be full of chances.
R9's over the corner. It was originally Van Dijk. Van Dijk now in the box. You can just see him being controlled towards the front post. He will run. There'll be R9 in the air. That does just about do enough to win that.
Got a counter-attack. If you look at the bottom of your screen, number 11 could actually be in if he decides to spread the play.
Didn't want to, though. R9 to Cristiano Ronaldo. That was, sure, just an accident. I don't think he would have wanted to
Looking for an advanced rainbow.
pull one of them off on the right-hand side of the pitch. There was no real need to.
The ultimate needless skill right there. Not sure, it was just a incorrect button combination.
That was the one skill move I used to love doing as a kid.
What, you could play it off in real life?
No, never.
Oh,
Never in real life, but
in FIFA?
down the park. Just casual.
Oh.
I mean, if I put one of them out in a Sunday league game, I'll be...
I get you. I understand. So you could do it in real life?
Oh, yeah, but I wouldn't do it in a game.
Oh, well, not really a skiller. Kept it simple.
I mean, it was the only thing I could really do, to be honest.
Probably had, if I had a FIFA item, I'd be a 1-star skill move, 2-star weak foot.
You'd have high work rates, though.
Low stamina.
Good defending.
Aggression.
We could go on all day. 21 minutes gone on the clock.
I mean, if we still carry on getting goalless games, we might have to carry on going on all day.
You understand that drop back and overload ball side have really been a meta that a number of players have felt pushed in towards playing, and when they're trying to see out a game, some have done that. We have had some goals in some of the other matches that we have seen today. Some more exciting games, especially, as you said, that Danny Hackerberg game against Nick from Groningen. Groningen out in the tournament. This is Brian Hessing now. Allison just collects it.
Makes it look very simple, doesn't he? Timmy Allison playing out from the back as well through 95. Paolo Maldini, CR7 could be in. Back post cross potentially, just not up with the speed of Ronaldo.
Oh, that's nice, Ronaldo. Chance for Jonah now. Going to fall back to Johan Cruyff. He's actually starting this game. Back to Cristiano Ronaldo again. It's a case of where that ball's going to end up. It's in the back of the net. It's a fantastic finish from Johan Cruyff.
Big, big goal right there for Jonah. Smart play inside the box. Allison just couldn't do enough as it fell back to Johan Cruyff, the 96 rated prime icon moment. And Brandon, a home goal for Pec Zwolle.
Just after 30 minutes on the clock. Brian Hessing, we haven't scored or seen a goal, sorry, from him this whole tournament so far, Richard. 0-0. He drew his first quarter-final game. And it was down to Lev Vinken to win by a goal. It hasn't been a convincing performance from HERACLES. 35 minutes on the clock. Mbappe.
Chance here inside the box. Virgil van Dijk cleaning up any pressure at the back. These two will have matched up in the league. Brandon, how did that result go as Johan Cruyff brings it forward, looking for R9. The back post cross could be on. He's keeping hold of the possession, similar to what he did at the first goal. CR7.
Watch out, Cruyff is in there, Richard. He's waiting to try and tee up a shot. It's back to R9 again. Remember, you've got R9 and Cruyff, both got a 5-star weak foot, so that could be so deadly. In and around the box, he's recycled possession back, and as you were saying, when these two teams did match up in the tournament, it was Brian Hessing that did get a 1-1 draw with Jonah. That was in week 7 of the competition.
Towards the midpoint of the entire group stages then.
That was HERACLES picking up. Obviously a point now. On the other side of things for Lev Vinken, Lev actually did win his game by a goal to 0, so
very tight.
Yeah.
3 goals scored in the 2 respective games.
Very, very tightly contested games. But Brian Hessing, he's yet to back it up on the big stage yet. I haven't seen a goal from him. Saw many big moments in the studio where obviously all the league games were played half-time. And it is Jonah in front. Pec Zwolle continuing this fairy tale at this moment in time.
Yeah, Brian, I don't think he's just found his form yet, has he, today? 0-0 during the first game. He's losing 1-0 right now against Jonah, who, very, very good player. He's in some great form right now, is Jonah. Let's have a look at the goal. You see the L2 fake shot where you sort of move the ball between both of your feet. Lacraqueta inside the box, finding Johan Cruyff, first time shot, fired into the near post, and that one on your screen. He's doing his job right now for Pec Zwolle. 1-0 up at half-time.
1 goal up. Everything is going to plan for him. We can just see inside the team. 4-2-3-1 in action for Brian Hessing. Playing Eusebio as that cam, Cristiano Ronaldo on the left, Kylian Mbappe on the right, and R9 as the out-and-out striker. Still got another leg to come before we get there. 45 minutes in front of your very eyes here on the international broadcast of the Edivisie. We are into the semi-final now, our second semi-final. Ajax already in the grand final.
Who will be joining them?
Is 1-0 up after an early goal in the first half. Andy Robertson.
Have you been impressed by the new Prime Icon moments, Brandon? Do you feel as though you've seen more icons involved in the squads?
I think we've just seen familiar faces added back into the team, Richard. We've seen Vieira earn his spot back in CDM. We've seen a lot of people push him in to centre-back, and don't get me wrong, he's a viable player, or a viable option, I should say, to play there. But I think we've definitely seen Vieira earn his place back in CDM. And on top of that as well, I think you are seeing Johan Cruyff sprinkled into a few teams. Maldini, we know the player that he already is and how good he can be.
Eusebio and Pele reintroduced. Even so low for Mateus, Laurent Blanc. Because the upgrades have been so big on the Prime Icons, the Prime Icon moments, there's a lot more viable options now in squads. Left back, you can use Zambrotta, you can use Roberto Carlos, you can use Andy Robertson. Right back, Carlos Alberto.
I mean, even if there was a debate for a few weeks, Richard, of Trent Alexander-Arnold, of course, in front for Team of the Year, that upgrade for Carlos Alberto just pushes him back out of the team, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's defensively superior.
There's Brian Hessing, a little cheeky skill pass there.
Trent offers you more going forward, but defensively, Carlos is a much better option.
To R9. Vieira into Hullet, chance for Brian Hessing, back to goal. You save it with a shot deflection off Vieira out for a corner.
He's building. He's putting an R9 in all his corners as well.
I think the problem is it's normally Van Dijk that starts on them. I don't know why Van Dijk front post. This is dangerous.
Van Dijk's not the header of the ball this year. I'm telling you, it's Cristiano Ronaldo. You've got to get Ronaldo at the near post.
It's that glancing flick on header.
The way he just flicks it. I think the reason Van Dijk is on the corners, he will probably the first player put in the team. And usually it's the first player that gets put into the team is on all set pieces.
It's a change he's had to make time and time again. Get R9 taking it. Van Dijk into the box. Van Dijk was on the corner of the 6-yard box and did go up for the header, but he went miles over the bar. It's a pause cued by Jonah. Pec Zwolle currently 1-0 up in this game. They are the home team on the Xbox. They'll be the away team on the PlayStation that comes up shortly. There's even more pressure when you're down a goal, then you've got to not concede away goals.
20 minutes left. Jonah in a real good position right now to set his teammate Tony Cork in pole position.
Defended. We've seen that pause for a while. We'll get one or two more. Tries it, trying to break down Jonah's defence. Then move on to the second leg with it all to play for. Mbappe back to Carlos Alberto. He's been great when he gets into this area. Case of going out wide, then bringing it in and trying to just spread that midfield. Try and find a gap in between the back line into R9. It's going to fall back to it. This is nice. Little fake shot from Ronaldo. Animation isn't how you would have wanted it.
Who was it though? Back defending again. Carlos Alberto, right place, right time. Man for the job.
Backing up exactly why he is the right back of choice, the full-back of choice for these pros. It certainly will make the second leg interesting because Lev Vinken's going to have to come out and play. He won the game in the quarterfinals, but that was from a 0-0 scoreline. This is completely different. And after that game, Lev said it's probably one of the worst games I've played. Personally.
He looked nervous. But the pair of them did, to be honest. Both Brian and Lev.
It's a big stage to play on. If you want to be a champion,
You've got to own the stage.
and that's what AJAX have been doing. There's a reason why they're in the grand final. Blocks out the fans, all the noise. 3 minutes left. It really hasn't been too much of an entertaining game. Get that ball forward. Time is running out for you. And after all of that, just a giveaway possession. Wins the ball back. Ronaldo's in there. Eusebio's in there as well.
It's not the ball. It's not the pass. That's going to be full time.
Added time of 2 minutes. 1 minute's already played. It's a lofted ball over the top, and if you can see, now he's offside. Jonan happy with that one. That's the biggest offside shout the Pill I've ever seen.
I'm pretty sure he's not going to have time. Is Brian Hessing. He's bringing on Messi, Pele, and Sadio Mane, Team of the Year. But I'm almost...
It's one of them, isn't it? If you bring in the players, I know you ask, why didn't you do it 5 minutes earlier?
98% sure that it's not going to affect the game.
That pass. It's a negative ball, that one. You played it to your right back.
There you go.
And that's the full-time result. Advantage to Pec Zwolle. Jonah leading by a goal to 0 on the home console, which was the Xbox. It's over to PlayStation 4. And it's a man to have a little bit of redemption, Richard Buckley and Lev Vinken. It's a player that certainly can do it. Has he got the nerves out of his system from that first game? He still won it. Just looks a little bit nervous and not exactly like the Lev Vinken we know.
Yeah, I think that was one of the big things, really, looking at that first leg. He just didn't create chances, did Brian, and he sort of let Jonah looked like the more experienced player.
Yep.
Which just simply shouldn't be the case.
You'd probably say the player that's in a
He's in better form right now, 100%.
A better patch of form at the moment. Yeah. He's qualified, as we said, for FUT Champions Cup Stage 4, happening next week in Paris. And they've been on a fairy tale run. I keep saying it. They have been on a fairy tale run in the Edivisie. They finished 14th. That was the last spot to get yourself into the playoffs. They knocked out Vitesse, who finished 3rd. They came into today, beat FC Utrecht across the 2 legs, Richard. Obviously, both players doing their job as well. And we haven't seen a good performance from HERACLES. We have not seen a good performance from them.
You've seen a 0-0 in their first game in the quarterfinals, then a 1-0 win from Lev, sort of squeaking past Seb, and then you're coming into the semi-finals now. And this Pec Zwolle team will be thinking they're here for the taking. They might finish 2nd in the league, but they are really not playing well right now. You've got Jonah, FUT Champions Cup 4 qualifier, Tony Cock, who always seems to rise to the occasion. Could be looking at an AJAX Pec Zwolle final right here.
It could be a case, and let's not forget, as we said, Pec Zwolle were the overall winners of the E-Divisie last year. Obviously, Danny Vizza winning the tournament, obviously the E-Tribune against the man that has just lost that game in Brian Hessing. Going to be jumping into that second leg in a minute, as we said. It is 1-0 to Pec Zwolle at the moment. Tony Cock, though, the biggest game he would have played for a while. We haven't seen him too much on the international stage. If he could win this tournament overall, Richard, we certainly will be. The points he'll be accumulating could even be enough to take him to the playoffs.
Oh yeah, you'd think so. With Weekend League as well, and then the 850 points after season 2 has finished, whoever's the top performer from both seasons. But it's Lev Vinken again, who has everything to do for this team. HERACLES squad 1-0 down, but it wasn't an away goal, it was a home goal for Jonah. Lev's now their home team. If Tony Cock gets a goal, you got to think this game is settled with an away goal.
Yep. A positive to take, though, for Lev. Hasn't conceded a goal yet.
So they played one match. They played one leg of one match. I mean,
I feel for Brian, hasn't scored a goal.
How many goals have we actually seen in the entire tournament? 4.
The most we saw was
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We've seen 12 goals in...
How many legs of FIFA? 9, nearly 10.
11.
Nearly averaging a goal a game at the moment, aren't we? We're
That's
under
poor.
that at the moment.
It's poor.
No, it hasn't been very...
It's been very, very defensive,
It's
hasn't
been
it?
very stale in some of the way that some of these guys have been playing. We know how the meta sits at the moment with FIFA esports. We know how the drop back of the overload ball side can affect things. The most entertaining game of goals-wise we would have seen was that Danny Hackerberg game where he did turn round a 1-goal scoreline back to 2-1 up. And he was able to go in front and do enough to send Ajax through. Jonah's done his part of the job. Now it's all down to Tony K. We're jumping into that game right now. Lev Vinken with a big backpack on his shoulders right now.
Yeah, and Brian Hessing sat in it, going, Lev, please carry me to a final.
If they do make it to a final,
They'll be thanking him.
a serious wake-up call is needed.
Yeah, because if Brian Hessing plays the way that he's just done then, against Danny Hackerberg, it could be 3 or 4 now. Have they got what it takes, Brandon?
19 game minutes. We'll answer that question, Richard Buckley. Both teams are ready. We're jumping into that game right now. HERACLES up against Pec Zwolle. Is it going to be the fairy tale story that continues for Tony Cock and Jonah? Or after a strong league campaign for HERACLES, can they back it up on the big stage? Did enough to win their quarter-final game against WILLEM too.
So there, overall ball side.
Could be a perfect start.
What a start that is for Lev. Yeah, you didn't score, but you created a good chance in the first, what, 15, 20 minutes? I should say 5-10 minutes. I feel lost without the clock in the top left.
Tactic that Tony Cock likes to use there, just a lofted through ball down the line. He's done something for him a few times. Frankie de Jong is backed in this team. Looks as if no Vieira either, or Virgil van Dijk.
Yeah, no Virgil. Probably the only player not to be using Virgil van Dijk is Tony Cock. Laurent Blanc and Matthias de Ligt.
Just for like if you're without Van Dijk, Richard,
you're missing something.
you are. And it's an excuse waiting to happen. We said if Tony Cock can score, Pec Zwolle will have an away goal. They'll have a 2-goal lead and they'll have an away goal as well. That will mean that Lev Vinken will have to score 3 goals. Even if he was drawing 2-2 on away goals, it wouldn't be enough. Neymar. Ronaldo's in the box. Didn't want to use him though. We know the succession of crosses can be this year. It's not necessarily a strong point. That's nice. Back to Vieira, into R9. This is Lev Vinken. Can he get the shot away? Drag back. Oh, it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful from Lev Vinken.
Really, really nice play. The drag back in such a tight area for Lev Vinken, then smashed in at the near post with R9 Ronaldo. And in 15 minutes, all the hard work of Jonah has gone out of the window. Tied 1 apiece, both teams scoring a home goal.
It's not a nice feeling conceding first in a game, especially with this crowd behind you.
In a one-legged match.
I'll tell you what, Lev Vinken has looked sharp from the word go in this game. He knew he had to come out and attack. He knew he had to try and make something happen. What a time to score it. Hasn't, of course, conceded the goal across the matches he's played so far today. He has defended well. R9 is going to go back to Messi. Watch out, this could be dangerous. R9 back defended and defending well.
He thought for a second that that ball was going to drop, didn't you, for Tony Cock on the edge of the box. It wasn't meant to be for him.
Tell you what, Vieira's getting a bit of a workout in this game.
Striding, isn't he, forward? Audacious switch of play.
I think it was Alexander-Arnold, of all people, that was very high up on the right-hand side, and it might be a common theme we're going to see if his fullbacks are getting involved in the attack. Sure, it was just a one-time off thing.
Gullit and Frenkie de Jong, so no Vieira or Van Dijk for Tony.
Obviously, there's a big reason why he's not playing him. We know that FIFA Ultimate Team's always been about personal preference, but for players like that, Richard, they're must-haves, aren't they?
Yeah, there's sort of like 6 positions in the team that you don't even argue about, really. R9 being one of them, Gullit being one, Van Dijk. You would probably say Alisson right now.
Could be free kick. Referee says play on. It's Ruud Gullit. Really struggling for an option. Frenkie de Jong.
Nice bit of close control with Mbappe down the side, but who's there to break it up?
Virgil van Dijk. That's why he's in the team. I honestly think Tony Cock could be the only one not using Virgil van Dijk.
I think he could be the only one using Virgil van Dijk that I've seen this entire year. Since the team of the year, he's been a staple. I mean, he's 99 rated.
It's just as you said, that personal build that he has got. Paused by Tony Cock, has not really touched the ball, in all honesty, in the first 30 minutes. Lev Vinken in control of this game. Gives him a pause, though. A pause can always be helpful sometimes.
To a different variation of the 4-2-3-1 now with his custom tactics. Has Tony Cock only 20 seconds left to sort it out, and he does agree with the tactics he's using. Pele, the central point.
So Lev Vinken's a play you don't always get a big reaction from, but if he was to net one in late on in this game,
oh, you'd see it.
You feel like we'd see a big reaction.
See, Pele's one of those icons. I saw him in Brian Hesse's team. He was the central cow. But in this game, nobody's really using him. He's sort of a touch-and-go icon. Even though he's 99 rated, he's not essential.
That's nice. R9 round the corner. This could be dangerous. Chance for Tony Cock, and it goes. But Messi, the smallest man on the field.
Yeah, well, I don't understand the cross there. I don't understand the thought behind the cross. A pass, a cutback, is so much more effective.
Got to be offside.
He's on.
Is he on? It's Neymar. This could be. So this could be dangerous.
End-to-end FIFA right now. Both
Saw
players
the idea.
had a chance down each side.
It was R9 that was waiting on the box. Unbelievable interception from Thijs de Ligt. As you said, Richard, end-to-end FIFA.
Tony Cock knows the importance of an away goal. And Lev, I think he knows that he's got Tony, I would say, a little bit on the ropes right now.
So we have to take the advantage of that. Even another goal, you'd think, yeah, they are 2-1 up. HERACLES, but is it enough? Because an away goal would still send Pec Zwolle through. Ronaldo into Mbappe! Tony Cock replies! And that's a massive away goal.
Huge in the complexion of this match. That away goal, just as half-time.
Changes everything. It changes everything in this game. Even if they were to score again, Levinken, they'd still need another goal.
Now need 2 goals in 45 minutes, does Lev.
It's a lot of pressure on him. Well, they always say pressure makes diamonds. He's got 45 minutes.
He needs some pretty shiny diamonds right now.
To produce them for us, Richard.
Because he is under the cosh right now, and you know how Tony will probably play this out. You see the goal, R9, close control of the edge of the box. CR7, the lovely little reverse elastico, just to create a little bit of room. The little cut inside pass, and the first time shot from Kylian Mbappe, whipping it past the goalkeeper. Tony, last minute instructions from his coach. I think a couple of changes potentially coming on for Levinken. We'll wait and see.
Best 45 minutes of your Edivisie Season 1 tournament is needed from Levinken.
If this will last the year, FIFA 19, I'd probably say I back him. But this year, I'm not so confident.
He gets the goal before the 60th minute. He's got plenty of time. It's a big if, though. I expect to see a pause from him as well. A little bit after the 60th minute, if he's still trying to chase this game. Chance, Mbappe, this is beautiful, what a save!
Offside, he's offside.
Shows he can get into those areas, though, just needs to time his run better.
Tony loves that pass, doesn't he?
Left.
The scoop and then the first time L1 triangle down the line.
Lef gaat nu met zijn backs heel breed, volgens mij. Maar dat is heel kut als je spelers overal aan hebt staan. Moet even opletten zo meteen.
So we're in a winning position. 2-1 up, plus the away goal. Heracles need 2 goals to take this game. Even 1 goal at a 2-2 scoreline wouldn't be enough. Away goals would still be going out. Ball lofted into the box.
Hulk's always going to win that.
Look for Ronaldo. Ruud Hulk's won that one in the air.
For a second, I thought De Ligt were about to get pickpocketed.
Mbappe. Where's this going to end up?
What's that pass?
An awful pass.
If that were an X-pass or a through ball. But clock, even in these moments, ticking by for Team Heracles.
Way back to Schmeichel.
Straight down the middle of the pitch, no pressure, and he's in on the far side. I'd have Hail Mary'd that.
Messi would have been through. Frankie de Jong into Cristiano Ronaldo. This is where it gets dangerous. 30 minutes left, if that. 2 goals are still needed by Levinken. That away goal for Tony Koch has really done
A world of good.
more than that. He's put him in a fantastic position. Of course, it's not job done, but it's added a load of comfort into it. A comfortable position to sit in. Pec Zwolle that won't actually make that final sub as well. Levinken is back in his change he's already made. Brings the ball back, but doesn't really do much with it.
Yeah, he never got it under control.
Tell you what, this could be a chance. R9 could be through. Has to score from this chance. It's R9. Ball roll round the keeper. It's in. This could be a fantastic last 25 minutes or so.
All from a poor touch from De Ligt. The ball just, he couldn't get it under control as he went to switch it.
Never say never.
As it stands, Pec Zwolle will be going through on away goals.
They have to score, Richard, but they have to score. Away goals, as you said, right now, even at a 2-2 scoreline. And then winning this game 2-1. That away goal for Tony Koch and Jonah is everything at this moment in time. Can HERACLES push on through? 24 minutes or so left. It was a mistake, Rich. It was a simple mistake. And it was so clinical that Levvinken scored it.
It really didn't, to be honest, Tony Koch really didn't do that much wrong. Delict himself, a bad touch from him. There weren't much that he could have done differently, to be honest. But you see that the highlighted yellow 2 at the top of your screen, the away goals counting the difference.
Can he soak up all the pressure, Tony Koch, and then counter-attack from it? Because there's going to be so many white shirts chasing him down now. You've got to feel like Levvinken. The belief must be unbelievably strong right now. In his mindset, after scoring 2 goals in this game, he knows he's 1 goal away from turning it around and potentially booking a grand final spot for HERACLES. Trent Alexander-Arnold, of all people, down the line. He's done so well in the box. It's going to fall back. No, it's not. Frankie de Jong gets that pass. It goes through the legs of Messi. Just get rid of the ball. The pressure's just immense.
Look at the press. So high up the pitch. He's not
still not dealt with
any room to manoeuvre. Is Levvinken. He's squeezing in the walls on him.
Too much time to take him a throw-in. It might be simple, but can easily give away possession from a throw-in. Pele, back to Pele again, went for that finesse. Rudelit stood strong and said no thank you. It's ricocheted off him. Yes, there might be a press from Levvinken, but on the other side of that, there's going to be so many other players pushing forward. There's going to be gaps that will appear defensively for Levvinken if Tony Koch can press and can come forward on the counter-attack. Messi now. Alexander-Arnold. Again, if you are going to switch it from left to right, there could be risks that come with it. Lovely touch from Andy Robertson. It's come off his knee, I'm not too sure. Still Andy Robertson, still a chance. It's Pele. Where's he going to go? Half drag back finish. It's back to Hull. He's still in possession on the edge of the box if he can hold on to it.
Pele actually got taken out as well after the shot had come in. And I didn't know if the referee were going to pull it back for a penalty.
Got to be careful. Look at the runs that are being made. Trent's trying to just hold on to Mbappe. Going to find him. 7 minutes left. He'll be lucky if he gets a chance like that again, Levvinken. Custom tactics have been incredible.
It was on a very tight angle. He fired the shot. It could have bounced anywhere. And it just seemed to elude all of Lev's players. You see friends and family here of Team HERACLES.
Maar met heel snel, want als je zo ligt op. Het is proberen uit de druk te komen. En voorin moet je proberen de bal vast te houden.
3-1-4-2 formation in action for Lev. This is the chance. Robertson into Hully. A little bit of 1-2 work on the edge of the box. Squeeze the ball through to Pele. And just look, he gets clattered. Just there.
With the shot coming off first, it was one of those where he didn't want to register at the tackle at all.
Je kop rustig blijven is wel het belangrijkste op zo'n moment als je aan de druk komt staan.
I thought it was in for a second. This is how much it means, not just to these two, but everyone that's come out to support them here in Amsterdam. You're thinking 7 minutes left. You can't throw this away, trust me. A lot can happen in 7 minutes of FIFA. Well, less than that, 6 minutes.
Some people can't look.
Brian Hessing.
Don't know where to look. He knows that he's left his teammate in a very sticky situation that he's nearly found his way out of.
Cruyff, a man that Levvinken has admired throughout his childhood, throughout his life so far. If he could be the man to conclude this game, or will it be game over? It will be. A bounce into the path. And it was an easy ball into Eusebio. So and you can see exactly what it means. That's job done, Richard.
So unfortunate with how the ball just bouncing around the box right there. Tony Koch has done enough with the away goals to send through Pec Zwolle. He soaked up the pressure from Lev.
Focus.
I think he's done enough as well.
He
There's no way.
snatched the chances when they've come.
There's no way 2 goals in this little time can honestly be a thing, Richard. From everything that we've seen so far in competitive FIFA, Pec Zwolle have continued this fairy tale story. 14th in the league they finished. They came up against Vitesse, who were the strong favourites to make it to the finals. They beat them 3-2, came into today, beat FC Utrecht in the quarter-finals, and they go on to beat HERACLES in the semis. It'll be them against AJAX in the grand final. There's going to be no time left to find 2 goals. Referee conclude this game. Tony Cock and Jonah will be moving through to the grand final. Referee, final whistle, and there it is. Congratulations, Pec Zwolle.
What a performance from Tony Cock. Jonah did his bit in the first leg, 1-0 win against Brian Hessing, and Tony Cock soaking up the pressure of Lev Binken, hitting him on the counter. The goals might have been a little bit fortunate, but it does not matter. And they move on to the Edivisie final to take on the fan favourites, AFC Ajax.
Yeah, it's not the final. I'm sure that a few people would have been praying for. However, this could honestly be a fairy tale story, Rich, that just continues to keep developing with Pec Zwolle. They came out probably not favourites in the playoffs. They went and put up an unbelievable performance, winning 3-2, and now they're in a grand final. Winner takes €25,000, Richard, and of course puts themselves in an unbelievable form to pick up the 850 global series ranking points as well, which could be season changing, makes you to the playoffs. It could add onto a tally that you've already accumulated from a FUT Champions Cup to send you to the grand finals.
I tell you what, Jonah probably the #1 form player in the tournament right now. FUT Champions Cup 4 next weekend in Paris. He's hitting form right now in the final. That game versus Danny on the Xbox is going to be very, very tasty. Also, quick note for the final, it's going to be best of 3. Change of format as well.
No away goals. It'll be a best of 3.
Just straight best of 3. If you win, you get a point. First of 2 points wins the Edivisie.
That's as simple as it is, Richard. We got that grand final coming up very shortly. Of course, there was 18 teams in the league. Only 8 could come to the grand finals. There's 2 remain. Pec Zwolle up against AFC Ajax coming up very shortly in your grand final. Do not go anywhere. Well, welcome back for the final time to the Edivisie Grand Finals, coming for you live from Amsterdam. We've made it down to the final 2 teams from the original 18, of course, that started to compete in the week-by-week tournament format of the Edivisie, Rich. It's been a long old road, but we're here in AFAS Live in Amsterdam, next door to the Johan Cruyff Arena, and as you can tell, it's pretty noisy down there as well. It's going to be Pec Zwolle up against AJAX. It's a big game.
This is the final that not many people predicted. People said that Ajax were going to be in this final, but Pec Zwolle came from 14th in the league format. They went through the playoffs, beat Vitesse, which were a pretty big result for them. They only got into the playoffs through goal difference. So it's been this fairy tale story. They then went into the quarter-finals, beating Utrecht. They then went into the semi-finals where they had their toughest challenge yet, beating team HERACLES, and then into the finals. What will happen? Will it be the favourites, Ajax? Will it be the underdogs, Pec Zwolle? We're about to find out.
Yeah, we're about to find out indeed. Of course, a different format as well for this grand final. It's a best of 3. It's not the aggregate scoreline. And as you saw from the coin flip, I should say, to break that down from you, it will be Paps to start first against Tony Cock. The coin was flipped, and PlayStation it was landed on. So it'll be obviously for the first time that we've probably seen so far in this tournament, in the Edivisie finals, it will be Paps going first. Danny Hackerberg normally started first in both the quarter-final and the semi-final. Again, just to talk about how they got to the final. The semi-final that Ajax won was against ADO Den Haag. It went, of course, to that second game, and it was a pretty much routine FIFA 3-1 in the end to Paps, and that was enough to send them into the semi-finals, where, of course, they had to go and take down a big team in FC Groningen. They were able to do so, and, of course, now they're in this grand final. Yeah,
they are indeed. It's going to be Paps Steve versus Tony Cock, the first match. The second match will be Jonah versus Ajax Danny. The third match, I believe, will stay on the Xbox. It'll be Ajax Danny versus Jonah. In previous leagues before, we've had the players where they've been able to decide.
Yep.
I know in the E-Serie N, it was the players' decision. Handshakes all round. Time for talking is over. We're about to get into this final.
And you wonder what they're playing for. 25,000 euros and a chance to put your name on the Edivisie trophy. You can just see it behind those TV screens. This is how the format is going to look for this grand final. As you said, it is a best of 3, Richard. Paps up against Tony Cock first, and it will be Jonah against Danny Hackerberg on the Xbox. And if we need to go to a third and final matchup, we will do, and it will go, of course, as you said, Richard, to Danny Hackerberg again against Jonah on the Xbox. Winner gets 25,000 euros and writes their name into the history book of this fantastic competition.
They also will be placed number 1 on the standings for the 2 series. Basically, how the Edivisie is going to work, you've got Season 1 and Season 2. The Global Series ranking points will be for the overall winner of the both seasons. If you finish first in one and fourth in the other, you're probably going to finish top. Yeah. Accumulative points for the placing of each team. Number 1, 850 Global Series ranking points, and then the points will filter down throughout the rest of the players.
We're about to jump into this game on our grand final. It's been a fantastic show here. Thousands of tickets sold, thousands of people still in the attendance, of course, to watch this grand final. A lot of Ajax fans here, but also a lot of Pec Zwolle fans here as well. Tony Cock, a legend in the FIFA scene, a player that's been around it for so long. And Danny Hackerberg, a 2-time Edivisie champion. It could be a 3-time Edivisie champion, Richard, if he picks up the win in this grand final.
3-time FEWC grand finalist right there as well, Ajax Danny. The 2 players, their teammates, Jonah and Papsity. Quite inexperienced to the big stage. Who is going to hold their nerve?
Well, here we go. It's the Edivisie Grand Final. You are joining the international broadcast. In just under an hour or so, you will be finding out who will be the 2020 Season 1 FIFA 20 Edivisie champions. 25,000 euros on the line. And of course, the celebrations, the pride that comes with it as well. It would be fitting, Richard, if Ajax were to win this. They're next door to the Johan Cruyff Arena, but on the other side of that, it's been a fairy tale for Pec Zwolle so far in this tournament.
Meters away from the Johan Cruyff Arena, the location that we are currently at right now.
What's that?
Here, the communication from the coaches and the teammate player. This is whipped in towards Cristiano Ronaldo. It's going to be headed away by Frankie de Jong. As Papsted comes forward again. Patrick Vieira looking like he's going to be playing at that right centre-back slot. No Virgil van Dijk in there for Paps. Neither player using Virgil van Dijk, actually, from what I see.
If you did follow the Edivisie as well, week by week, it was AJAX that also qualified themselves for this grand finals, finishing top of the table after 17 rounds of fixtures. They clinched the top spot with 41 points to their name.
I do see him there, actually, at the left centre-back. It was Vieira just slotted in.
Tony Cock with the first chance off the game, it looks like. It's going to fall to R9. And around the box, he's just teeing up Mbappe. The cross comes in eventually, but it's not going to be troubling anyone.
And he's done that 3 or 4 times throughout this tournament. Tried to whip crosses down the line. You saw the scoop up down the line ball that I was speaking to Lev Vinken about after he just got a draw against Tony Cock, which did eliminate him from the tournament. He said 50% of the time he was winning the tussle, and the other 50% of the time it was just going straight to his player. There was nothing I could do about it. Obviously very upset about crashing out the tournament, as some of the pre-tournament favourites were Team HERACLES.
Of course, it must be said as well, Richard, that prime icon moments are in use for some of these players. Of course, the big players you'd expect to see on the pro stage, your Hullits, your Vieiras, your R9s, your Sabios. Even seen the likes of Pelé and Cruyff involved, Laurent Blanc, Maldini, just to list a few. There's no aggregate scoreline this time round, though. Best of 1 games. Of course, a best of 3 overall, but you win your game, you get a point on the board. You can just see those little square boxes above the abbreviation of both teams. Of course, as whoever wins each game, that box will be filled. Carlos Alberto able to drive forward for a period of time, but runs it straight out of play. Ferland Mendy will happily bring this back in play. As we said, Richard, the interesting talking point for Tony Cock is he's chosen not to back Van Dijk, and he's in the final.
And still continuing not to play Virgil van Dijk. It's Laurent Blanc and Matthias de Ligt as his 2 centre-backs of choice. From what it seems like, Paps, pretty standard team. No real surprises in his attacking lineup. You see Cristiano Ronaldo, you see R9, you see Leo Messi and Mbappe.
You can hear many fans making a little bit of noise here.
Let their presence be known.
They've been on the journey with all these teams today. They've been here since we got started in the quarter-finals, which was back at about 1 o'clock. Pec Zwolle were the first team to compete. They played the first quarter-final, beat FC Utrecht. And now, they'll be one of the final teams to play as well. This is your grand final. The best 2 teams from the Edivisie Season 1.
And Pec Zwolle have got a chance to defend their Edivisie title after Danny Visser won it last year. As a club, might not be the same player, but very similar to what Bromby did with the Club World Cup 2017 to 2018. Different players, same team.
"35 minutes played. Not really a chance to cheer about as of yet. Can Paps be the player? Get himself a goal. The position he's been in both the previous games, Richard, on the quarterfinal and semi-final, he's had to kind of see results out. He's been in a winning position with the aggregate scoreline. It's just a case of seeing the matches out. Obviously, he had a 0-0, which was enough in the semi-final.
It will go to extra time and penalties if necessary. We have to find a winner in each and every game if we do go to the entire 3, part of the best of 3.
to find a winner every single game, as you said, Richard. Andy Robertson, he's been influential. Not just Ajax, everyone that's been used him so far today. There'll be maybe enough time to go for before the additional time is added. 43 minutes on the clock.
44, be careful.
Yeah, Danny, that.
I think it's 44, be careful.
Careful not to lose the ball. Danny has looked strong today. 2-1 win and a 2-0 victory from him so far.
Telling you, Danny always plays big on the big stage. He always clutches up.
We're going to get an attack from Paps. I'm not too sure if we will. This is the time now.
No.
And unfortunately not. Added time of 2 minutes played. Half time, 0-0. Did we see a shot at the half? I don't think we did.
I don't think we did. Paps with 62% possession and 95% passing accuracy. We are going to be quiet throughout.
They're loving it.
Half-time.
That's what it's all about at the end of the day. Fans coming out and watching some of the best compete.
Try and hear what Bass has to say to Paps. Can't really hear it, but you can definitely see. Not only
En zie je dat nog steeds hetzelfde blijft?
Ajax Bob, but also the coach having words there.
70ste minuut? 70ste minuut?
65.
Remember the Maldini-Robertson connection?
Apparently there's some sort of connection Maldini Robertson have got. Coach Bass.
I've heard they have gone on a few holidays together. Just family holidays, family friends. Maybe a caravan park here or there.
I did speak to Coach Bass in between this final one. If you get a minute, go back and have a listen to the international broadcast, because we listened to everything you had to say in a management perspective. And it's been interesting to hear. We're going to listen to more of that over the next 3 legs. Goalless, if you have just joined, this is leg number 1 on PlayStation, the Edivisie Grand Final. Ajax, the favourites to home favourites here. Pec Zwolle, what an incredible fairy tale story. The champions from last year. Although they might not have had the best league campaign, their straight 14th place was enough to send them to the playoffs on goal difference.
It'd be massive for the global series rankings as well of these individual players.
Especially for Jonah, Richard. He goes into a FUT Champions Cup next weekend in Paris.
If he can sort of have banked at least 400 global series ranking points.
Gets out of Swiss next week and wins this tournament.
They've been looking towards 1,000.
We playoff definitely in the bag. We're looking for what's next. Papsty now. Messi back into Ronaldo. It was too textbook in the end. Fell on Mendy, picks up the pieces.
I don't think he actually wanted to pass where the ball ended up going there. Papsty. I think it was more of a ball into the middle of the box rather than to the back post. Again, that tactic.
Corner.
Cheap corner.
Corner given away. 60 minutes on the clock. Trying to hear how they're setting up to defend this. 2 players charging out to it. Van Dijk back in the box. R9 will be the original player to go and press the ball.
That actually hurts my feelings. You get a corner, you go all the way back to the halfway line. That sort of stuff, if my football club did that, the fans would be booing.
Better say if your football club did it, you just walk off the pitch.
Just go, what are you doing? What are we doing here?
We've seen corners go in today as well, haven't we?
Yeah. You saw your teammates got a bicycle kick at the near post. Just put the ball in the box.
Yeah, probably the best goal we have scored today. An acrobatic effort from Jonah, the teammate of Tony Cock. It was an acrobatic effort, unbelievable finish.
Large Ajax contingency here, getting behind their players.
I wonder the last time these two played against each other. It was a 0-0 draw, and it was in week 17 of the E-Divisie. Obviously, the last round of fixtures, Rich, it was a 0-0 draw. That was, of course, just before coming into that tournament. That point really could have been enough to send them into the playoffs.
No 0-0 draws this time around. So you'll have to find a winner.
Even if we have to go to extra time to find the winner. If Ajax can win this game and Danny Hackenberg can win match 2, it would be game over. And a best of 3. And Mbappe, you can see his stamina just slowly running down. Oh, 9. And Laurent Blanc. I just like this kind of slightly different changes we're seeing in the team for Tony Cock.
No Van Dijk, what's your opinion on that?
We'll have to ask him the question. He's obviously got Team of the Year de Ligt in there and Laurent Blanc at the back. So lovely lofted ball over the top, but couldn't be way too heavy. I just feel like if I was a player, I didn't play Van Dijk, Rich, I'm just going to be asking questions of myself if I don't win that header, if I don't make that tackle.
I feel like Tony Cock has hit me with a few long ball merchant vibes. But when he gets the ball down the width and out wide,
it's that lot pass he keeps doing, isn't it? It's something that
he's been pretty dangerous with it.
Ja, but then
it's been working for him. The players obviously very frustrated. 14 minutes left. As we said, we will go to extra time if we have to. We must find a winner.
What you really have to do in your build-up is
maybe a little bit more body face instead of the fake shots. You know? Because every time you stand still then and slow down the gameplay.
yeah.
That's good. Come on, man.
More body feints.
Danny wants more body feints, and they're just saying the build-up play has to be better from Papsity. Going forward, you have to be more creative. You have to do more. Got 13 minutes to show it. If he snatches a goal, we'll put Ajax in a fantastic position. Moving into the second game in this grand final. A lot more ball rolls. Body feints in there as well.
Less fake shots. That's what he's asking for.
Slowing down the game apparently when he does it. He'll wait for the free kick and
just keep the ball, I think.
that will see it.
Do whatever you want.
Do whatever you want. That's the sort of coaching I want.
Rizzolet just runs over that one. I think R9 will as well. And this ball is played short at the end to Messi. Can he find a way through? R9. Where does he go?
No option, has he?
I think that just really surprises me with pros, Richard. Is obviously we know they do keep the ball for for long times in the game. We saw maybe one attack, if that, half. It's like in their mindset, when do they go forward? That's one thing that's always interested me.
The thing is, they're so reluctant to just have a pot shot. Something that I would have done, if I've got the ball on the edge of the box there with Messi, I'm probably trying to find an angle and finesse.
He can do it.
But you're so reluctant to give the ball away. If your opponent catches it, the possession's turned over. If you block it, it's turned over. So you're constantly having this ongoing battle inside your head. Do I go forward? Do I shoot?
That's a great ball. Eusebio, if he can snatch this, Pec Zwolle can snatch it! They're going to snatch it! The deep ball into the front post. And it's Cristiano Ronaldo leaping above the rest. 88 minutes on the clock. And I think that caught everybody off guard here in the AFAS Live Arena.
How on earth is Tony K scoring this many crosses in FIFA 20? Someone answer me that question.
Since when have we seen a cross?
He scored 2 today. Dinked in. Cristiano Ronaldo got up above the defender and the goalkeeper.
10 seconds.
Alisson just didn't come for it. He was reluctant on the line. You see the goal here, down the line. Mbappe, look for the 1-2. Just dinked in there to Eusebio. The fake shot, and then the L1 square cross, just a lofted cross. You've got to ask you're asking questions to your goalkeeper. Be stronger.
89th minute goal, Richard. The only thing to separate the two, this is going to be a win to Pec Zwolle. I just don't see a comeback with little time left, unless perhaps can prove me wrong. Get the ball into Eusebio. He can be dangerous around the box. Still with Eusebio in possession. Drag back. There's the finish. Oh, it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful.
Straight from kick-off. Papsity answering back. You get the ball into Eusebio. You can turn. You can do the drag back. And you can fire. Like a cannon. The cannonball loaded. And Eusebio hammering us into extra time. Tony Cock can do all but laugh.
Paps, you proved me wrong. You proved me wrong. Literally no time left. You never write them off. You never write off anyone.
I've got the camera cut away. What we're about to see.
I believe it was just an Ajax top. Richard, 90 minutes on the clock, 1-1 the scoreline.
It is.
Ajax fans can't believe what they've seen. That was incredible.
Literally.
That moment was insane.
He conceded, he got the ball back from kick-off, he went forward. Eusebio, the game winner for Paps. Eusebio, Neymar and Pele, the three players behind Team of the Year, Cristiano Ronaldo. As we do go into extra time. 30 minutes to separate the two sides. If not, we will go down to a penalty shootout.
Pressure off, overload on.
Tell you what, bear in mind we've seen nothing in an attacking sense. About 89 minutes, Richard.
2 goals.
If it's that easy to get a goal in a minute, show us more.
Attack.
Show us more. Eusebio proving exactly what he can do, Richard, in and around the box.
Team press off, overload ball side on for Paps. Tony on overload ball side and also dabbling with the offside trap as well. You see his players just edging forward.
The Ajax fans are going to be up for this one as well. Into extra time we go. We must find a winner in every single game. We'll go over to Xbox after this for Danny Hackerberg against Jonah. Not a penalty shootout, Rich. We've seen enough of them. They were a long, long way away from it. What to see from this free kick here. It's quite a distance out. He's actually gone for the lofted ball into the box. Laurent Blanc heads that one away, but straight back to Paps in. To the feet of Eusebio. Mbappe pulls out 2 players from the midfield and it's a very good job of spreading the possession from left to right. Vieira.
There's room there to turn.
Five minutes left of the first half of extra time. Late drama. Is what we saw to conclude the game. 2 late goals, a Cristiano Ronaldo header and the Eusebio finished straight into the left-hand corner. All in normal time. Has led us to extra time.
Carlos Alberto, he's giving the ball away.
Mbappe.
I'm about to praise him.
Yeah, he has been solid today.
Just hearing the comms, I hear how much priority they put on the last attack of the half.
This will be the last chance of the half, Richard. If he can make anything from it, Pele.
Got to go forward. That's it.
Frankie de Jong picks that one up, half time and extra time. And we swap ends again. 15 minutes for a dreaded penalty shootout.
Er zijn 2 kansen gecreëerd volgens mij.
Het was spannend.
Echt niet
To
normaal.
conclude the first game, Richard.
Because the stamina is also a runner. But no, yeah, it's fine. I feel like you're on the right side. The tempo you build up. Keep it like this, okay? Come on.
Coach Bass there. They were calling for faster build-up play from him.
I say keep it like this. On the side of Tony Cork, he's looking at prime moments Ronaldinho potentially to come on and be a game changer. He's coming in at left cam. He's got 1 change left as well, does Tony Cork. He's 2 subs, Eusebio and Ronaldinho.
Hij heeft Mbappé linksback, man. Ik zag hem net ook al. Omdat hij Robinson eruit heeft gehaald net voor de wedstrijd. Ik zag het al, maar ik heb hem nu tegen Tony gezegd.
Is it meer penalty shootout?
Ja, ja. Maar Mbappé heeft ook wel heel veel verdedigd.
15 minutes left to decide that.
Hij is gewoon fysiek prima. Ja,
Tony Cock up against Paps. First game of this grand final with Edivisie.
Jij wel.
€25,000 to Everton. Pulled themselves across the 3 legs and over the line with 2 wins. Is there a goal in extra time, or will we have to decide it all from the spot in a penalty shootout? I'm sure the fans would love to see a late goal.
I can't call this.
Don't let him cross.
Cannot call it either way. Do not let him cross. Bass's words right there.
You never normally expect someone to cross, do you?
Yeah, but he's been deadly, hasn't he? Really, his goal against Melvin in the quarterfinals came from a cross.
I think it's one of them, isn't it? We always see players come in from the left or the right. They'll use an accelerated fake shot, a ball roll, just to kind of work down the byline, then look for that ball into the box. Tony Cock has just done the opposite.
A bit more direct, hasn't he? And just stuck it in the mixer.
And it's worked out brilliantly for him. 4 minutes left. Someone has to go forward and really go for this game. Kylian Mbappe into Pele. When he needed a late goal, he was able to deliver one earlier.
Laatste kans, laatste aanval.
Can he do so now? That was definitely in the Pec Zwolle's corner. Last attack of the game to Tony Cock.
1 minute, surely.
There won't be much time. As you said, there's your 1 minute of additional time. A chance to snatch it late on. Too far back. There you go. Get the ball forward, Jonas saying. Messi, little scoop into Ronaldo. Chance now for Tony Cock. Into the box it will go. And it's going to be decided from the spot. Penalty kicks will be needed to conclude game 1. Papsity against Tony Cock, the PlayStation 4 leg. 1-1 over additional time and extra time.
You can see my arrow? Yeah. Put it out.
Here we go.
Put it off. Oh, it's nice.
Up steps. Papsity first. Which way will he go? Goes right, it's saved. And every penalty means a lot more now. Upstairs, Tony Cock. It's a great pen.
Yeah, he's matched him where he went. He did the stand and dive to one side, actually. Steps up, slots it in. Every single penalty has gone to the keeper's right so far. Tony Cock stepping up. He's looking for the top corner. It's a great penalty. He's got the target on.
It's not picking up on the main screen, though. I think that was one of the worries. Up steps, Papsity. How many times can you go right? He misses it again. Chance now to go 3 out of 3 for Tony Cock. It's Messi over it. Which way is he going to go? Down the middle.
He's not won it yet. This is a must-score penalty right now for Papsity. It's saved, and that's the game. Tony Cock, 1 on the board for Pec Zwolle.
Pec Zwolle win game number 1. A penalty shootout it came down to. And Tony Cock will take the lead. 3 penalties saved out of 4, Richard. He knows how to save them, and he knows how to put a pen away as well.
I just saw the stats there from the game. One shot on target for both players. 60% possession. You're only going to have one shot in the game. Penalty shootout, it's a cruel mistress for both players, but I suppose that's the way the cookie crumbles in a penalty shootout.
It really does. That is how game one concluded. I was just looking down at my screen there. Both players getting a very small interview now before we jump into the second leg. It will be played on Xbox now, and if we need a third and final game, Ajax have to win this game to send it to a third and final match. It's going to be Danny Hackerberg up against Jonah.
Must win for Danny. He is the pressure player.
Well, to be fair, both of those players are attacking players.
They're both attacking players. I think Jonah could give Danny a real good game. If Jonah gets the first, you've got to remember, it's a one-legged game. It's one leg. If Jonah gets the first goal and can see out the game and can frustrate Danny,
yep, it's going to be heartbreak.
He's going to win the game, and you're going to see about 1,200 Ajax fans sobbing.
They'll be gone.
Oh,
by the time that trophy's lifted, or the 90th minute's
they'll
blown.
be off. They won't even see the pyro.
They'll be off. They need their support right now because they need a goal. They need a desperate win in this second leg. Perhaps, unfortunately, as we said, lose on the penalty shootout. Tony Cock, though, holds his nerve from the spot.
You see on your screen, Jonah not even interested. He looks focused. He looks ready.
You read into them little things.
I am. It's all mental. He just seems up for it. Danny seems a little bit distracted right now.
Let's remember that Pec Zwolle could go back-to-back Edivisie champions. Danny Visser was the champion last year, of course, for them in the E-Tribune. If they can win here after finishing 14th in the league.
Shows that with the new format for this year, it doesn't matter if you finish 14th. If you can make it through the playoffs, it's one of the real good things that DreamHack brought in this year, the playoffs sort of aspect to it. Your season's still alive.
Anything can happen. It's as simple as that. Anything can honestly happen as we wait to jump into game number 2. This was the chances, these were the goals. So we saw nothing for 88 minutes, and then we saw 2 goals in the space of 2 minutes.
That's one of those goals that you feel bad when you concede it, because you're like, what else can I do? My goalkeeper's not commanded his box. Suppose you get one back here, you get tackled on the edge of the box, Phil and Mendy doesn't come away with the ball, Eusebio picks it up.
Come on! Let's go! Come on! Come on!
I love seeing Danny react. He's upset.
One of the best goals reactions we have seen so far at the Edivisie finals, and I think that reaction was just after that winning. But Ajax fans right now are in a spot of bother. They are losing currently in this grand final. Pec Zwolle are leading by a game to 0. This is a best of 3 now. It's not an aggregate scoreline. And we're going to be waiting to get this Xbox leg underway very shortly. Danny Hackerberg against Jonah. And a word on Jonah, Rich. He has qualified for Paris.
He has indeed. I think confidence and quality coming hand in hand right now. We saw it last year at the Zigoe battle. He was a serious contender. In the final, I think he was playing till, and then he lost in the final to Gabinho.
Missed out on that pro contract.
Yeah, but you saw what he had. You saw that he was a serious player.
I mean, is this a bit of what you could have had?
This could be his ultimate revenge.
We know how the Zigoe battle does work. Obviously, this year it was a chance to win a professional contract with Ajax for a year.
This is almost him saying,
should have signed me.
I didn't need you.
Well, he's made it this far already, Richard. If he wins this game over 90 minutes, Pec Zwolle will go back-to-back Edivisie champions. And new players will write their name into the history books. Or for the Edivisie, 25,000 euros as well on the line, and of course that trophy that means everything. And you can just see one of those boxes filled in above the abbreviation of Pec. That's a win for them on the board. It came after that penalty shootout.
Is it going to be a clean sweep for Pec Zwolle, or is Danny going to pull off some of his classic LAN magic that we've seen him in the past?
I just feel like this game's made for Danny. The storyline of it, to come back and win and then to go and do it again in the third leg. I'm sure he would have been dreaming of a storyline like that coming into this final today. It's a lot to do though.
I mean, I think he'd much rather only have to win one.
To Cristiano Ronaldo. Jonah has been impressive of what we saw from him today in the quarterfinals, semi-finals. R9's onside, it's off the woodwork.
Perhaps he's not actually won a game today. Got a 1-1 draw in the quarterfinals and a 0-0 draw in the semis.
And that's because he came in the aggregate scoreline, in my opinion, Richard. He came in to see out games. The first game was 2-0 to Danny. Had to see out a 2-goal scoreline. Did concede, then responded to make it 1-1, 3-1 in aggregate, and then after that, just a 0-0. Saw out the game with a scoreline that Danny already built.
I also think he's not played that well by his standards.
I think it's definitely a different environment. The biggest of stages that perhaps certainly would have been on.
He'll not care if Danny clutches up 2 games back-to-back here. And he's lifting that trophy at the end of play today.
We've called for it, Richard. Surely if you win this tournament, you've got to be getting a contract with Amsterdam, with AJAX, I should say. What a player to bring in for the tournament.
Yeah, great pickup, wasn't it? Really good spot from the guys at AJAX.
Well, they're just trying to tease the midfield. Well defended by Danny. Had to make his whole back line and defence compact. And so hard to beat. One thing we've seen from Danny today, though, is goals. Out of the 2 players, he's obviously won his games. One of the games he was trailing by a goal to 0 and came back and won that 2-1. The other was a 2-0 win for him. That one was in the quarterfinals against, of course, Jens.
It's a chance.
Messi. Advantage played by the referee. Wanted to find R9, but it was just in the way.
Whenever this game's 0-0 and it's just up in the air, there's almost just a feeling of anticipation and tension in this arena, because they know either one mistake or one bit of a moment of magic from Jonah, it's game over. They're winning the Edivisie Season 1 of FIFA 20. They'll be taking home €25,000. And
they'll just be putting themselves in great stead for the potential points as well, Richard, into Season 2. There will be top of the pile. Johan Cruyff, it's a guessing game for him. And lucky enough for Jonah, he guessed the right way and placed it into that left bottom corner.
I said we're waiting for a moment of magic, and you saw it right there. Johan Cruyff, he took his man, he almost juked him a little bit. He went to go right, and he got into Danny's head that he was going to go right, and then just dragged back onto his left foot, smashed past the goalkeeper, friends and family there of Pec Zwolle. Johan Cruyff, a dagger to the heart of Ajax. How poignant, Richard, that he scores a goal that could win Pec Zwolle the championship.
Of all people, we're next door to the stadium that's named after him. Johan Cruyff, a prime icon moment, coming back to haunt Ajax in this grand final. The home favourites, Richard, in their home patch in Amsterdam. But they were champions last year, Pec Zwolle. You have to give them the respect they deserve.
You just heard Bass there saying, "Come on, Danny." So, Pretty wasteful shot on the edge of the box. They were just trying to hit a first-time finesse shot.
Certainly easy to be so negative, isn't it?
100%. It's a good tackle, though, from Danny. It seems very scrappy right now. There's been a couple of moments, but apart from that, the ball just seems to be not sticking to either of these two players. I think possession probably 50-50.
Both players have been in each other's box. It's just a case of trying to register a shot at the moment. It was only Jonah's been able to do that again. Hullett's just dropping off an extra few yards and kind of feels there's an extra centre back, which seems to just annoy R9 because every single time he's on the ball, he's just there to take it off him.
And now, with 45 minutes left in a one-legged game, Jonah is in the perfect position.
Well, Danny.
Big tackle, Maldini there. Just scooping that one. Ronaldo, is he going to be onside? He will be. It's Cristiano Ronaldo now to restore a little bit of hope into Ajax hearts.
It's not going to happen.
Half-time. 1-0 to Jonah. Johan Cruyff, the goal scorer. 45 minutes away they are from becoming champions.
And what a goal it was. Played into his feet, turned onto his left foot and smashed past the goalkeeper.
Nee, dat is... Danny, 75. Danny.
Just take a moment, Danny. Those fans have come out for a reason.
No, it's fine. It's fine. There's only this play. You can still do it, man. It's possible.
With 60% possession for Pec Zwolle. I knew it was pretty even. Went one person dominating the ball.
This is where belief in yourself is everything. You just heard Pamps say to Danny there,
come on, you can still do it.
You can still do it.
He looks disheartened, doesn't he, Danny?
Really couldn't have been written any better, this, Richard. Ajax coming in next door to the Johan Cruyff Arena. So many Ajax fans here as well. That's the trophy they're all playing for.
With an absolute mountain to climb. We've seen Ajax pull off some huge results. Last year, Champions League, beating Real Madrid at the Bernabeu. Making a semi-final of the Champions League. It was a heartbreaking moment going out to Spurs with the last kick of the ball. This will be up there in their own back garden, not winning the Edivisie trophy that they so rightfully think should be theirs.
And they should have it for a third time, R9. Again, Hullett. Right place, right time, took the sting completely out the shot. And I can honestly just see this game being managed to let that clock just run down.
Just flicking off overall ball side there was Danny as well.
He needs to get more players forward, doesn't he? We know he can score goals. He's already registered 4 of them today.
Tell you what, we said that confidence was the biggest attribute in FIFA ability. And Jonah right now looks like a man not fazed by this situation. Like he's just doing a job. Just another weekend league game for him.
Difference is, Rich, if this was a weekend league game, you get 25 grand on top for pulling out. Might as well call it your 30-0. 30 minutes left. Danny knows he will get a chance. He knows where the back of the net is as well. He has scored goals. This isn't any type of match. This is a championship winning match. Huge implications on the line with prize money, the trophy, the Global Series ranking that you could potentially earn yourself across season 2. These are the big instructions from Coach Bass now. If there's any time, the coach can help you. This is it when your back's against the wall.
You don't know where the next chance is going to come from.
You have just joined the stream. Pec Zwolle did win the first game in a penalty shootout. Tony Koch beating Paps. It was 1-1 in normal time, went to extra time, which there was no goal scored. Then it was a penalty shootout to decide it. Could this be an equaliser for Danny? Just look at that. The manual player switching. The manual control of just Vieira on the edge of the box there, trying to make things so difficult, and that is why he's there.
And look, who's the man who won it back? Patrick Vieira. He controlled him in that entire move. Didn't flick off of him. And this is the situation with one game of FIFA, with one-legged games of FIFA. If you concede first, you give all the ammunition to your opponent. You put the ball so far in his court.
There's a pause cue, and that's actually a pause cue from Jonah.
We're just getting fresh legs on maybe in that midfield.
When he's in the air, R9, no, he didn't want to get there.
Oh, that's a mistake.
That is a big mistake. Messi. It's Ronaldo trying to make an overlap and run as well. R9's in the box. He's going to be hurled towards Cristiano Ronaldo. What's the save, Alisson?
That's a title-winning save right there from Alisson at the near post. Ronaldo contacted it, stabbed a toe at it, and Alisson answered.
Again, it's another cross that seems to work. There's Ronaldo in there. He said try to just stab a foot to try and get it past Alisson. Unfortunately, he couldn't get round it. Vieira. Back to R9. So many blue shirts in the box as well. Pec Zwolle. Every single blue shirt is back, as we said. They're 10 minutes away from becoming Edivisie champions, unless Danny has got other ideas. Oh, what a save.
Alisson again. Answering the call with 10 minutes left to go. Looking at the changes, Danny currently in a 4-4-2. No even subs being made for Jonah. It was just a pause to calm himself. A rub of the hands, a breath. Now he's into the substitutions.
And this is stuff that's already been pre-planned with Coach Bass, the changes that will be made.
He's only got 8 seconds, you ain't got all day.
Might even have another pause.
Yeah, I think this is from Pec Zwolle on their side.
I think you just need it though as well. This is how he's looking, 4-1-2-1-2. On the other side of that, Jonah.
Johan Cruyff coming off for Eusebio.
Sit behind the ball.
Jonah. Pretty sure he's gone defensive as well.
It's got to be dropped back. Everyone just sitting back, being hard to beat. Everyone will be coming back.
Come back on defence. On the side of Danny. Constant pressure with 10 minutes left to go. A goal to send us to extra time, 2 goals to win it. If it stays as it is, we've got new champions. I should say we've got defending champions. Just what a crazy story. 14th in the league. They won the playoff game.
They qualified in the league on goal difference, Richard.
Honestly,
both on 19 points of RKC. They went 14th with a +4 goal difference. Went to the playoffs, played against Vitesse, who were third, just outside of the top 2. Beat them 3-2, and they've come into today. And they've swept away everyone.
If they don't get that goal, they're not even here. On goal difference. Crazy turn of events, and they could be lifting that trophy in mere minutes.
10 minutes just under of in-game FIFA time. Johan Cruyff, the goal scorer in this game, does get substituted off for Jonah. This is Danny Hackerberg with the biggest 9 minutes so far of his FIFA 20 season. We know the press that's going to be there, but also there's only going to be one player back. How can he break down this defence? He's brought 3 subs on. to just try and inject some sort of energy into the final third. This could be the chance. He can't get around the corner, goes back for a free kick. And I've never seen someone moan so much to the referee as I've seen Jonah today. Lino referee. He's just not happy. It's back to Messi.
Vieira again with the huge match-winning tackle. We've had a save and a tackle. He's got 5 minutes left to kill this game.
Tell you what, I'll be sending Vieira some of that prize money.
Oh, what a pass that is.
Just to take out 2 banks of players, the forwards and the midfield.
Relieve all the pressure. And
this
again,
is really Jonas to give away. That's an unbelievable interception. This is that chance. Johan Cruyff into De Bruyne. Eusebio now. This is the chance. Where's he going to go? Cruyff, he just needs an angle. He's got nowhere to work with. He's going to fall back. Eusebio, which way, left or right? We know he's got that 5-star wing for. Oh, it's magical! Danny Hackerberg in the 90th minute. He's going to send this to extra time.
Lionel Messi on the right boot. He rolled it into his feet. He might have a 4-star weak foot, but it's 99. Messi, for crying out loud. And the crowd goes absolutely wild, and we're going into extra time for the 2nd game in a row. Unless Jonah can answer straight from kickoff.
Not once, Richard, but twice. It was Paps in the last game, 90th minute equaliser, and Danny Hackerberg in game number 2. It's all business for him. He's back into extra time now and into a penalty shootout.
You cannot tell this Ajax team to lie down. They will not go out without a fight. 90th minute, Leo Messi goal. One shot on target for Jonah. 5 shots, 3 on target for Danny.
Just that impact of subs, Richard, really makes a difference. Eusebio came on, Cruyff, and of course, Kevin De Bruyne. Went to penalties last time. Surely not another penalty shootout this time.
With the team, what they had to do right now, because they completely changed it up and they put more attacking players on, they're having to put Vieira at centre-back at Ajax and Kevin De Bruyne at CDM next to Hullet. Eusebio, Cruyff, Messi and CR7 in your front 4. On the side of Pec Zwolle, it looks like a 98 rated Team of the Year, Kylian Mbappe coming on.
Wow, this tournament is getting better and better as it moves on. Who is going to snatch this? So unpredictable to call. If Ajax win this, we go to a 3rd game, which Danny Hackerberg will be playing against Jonah. It stays on Xbox. He had to make something happen, and that's exactly what he did, Richard, on the edge of the box. He was just toying and trying and just trying to create a little bit of space in and around the box for himself. He was able to make something, though. Here's Jonah. Pull it. Back to Eusebio, fake shot into the finish!
Ooh. I thought that we're about to nestle in the top right corner. Prime moments, Eusebio nearly firing Jonah back in front.
It's like he practiced that 100 times before. A fake shot into the finish. Another day. That hits the target. ...101 minutes played. Just 4 minutes left in this first half of extra time. Still goalless. And when we get into that second half of extra time, Rich, that's when the pressure starts to come. And it's like, do I attack or do I just settle for penalties?
Yeah, 110%. This is the area in the pitch where you don't know. Do you go forward and potentially lose the ball and get counter-attacked on? Do you hold on to the ball and try and play for the last attack, which Jonah's doing right now? This is where tears will be shed if the game is won or lost.
Pec Zwolle Score a goal and win this game in extra time, or win it from the penalty spot. They will be your Season 1 FIFA 20 Edivisie champions. Back-to-back defending champions. Eusebio. And Vieira just gets rid of that. Half time of extra time. Seems like we're up and we're moving every single second at the moment.
Great tackle from Vieira there as the Lacraqueta came in. This is the goal that sent us to extra time. Cruyff on the edge of the box, just managing to get the pass away. Hull it into Eusebio.
One shot, bro. One shot.
Into Leo Messi, and then fired past the goalkeeper. That's the reaction.
You can see exactly what it means to Danny's parents there. I think they enjoyed the celebrations just as much. Danny can see it as well. What a moment it was. You don't blame them. We enjoyed it as well. 89th minute that was. You heard Danny though, speaking to Paps, he's had one shot all game to his opponent.
One shot is all he needs sometimes. Yes, it might not be pretty. Might not be the most effective. But who's going to care? Portugal won the Euros by playing scratchy, ugly football.
Second half of extra time. Ajax must win this to go to a third and final game. If they lose, Pec Zwolle will be the Edivisie champions, 25,000 euros richer. Will put themselves in great stead into Season 2, looking for those Global Series ranking points, which could be everything. Has Danny got other ideas, though? When he's in and around the box, he can be patient. Kevin De Bruyne. Back to Messi.
Not on this occasion. I think we might be going to penalties again, Brandon.
Potentially 25,000 euros decided from the penalty spot. Robertson, there's an option at the back post. It's a... Oh, it's going on!
Oh my God!
I was confused there. I had no idea what was happening. Ronaldo was waiting to the back post and nearly had a tap in.
If that had gone in, I dread to think what would have happened on the stage.
Last attack of the game. He snatches it here. He will make this arena erupt once again. If not, we're going to penalty shootout. To the side. If there is going to be a champion, or are we going to go to a third and final game? Will Joni get the last attack? Will Danny try and go forward? He has to have the ball back first. There is the run being toyed there, but he didn't want to play it of Andy Robertson, of all people that were trying to get himself forward. R9. Andy Robertson. What a great pass. Penalty shootout again. We find ourselves in a spot of deja vu. Back to the penalty spot. Pec Zwolle win. They win the Edivisie. They win 25,000 euros. If Ajax can win, we go to a third and final game. Up first is Jonah for Pec Zwolle. Mbappe with it, goes right and scores.
About a week ago today, we saw the Club World Cup decided on penalties as Danny steps up and it's saved. Advantage, Pec Zwolle.
Up Eusebio. As you said, chance to continue that advantage. 2 out of 2. Will it be saved by Danny? He goes right, same corner. Fantastic finish.
Great penalty there. Danny stepping up to the spot, must score and does score.
3 out of 3. Cristiano Ronaldo. The man you'd put your house on to score. From this close. Steps up, where's he going to go? Same corner, perfect penalty. Danny must score to stay in this one. Eusebio into the bottom corner.
And he does score. Pec Zwolle stepping up to extend their lead to 4 penalties to 2. Will it go right again? Will it go down the middle? Tension palpable here in Amsterdam.
Does he go right again?
He's
Surely
gone to the
not.
right,
It's
it's
too
saved.
obvious.
Danny to level this up at 3 apiece. pressure penalty from Ajax, and it's saved.
Scores this. It's all over. Pec steps up and then will score. And Pec Zwolle will be the Edivisie champions. Back-to-back penalty shootout wins. And back-to-back Edivisie champions. Tony Koch and Jonah. The fairy tale story is complete. They finished 14th in the league table. Doing it on goal difference. Came into the playoffs, Rich, and everybody wrote them off.
Absolute scenes in Amsterdam. The favourites, the Titans, Ajax, have fallen with 2 penalty shootouts. Pec Zwolle, there's 1,000 people absolutely losing their minds.
25,000 euros, Richard. Pec Zwolle have done it. Back-to-back Edivisie champions. Congratulations.
What a moment for these two. A year ago, he was trying to get a contract at Ajax in the Ziggo E battle, and he's just beaten him in the Eredivisie finals. What a story for that young man.
This is why we love it. FIFA esports on the highest of stages. It's so unpredictable. You can be a champion for a number of years and it still won't matter. Pec Zwolle, back-to-back Edivisie champions. Richard Buckley, we couldn't have predicted this. We didn't predict this. No one predicted this.
What a story for these two. He goes into next weekend's tournament in the best form possible. What a tournament we've had. Look, we've not had the most goals. We've not had the most interesting games. But one thing we have had is drama and tension and passion. Those things you cannot falter from these players.
Just don't know what to say. I mean, we have to be honest. We haven't seen the most exciting FIFA at times, but there was one way to conclude this final. It was honestly going to be from the penalty spot. It was that tightly contested. And Tony Koch, a veteran of the scene, maybe it was his turn to get a little bit of the fortune back in his favour. He's been involved in FIFA esports for such a long time before. There was even an Edivisie that looks to the level that this is in the AFAS arena. With this many live people here and family and friends.
25,000 euros as well for the pair of them.
Back-to-back penalty shootouts. The fairy tale story of Pec Zwolle is complete. 25,000 euros. And as you don't know, they will be in fantastic stead going into season 2. They will be top of the pile. If they do get a top, I'd say top 4 finish, they make a final, they will be getting the full 850.
On the opposite side of that, commiserations and heartbreak for Team Ajax. 2 penalty shootouts was really what sent them out of the tournament.
Hard to take. Back-to-back penalty shootouts. Just imagine, Richard, taking a penalty shootout for 25,000 euros in front of that crowd.
Yeah, you can't imagine it. That's the sort of situation that you can only experience when you live in it. You can't prepare for things like this.
You know what? And you know this might be one of the worst moments that they'll be thinking right now in their FIFA esports career, but it will only push you to come on next year and next season and bounce back.
Yeah, you, for every fibre of your being, say, this will not happen again. Bass, Mike, the esports manager there, Ajax Bob, Paps, all that Ajax team will be saying,
do you want to feel like that again?
This does not happen again, okay? This does not happen again. But the story of the day, Pec Zwolle, your Eredivisie Season 1 champions, Brandon Smith.
What a story, Rich. As we said, they finished 14th in the league. 14th was the last spot to get to the playoffs. They came up against Vitesse. And they beat them. They beat them 3-2. We didn't know if they were going to be able to do so. They did do it, 3-2. They came to the final with not really any hype about them. We knew the experience that they did have. We knew that Jonah was going to be qualified for Paris next week. He goes into that tournament with even more confidence now. Beat FC Utrecht in the quarterfinals, Richard. Went and, of course, they had to play against HERACLES in the semis.
And then they've come in, 2 penalty shootouts. They're the winners, simple as that. Look at that behind us.
That moment, that trophy lift moment, is something you always remember.
That's the sort of stuff that you dream about. You come into the tournament thinking, look, we haven't really got that much expectation, but let's just try our best, okay? We've got a pretty favourable draw. Let's just do all that we can. And they are your champions.
It's always the best bit, isn't it? That trophy presentation at the end with the confetti coming down, all those seasons of hard work and all those fantastic, of course, big moments that make a year, and that will conclude season 1 of the Edivisie. Richard, I would ask for a standout moment, but I feel like I know what it is.
Yeah, it's Jonah winning the penalty shootout. We'll see him next weekend in Paris for the FUT Champions Cup 4. Be sure to check into that if you are a fan of Pec Zwolle, if you're a fan of Jonah, or competitive FIFA. We'll be there in Paris, see how he gets on.
Yeah, exactly that. A massive thank you to anyone that has joined the international broadcast. We've loved coming out here for our first ever Edivisie final. We'll hopefully be back for season 2 because we've loved being here. Of course, Dutch FIFA, it never disappoints. I've been Brandon Smith. That's been Richard Buckley. We'll see you in Paris next week, and congratulations to Pec Zwolle.